Hi, welcome and thanks for tuning into the University of Cincinnati's 4th Queen City Clash LAN event. My name is Inferno and I'm very glad that you're here. Today and tomorrow, 20 collegiate Rocket League teams will compete to be crowned QCC champions. This is a 2-day tournament featuring some of the top collegiate Rocket League talent across the country. The first day of the event consists of a group stage, round-robin style playoff to determine the top 3 teams in each of the 4 groups shown on screen. Those top 12 teams will advance to Day 2 of QCC, where they will compete in a double elimination tournament to take home all of the glory. This event is jam-packed with the highest level of Rocket League competition that exists in the collegiate scene, and you won't want to miss a thing.
Oh my goodness gracious, dear, what a play.
Ohio State maybe getting a little antsy, not a lot of possession.
By Listone, can anybody from Ohio State follow it? Yes, they can,
Oh
and it's a double.
Chance right there is to catch USC while they're lacking, but SJT! I see a double from Carter.
Oh my gosh.
The play to make the
Oh my
difference,
goodness.
and it's big slow.
Back to Queen City Clash day number 2. After the group stages yesterday, 8 teams have been eliminated, 12 teams have made it through, and we got a lot of exciting matches. It's the top 12 teams from yesterday, so going to be some good teams going into today.
Absolutely, and starting off with a real heater here in the UC community, we've got Bearcats Red versus BPCU Orange, and I mean, this is a top-tier matchup.
Absolutely, and we've seen that Bruton Parker, this QCC, has had some has had a lot of success with their teams. Their top team is expected to win the whole thing by some players, and their second team, which is going against our fellow Bearcats, is also very formidable and has some really good players on that team.
Absolutely. I mean, we're talking about the likes of Manny on BPCU Orange, but we can't forget about Bearcats Red, and they have some amazing players as well. Obviously, we have Mystic, somebody we know personally as well because he helps coach our team. Very good talent on display for our first match of the day today.
Absolutely, and it should be a pretty good one. We'll take a look at the standings from yesterday's group stages. You see Michigan, UCF, Ohio State Gray, IU Retirement Home, WKU Red, University of Georgia Red, UTK Bingo Ballers, and UCF Academy. Put up some good fights yesterday, had some pretty good games, but unfortunately they will not be joining us here today. All the teams that did make it to Day 2, you can see on those 4 right there. Shawnee State was replacing IU Retirement Home, as unfortunately they had a complication. They were not able to make it to today, but a lot of very good talent, a lot of solid teams that we're going to see today in Day 2, absolutely.
Yeah, 100%. And looking at the bracket for today, we have a couple matchups going on at the same time as our live stream matchup. We've got Bruton Parker versus the USC Gamecocks. Down there in C, we have UTK Retirement Home versus Indiana Tech B. On D, we will have Purdue University versus Kennesaw State B. And then down in the lower bracket, UCF Knights will be playing the loser of D. Central Michigan will be playing the loser of C. Akron White will be playing the loser of B, and Shawnee will be playing the loser of A.
That's right, and the bottom 4 teams from yesterday's group stages will be starting in lowers, so they are going to have to make a run for it, as if they lose even one series, they will be eliminated from the tournament. So that's why the group stage is really important. You got to get in that upper bracket position to give yourself some leeway if maybe one of the series doesn't quite go your way, but yeah, it's going to be tough for some of those teams to make a run in lowers, because with the talent we have on this team so far, if any of those top teams drop into lowers, they're probably going to be sweating in their boots a little bit.
Absolutely, and I'm telling you right now, the Bruton Parker teams specifically are not going to tolerate lapses in mental judgment here today.
Absolutely not. Of course, Bruton Parker Orange taking on our Bearcats in a few minutes here, but they have been absolutely on fire this entire tournament. Very few weaknesses. The Bruton Parker main team has played one of the most unbelievable styles of Rocket League I've ever seen, with that last man just sitting downfield, going for the bumps, waiting for the passes. It's such a unique play style that I don't think we've seen a whole lot of, but it seems to be really successful at winning games.
Absolutely, and both of those Bruton Parker teams, over all of the matches they played yesterday, between the two teams, they only dropped 2 games total over the entire day, and that is something to watch out for today.
Definitely. Dropping only 2 games against some of the rosters that we have going into QCC today, it's an unbelievable statistic to have to your name. So maybe that'll strike some fear into the hearts of their opponents as they go into these first couple matches here. We'll see how the teams against them hold out, but I definitely think Bruton Parker is a team to look out for here.
Absolutely. So as well as UTK Retirement Home looking for a repeat win. So
A three-peat, you could say.
a three-peat, one could say.
Yeah, and of course we saw Joe Bro here on the desk yesterday, and I was expecting some sort of answer along the lines of, we want to stay competitive, we want to, have fun with it, we want to play good as a team, and he comes in here and just has the attitude of, we're just here to have fun. And I think ultimately that's a pretty good strategy to get your mental in the right place. If you're just having fun, not overthinking things, not thinking too hard, you can have a lot of success with that mentality.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. And we saw it yesterday with some of those teams choosing strange card designs, coming out with weird toppers. People are just here to have a good time at this Queen City Clash, and we love to see it.
The red hat and saffron draconic wheels, I remember it like it was yesterday because it was, yesterday. Some unbelievable car designs, and I know one of the other players was using some sort of weird Dominus car, but it's what he uses, it's what he's comfortable with, and whether it's a strategy, BM, or getting inside your opponent's heads, or whether it's just genuinely what you want to play with, at least we know that some of the players are definitely having fun despite the competition.
Absolutely, and I tell you what, Shirk, and I'm personally looking for some old RLCS decals again today.
Ooh, did we see some of those yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday we saw an old C9 decal, a G2 decal, a Dignitas decal, a Space Station Gaming decal. Maybe I'm caring a little too much about it, but it's good to see some of the old stuff coming back to the mainstream.
I can never shy away from that C9 decal, man. Every time I see it, I consciously think, wow, that's a nice decal. And I wish I had it when it came out, but unfortunately, I was a little late to the party. But, some people like to rock that.
Absolutely. And, today I think we're going to care a little less about the card designs because there's some big stakes at play today.
Absolutely. Yesterday in the group stages, if you drop a series or two, you're probably still in the clear as long as you win out the rest of your schedule. Here, you have to win or you're going home. There is no room for error, no room for mistakes. Absolutely not.
Yeah, of course. And obviously those teams in the upper will have at least one chance if they do lose their first series. But getting into the action here. First game underway.
Got Bearcats Red versus this Bruton Parker Orange team. Both teams played very solid in yesterday's group matches. Bruton Parker is probably the favorite to win this one. Of course, we'll be cheering for our fellow Bearcats over there who have a very good style of play. Mystic likes to go for those bumps and demos and those aggressive plays, and it was working a lot for him yesterday, and you can already see it in action as he's trying to get as many touches on that ball as he can.
Absolutely, and dare I say it, Mystic's got a very clean Monster Cat decal there going on.
He was wearing it yesterday. He's rocking it again today with the black Zombas. I like the car designs. A lot of people like Danny like to go with a more clean design, not too flashy, but some people like to stand out, and that's not always a bad thing.
Show the extra flair, part of their personality. We love to see it.
Absolutely. So far, both teams just kind of going back and forth in the midfield here, both looking for an opening to try and find some offense here. Manny trying to do it himself down to Wish. Good save by Danny, who will take possession for the Bearcats.
Yeah, so far in this match, neither team looking especially threatening, about a minute and some change into this game, but I'm sure we'll see some good plays in the good save from Danny right off the bat here.
And the caster's curse strikes again. Once you say it, it becomes a thing as Kyler almost hits an insane redirect into the net of the Bearcats. Luckily, someone was able to throw a hand up and put it in the way of the ball.
Eventually, the fans at home are going to start thinking that we're psychic.
It was, honestly, after yesterday, I don't blame them. Sometimes you'd be talking about a team and you'd be talking about their mistakes on defense and how they need to step it up. And then all of a sudden they'd make 3 insane stops and score 2 goals in the span of a minute. You never know what can happen when you kind of talk these things into existence.
A good save there from Bearcats Red. I'm not sure we're seeing chippy levels just yet, but that comes later on today.
I don't think we'll see anything like we did Chippy yesterday. It was an unbelievable sequence of defensive stops. Again, neither team really able to find an opening behind these great defenses. Both teams playing a very solid defensive line right now. Danny going to take the shot. Looked like it might have been on target. It was just wide. Bruton Parker did not have anybody to be there to save it, so that could have been a goal if it was on target. But Kyler had enough of it already, and he will take the first goal lead for this BPCU team. And that could be all the momentum you need.
Yeah, I mean, just a good shot there. Looks like Danny wasn't able to recover off the sidewall, get in net to make that save. But a good start to this match here from BPCU Orange. We'll see if they can continue.
Bearcats Red does play a somewhat aggressive offense at times. If they want to be able to use that to their advantage, they got to find the holes in the defense on this Bruton Parker team here. And you can see they're trying to do it right now, but just good coordinated defense on the side of Bruton Parker. This could be dangerous as Bearcats doesn't have much boost. Luckily, Danny gets one, but Mystic is there to cut it off before anything bad can happen. Get it out of our half, get some offense going. We need to score a goal.
Absolutely. And Bearcats Red just trying to keep the ball in the opposition half right now, trying to take the pressure off of their own net. BPC Orange is a very commanding team when they have the ball. Be looking for this UC Bearcats Red team to try and slow down their pace a bit.
Absolutely, and a lot of these games, possession and taking control of the game is what wins. You don't need to score 5 goals on your opponent. You just need to score at least 1 more than them. So some of these teams they won't win by huge margins, but they'll just have control of the entire game, and they'll have everything within their power, and they'll just be able to shut down anything these teams can muster up. And right now, we're seeing a lot of that from Bruton Parker. Bearcats Red not able to get much on the ball because anytime they get possession, there's a Bruton Parker player right in their face. See a demo come out from Bruton Parker. This could get a little bit nasty. Bearcats Red able to get a little bit of a breakaway. We'll see if Cab can find anybody at the midfield. Goes for the mid pass. Danny's there, but there's 2 Bruton Parker defenders to meet him. This is what I was talking about when they're Bruton Parker defense. There's just any time you try and get a shot, there's 2 or 3 guys on you.
Yeah, I mean, UC Bearcats putting up a good offensive stretch there, but nothing to show for it except Danny gets a goal. Top bins. Love to see it.
Absolutely, dude. Good equalizer from Danny. Good flip to the other side. There are 2 Bruton Parker players who tried to save it, but it was a perfect shot in the top corner. Danny will equalize it. A little over a minute left to go, and I don't think it's super clear who's probably going to win this first game. I mean, we've seen them trade blow for blow now, as I think Danny might have beat Kyler, but luckily Wish is back there, but it was off the post anyway. That could have been dangerous for Bruton Parker. They can't let these Bearcats get rolling or else they will not be able to stop them.
Yeah, we saw yesterday with these teams how much momentum matters in these games. And right now, if I'm UC Bearcats Red, I got to be feeling good after that equalizing goal with about a minute left on the clock.
That would definitely have me feeling pretty good because then I know now I just need to score 1 more and I'll be in the lead. If you're down a goal, you got to play a little bit more aggressive on offense. At least most players tend to because they're behind. But Manny is going to force them to do it again as he finds the open net. There was no Bearcat to meet them. Looks like Cab just thought he was going to go high. Manny with the smart IQ play, taking it low, and he will find the open net for the 1-goal lead. Just under 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those moments where mentality really means a lot here. You don't want to give up these easy goals off of mistakes this early in a series, especially on our final day here at QCC.
I saw a video of some sort of Rocket League player who had the mentality of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you're up a goal, if you're up 2 goals, a lot of teams tend to play a lot more defensive, play a lot more passive, letting the other team just kind of slam shots onto net. So if you're one of these teams and you're up by a goal, you cannot let your guard down. You just got to keep sticking to what works, and that ball will hit the ground as Bruton Parker is going to take the first game in this best of 5 against our fellow Bearcats.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I think there's a lot of positives to talk about here from UC Bearcats Red. They played a very organized game, just a small defensive lapse at the end there. We'll see if they can clean that up going into game 2. They're going to need to against this Bruton Parker team who's very well organized.
And we did see that a little bit yesterday in their first series on the stream for the Bearcats. Some miscues on defense, some missed reads off the backboard, and at this level of Rocket League, of course, it was the group stages, so maybe some of those teams are not here anymore, but every single team here is fighting for the title. There are no bad teams currently remaining, so if the Bearcats want to fix their defensive problems, they need to do it now, or else they will be going home empty-handed.
Absolutely, and against teams of this caliber, you just can't be making those kinds of mistakes. But going into game 2 here, good kickoff for UC Bearcats Red, and they get a goal right off the bat through Danny. What a start for UC.
Danny's offense has been really good all QCC, and we see it right off the bat. A good kickoff and a good cheat from Danny. They'll take the open net slot, and that'll put the Bearcats on top for the first time this series.
Obviously, we're a little biased here in the booth, but it's good to see UC up 1 goal on BPCU Orange. We'll see if they can keep this momentum going, though. They're going to need it going forward.
Absolutely. And of course, although I am a little bit biased to my fellow Bearcats, I always love me a good game of Rocket League. So if Bruton Parker's putting on a show, I can't really blame them.
Grab the popcorn. I know Manny's already got the boost for it.
Absolutely. And he's already trying to put a shot on net. You say his name and he appears. Manny with the slot on the shot. Little bit of a miss. Oh, he accidentally got another touch from Mystic over Cab, leaving Danny by himself. And of course, as we said, those defensive mistakes, you can't make any of them or you are going to get punished for it. And Manny with the quick counter to that mistake.
Yeah, we say his name a lot yesterday. Looking like the boogeyman again today. Speak his name and he appears.
Say his name 3 times and he's just right there to take a shot. Good clear by Kyler off of Mystic. Manny's definitely I want to say almost the MVP of this Bruton Parker Orange team, but he just seems to be the best well-rounded player. If you give him the ball when you need it most, he will find a way to score.
Absolutely, but a good pass to Danny, who slots it home again. It looks like Danny is warming up here in game 2.
Danny is the only one with any goals on that Bearcats red team. They just got to keep feeding it to him to find those nets, find those opportunities. It's good to see the Bearcats getting back on top, but there's still over 4 minutes left to go. Plenty of time for Bruton Parker to figure out their offense here, which we've seen in the past when they've been down for the count. They always try and find a way to start coming back. And we'll see if they make an attempt here at any point in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This Bruton Parker team looking a little rocked after those 2 quick goals from UC Bearcats Red. The ball definitely just lingering around in their defensive half right now.
Looked like Danny might have been able to have the shot, but maybe a Bruton Parker player got a touch at the last second. It definitely did see Bruton Parker getting a little bit more frazzled.
What a save by Danny.
Unbelievable save by Danny. As you were saying, it did seem like Bruton Parker was getting a little bit rocked as the ball has been on their half for most of this kickoff. I say that as they almost get an open net opportunity, but luckily there's a Bearcat there to meet them.
Almost the same thing as their winning goal in the last game, though, right underneath of a Bearcats player who's expecting them to go high. You want to see a little bit more patience from UC here.
Absolutely. Of course, their play style is fast-paced, aggressive offense, but sometimes you need to slow it down if a team is just going to outplay you based on those attributes that you have. Mystic looking for the shot. Cab not able to follow it up. Everybody in Bruton Parker waiting for that shot, so it's probably going to be a little bit tough anyway, but a little bit of a miss there by Bruton Parker. Is this the Bearcats' opportunity to score a goal? A demo comes out, but unfortunately it's in the backfield. Not going to give the Bearcats too much of an advantage here. Cab looking for the redirect. Back to Mystic. Almost finds the net. Cab for the open shot, but there wasn't open. Kyler was there.
That was a good chance, partner, and I gotta say, at this level, we talked about it yesterday, they've got to be burying these chances.
Yeah, they got to find these chances on the offensive side of the ball. Again, any defensive mistake will most likely get punished, and we almost saw it there, but Bearcats unable to equalize, and Danny, once again with 4 goals for the Bearcats in these last 2 games, he does it himself. Kyler with a bit of a mistouch off the backboard, didn't get the 50 he wanted. No chance to save that from Bruton Parker, and the Bearcats will take, dare I say it, the most comfortable lead they've had so far.
Absolutely, and we're still waking up here at Queen City Clash, but Danny has completely come alive here in game 2.
Absolutely. Danny's been my alarm clock for this game. You know, you think you're going to start off slow and steady because a lot of these players probably just woke up, but Danny's saying, no, I'm here to win. I'm here to play my heart out. He's taking no opportunities to play it slow. He's just finding the net on all these chances as Kyler is going to try to 50 Mystic into the net. A demo does come out from Manny, but luckily there's a Bearcat there to stop the attack.
Absolutely, and this Bruton Parker team definitely taking a little bit of a back seat here in game 2. Not sure what to do with this UC Bearcats Red pressure.
I wouldn't get my hopes up too much. We've seen these scenarios before. The first game, the team wins. The second game, the other team strikes back. And then usually the last 2 games, the team who won the first game will then take control and get a 3-1 victory. So we've seen it a lot in the group stages. And of course, this is no longer the group stage, so things could be totally different. But if I'm Bearcats Red, I want to try and seal this game, take the win, but then not let my guard down because things can change really quickly. And Kaboymus is going to get the beat on his man, and he slots the open net.
Yeah, UC Bearcats Red just absolutely in control of this game too right now. Bruton Parker with no answers to this offense. Not even getting good 50s in the midfield right now. you start to wonder if the mentality's slipping a bit for this Bruton Parker team.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit unfamiliar from the Bruton Parker team we were seeing in game number 1, mostly in control. Of course, they only won by a single goal, but Bearcats Red showing that if you're going to give us any opportunities on the ball, we're going to take it. As team pinch comes out from Cab and Danny. This could be a good opportunity for the Bearcats. Cab trying to look for something out the backboard. Demo comes out from Mystic. Or actually, Mystic was the one who got demoed. It's hard to tell with the smoke screen sometimes, but he's already back on the ball. Respawn quick.
I gotta say, Danny is playing a fantastic third man for the Bearcats right now when they need him to close out this game 2. It's a good save there from Cab.
Absolutely. Danny has been both the offensive and defensive rock for this team. Mystic trying to find those demos to open some holes in this Bruton Parker defense, and Cab playing a solid last man. We saw a save from him a little bit earlier, but this is now Bruton Parker's time to try and at least get 1 goal back, cut the deficit a bit, but it is not going to matter as our fellow Bearcats are going to take game number 2, and I think this is some of the most life we've seen out of them the last little while. Sometimes when they're down, they're just unable to claw their way back, so this could be a promising sign for things to come.
Absolutely, partner. And, you know, I gotta say, small story, when the Bruton Parker teams walked into the building this morning, they looked at the trophy and they said, that's ours already. And I think this UC Bearcats team might have taken offense to that in their own building. Looks like they're here to play.
Absolutely, and the Bearcats are going to give them a run for their money, so win or lose, they're going to put up a fight, and of course, that's what you have to do against these Bruton Parker teams. Of course, their main team is on an unbelievably different level, but their Bruton Parker Orange team, still a very formidable opponent. We're seeing that right now. It's crazy to think that the Bearcats Red team is our top team, and this is only Bruton Parker's second team. They have a team a tier above this, so it'll be exciting to see what they come up with in future games, as Kyler is already going to find a goal for the Bruton Parker team.
Yeah, quick start here from Bruton Parker. They did not want the same level of play out of that Bearcats team right out the gate in this game 3.
Yeah, it looked like Danny hesitated a little bit on that backboard. Maybe jumping off of it wasn't the greatest decision. Get some separation from the ball. And the Bruton Parker will take the quick goal, but the nice thing about quick goals is you'd rather your opponent be a goal up with 4 minutes left than 1 minute left. Get a little bit more time to figure out your game, get things going, because it might be down 1 goal, but there's still an entire game of Rocket League to be played. And I say that as Wish almost finds the slot just off the crossbar there, but Bruton Parker still maintaining the offense. And Danny a little bit awkward on his back wall. Kyler is going to take advantage. Once again, another defensive mistake by these Bearcats. See, Danny was facing the wrong way, tried to go backboard, thought Kyler was probably going to find a mid pass or a pop, but Kyler says, no, sir, I'm just going to put it in your net.
Yeah, singing his praises all of game 2. Danny was definitely the MVP of that game, but here early in game 3, Danny making 2 strange defensive mistakes for his playstyle.
And we saw it a little bit yesterday too, some from Cab as well. You know, sometimes these Bearcats, when they make a mistake on defense, it tends to spiral out of control, so they got to collect themselves before they make any more of those and extend their deficit even further.
Absolutely, and against a team as good as this Bruton Parker Orange team, they can't afford to keep making these defensive lapses. And that is a good shot from Bruton Parker. A double save, it looked like there from Mystic. 1 off the backboard.
That was definitely a little bit scary for our fellow Bearcats. You know, they had a really hard shot at net. It looked like they might have been able to find a slot in between the Bearcat defenders, but luckily Mystic and some others there to help keep that ball out of the net.
But the ball gets boomed to the other side of the field here, and it's a good opportunity for PPCU, not able to capitalize. This UC Bearcats Red team under a lot of pressure right now. Gonna have to see how they deal with this.
Mystic calm, cool, and collected on the defensive side of the ball. He was being patient on that shot. Knew the immediate one wasn't coming. He had to stop the follow-up from Manny, who's been lights out so far this tournament. But of course, that's where we see the skill difference in Rocket League is some of these players, if the ball's going to go in your net, they don't panic. They stay calm. They know everything is okay.
A mistake there from Manny leads to a UC Bearcats Red goal.
Starting to seem like this game is going to come down to who makes the least defensive mistakes. Danny was there and Cab got demoed, but just a second too late as he did find the slot. These games are going to seem like they're coming down to just defensive mistakes. 3 goals because of errors or blunders on the side of both of these teams. They got to fix these defensive mistakes if they want to keep in this tournament.
Yeah, and you begin to wonder if all of these defensive lapses from these teams are coming from the nerves and the pressure of being here on day 2 of this LAN.
If you lose a series in group stages, it's okay as long as you win the rest of them. But in day 2, where we have the bracket format, yes, they are in winners, so they will get another opportunity. But, you know, if you can keep that series buffer going later into the bracket, I think I'd rather have it later than getting a loss now and being 1 away from elimination.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. And I don't think it feels good for any team crashing out of the upper bracket in their first series of the day, having to go to the lowers. You may expect the competition in the lowers to be more favorable, but still some very good teams down there. And if I'm UC Bearcats Red, I want to take this through and beat this BPCU Orange team right off the bat.
Dare I say it, I kind of want to see a Cinderella team from lowers make a run for it. That would be awesome to see because, of course, starting your day out in losers, it's probably hard to have a good mentality when you know you're 1 series away from elimination. But if one of those teams can get their nerves figured out, get themselves collected, and get themselves together, I'd like to see one of them make a run for it.
Absolutely. And as mentioned before, there are some good teams down there. Akron White has a great player in Shocks. We'll have to see who comes out of that lower bracket looking stronger than they did before.
Absolutely. And, of course, some of those teams were struggling against some of the higher tier talent in the group stages, but you know, today is a new day. Rocket League is a game where anybody can beat anybody on any given day. Maybe sometimes it's less chance than others, but you know, there's nothing to say that a bottom tier team can't beat a top tier team in a game like Rocket League.
Absolutely. And at the end of the day, it really just comes down to mentality, and anything can swing that momentum. UC Bearcats Reds still trying to apply the pressure late in this game. Find that equalizing goal, bring it to an overtime, and that's a good shot off the crossbar. Danny can't finish the follow-up.
Looked like that ball was going to go top corner for a hot second there. It was upper 90, but just like you said, off the crossbar. It's a little bit of an unfortunate miss from the Bearcats, but I don't think he really had much other opportunity to shoot it other than the top corner, as there were a lot of Bruton Parker defenders waiting for it.
Yeah, I don't think so either, partner, but again, this is more than one chance now for the UC Bearcats, and they haven't been able to capitalize on some of those, and that might come back to haunt them.
Yeah, we can see Bruton Parker's really solidifying their defense in the second game. Of course, they had the 1 mistake from Manny on the back wall, but if you limit your mistakes to 1 for an entire game, I think you'll probably be in the clear for games to come, and we'll have to see as the clock starts ticking down from 10. Bearcats really needing to make up a goal here, but can't seem to get the ball off of their half. They'll try and take possession here, but Manny is there to cut it off. Is he able to ground it? No, it's pinched up into the ceiling. Manny's still looking to ground it, and Bruton Parker is going to take the easy clear for the win in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, that game was very close between both teams, coming down to 3 defensive mistakes. Those are the only goals we saw in that matchup, and you got to wonder if the nerves are really starting to get to these players here. Only best of 5s through these first few matches of the day here at our second day of QCC, but every game is important here, and you got to wonder if this BPCU team might run away with it now. We've seen the same trend yesterday where a team wins the first game and then the other team comes back and wins that second one, but then it ends up going on an onslaught back to the team that won the original game, and you got to wonder, that momentum goes a long way, and that BPCU team just made less mistakes this game.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things that the Bearcats need to work on that we haven't talked about a whole lot is their offense. They had 6 shots that last game and only 3 saves from Bruton Parker, meaning 2 of those shots went unanswered. Those are probably some of the shots that hit off the post and the crossbar. If they want to get some goals going, they need to find that target and need to lock in that shot, because some of those shots are just a little bit wide, a little bit off target. Bruton Parker hasn't had to make too many saves on these Bearcats because they haven't been super threatening on the offensive side. They got to get some on-target shots like Danny was in game number 2 if they want to have a chance against this Bruton Parker team.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. And 30 seconds into this game 4, it looks like we've got some more shaky nerves again. Both teams not really looking to press super hard here early on. I'm sure UC Bearcats Red are understanding that this game is imperative. BPCU looking to close out this series, this game.
Yeah, Bearcats cannot afford to lose another game or they will drop to the lower bracket, which I know is a position they do not want to be in. They came here into day 2 as the number 2 seed, which should have given them a little bit of an easier bracket. But again,
that's a good pass from Cab. It looks like a miscue off the backboard, but it didn't matter. Ended up landing right in Danny's lap for the shot.
Yeah, and I was just talking about it, those offensive mistakes. Of course, Danny was there to clean it up, but Cab needs to be hitting those shots into that open net. If they don't find those opportunities in the future, I don't think they're going to have many more for the rest of the game for how this Bruton Parker defense has been playing so far. You see, there's 3 more shots into the crossbar. Danny there once again to clean it up. He's tired of his teammates missing these open shots, and he says, you know what, I'll do it myself. At least the Bearcats have a 2-goal lead, but they got to find that target.
Absolutely, and correct me if I'm wrong, partner, but has Danny scored every single goal in this series for UC?
Cab scored 1 goal beating his man off of the sidewall, but I think other than that, it has been the Danny show for Bearcats Red. Been their attacker for most of the game. He's been there to clean up the offense for the last 2 goals, but you know, if they want to increase their lead to a bit more comfortably, you know, Cab Mystic, they're gonna have to step up that target shooting, you know, hit the training packs in between matches. Is Danny almost finding his 3rd goal of this game.
A good save there from Kyler, though. This BPCU team on their heels early in game 4.
You see here for a hot second, there is indeed another side to the field, but we go right back to the field we've known all this game. The Bearcats seem to be very much in control so far. But Manny trying to see if he can change that. Doesn't go anywhere. Right into the arms of Kaboimus. Beats 1 man. There's 1 to beat, and Wish doesn't have a lot of boost, but Manny's there to make the save. What a shot. Follow-up from Cab. Nearly got saved by Wish, but didn't have the power, and Cab will add a 2nd goal to his name in this series.
It didn't need to be in the corner. Cab said, hit the gym, BPCU.
Absolutely. Hit the weights, hit that training, because we're just going to pummel shots on your net, and if you don't save them, then you're just going to give us a free win. Dare I say it, if UC were to win this game, we would in fact see our first ever Game 5 on stream, even after the group stages.
An impressive statistic, or a sad one, depending on how you look at it, but the way this game is shaping up so far, we are definitely heading for a Game 5. Of course, yesterday, UC Bearcats Red did have a large lead, able to win that game still, but scary moments in the end of that game. Got to make sure their mentality holds up here.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the group stages, it's not as much of a surprise that there were not very many Game 5s. I think there were maybe only 1 or 2 series that went to a Game 5, but in day 2, where every single team is a very formidable opponent, we're probably bound to see more Game 5s going into today, and we might start off with one, as a matter of fact, as the time is ticking down. Under 2 minutes, and Bruton Parker has some ground to make up.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. And honestly, Bruton Parker has nothing going for them in this game so far. The ball has been in their half at least 80% of this match. UC Bearcats absolutely layering on the pressure here, not trying to give BPCU any time to breathe. Mystic trying to go for a solo play there. Nothing comes from it, but the ball is still in BPCU Orange's half. They just cannot get rid of it right now. Finally onto the Bearcats side. A shot, and that goes into an open net from Manny.
I said this in the first game, and we're already seeing it coming back. When you're up a few goals, you tend to let your guard down a little bit, start playing a lot more differently, a little bit more passively, and the other team is going to go all out because they know it's all or nothing, and maybe that 1 goal is all Bruton Parker needs to start a comeback here. Let's hope the Bearcats can keep their lead. There is just under a minute left. A little bit of a backflip by Manny. That was a little bit of a mistake. Kyler's there to fix it. Cab looking for the shot just off of the crossbar. Unfortunately missed his target once again. The Bearcats do still have a 2-goal lead, but they cannot keep making those mistakes on the shots.
I mean, partner, let's say this goes to a Game 5. Those misses in a Game 5 are imperative. You cannot be making those mistakes when it's down to the wire.
Those misses will be the difference between winning or losing. Those can be absolutely lethal. You cannot be making those mistakes if we were to go to a Game 5, which we might be headed for, as the clock will hit 30 seconds. Bearcats still with a 2-goal lead, but they cannot start wavering now. They just got to stay calm, cool, and collected. Stick to what's been working. It's Mystic going to try and fake Kyler. Kyler not buying it. Bruton Parker, you can see they're really stepping up their offense. 2 players 50-ing 1. and they're going all out for it. They want to put this series away, but as the clock will hit 10 seconds, it's looking pretty unlikely.
Unless something comes right now for Bruton Parker, it looks like UC Bearcats Red will seal up the Game 4 win. And hold on to your seatbelts, folks. We're heading for the first Game 5 on stream of this LAN.
You know, I thought we might have seen a few Game 5s yesterday. There were some really close opportunities, but the one team closing it out, you could see 14 shots on the side of the Bearcats, but only 8 saves from the side of Bruton Parker.
I think more importantly here, looking at this Bruton Parker team, it's only 3 shots total over that entire game for them. They're going to need to bump those numbers up in Game 5 if they stand any chance of beating this high-pressure UC offense.
We talk about possession. We talk about control, controlling the game, keeping your opponent on the back foot, on their heels, and just throwing shots at the net. And Bruton Parker had a lot of control in those first few games that they won, but they got to really step it up because they did not have very many shots in that last game.
Absolutely, partner. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling the nerves right now for this Game 5. Obviously, we're a little biased here on the desk for our UC teams, but this is shaping up to be a good one. I tell you what.
Absolutely, and for the first time in this Queen City clash, I can finally say it.
And a kickoff goal right off the bat.
I can't say it because Kyler is cutting me off. We are finally in a Game 5, and we're already starting off with a kickoff goal on the side of Bruton Parker. That is not what you want to see for a team that you're rooting for.
Absolutely not, and maybe a little bit of the commentator's curse coming back to hit us, but if I'm UC Bearcats Red, that is a gut punch this early in a Game 5.
Absolutely. UC did not drop the lead a single time in either game that they won, but we have seen that they have struggled to regain the lead once they have it, so we'll see how they respond here, but Bruton Parker making a statement pretty early on that they're going to have to fight for it. And so far, Bearcats with the offensive pressure. Mystic looking for those demos once again.
If UC is going to come back and win this game, they need to absolutely lock in that mentality. This is going to be massive for them. They cannot afford to go down another goal here.
Absolutely, and you say that as that shot goes just off the crossbar. That was a little bit scary. There was almost nobody back to defend. I think Cab might have been there to intercept it, but looked like it would have been a second too late. Mystic gonna try and do it himself. Gets a demo for the Bruton Parker one. The Cab gonna try and cut that out. It looks like there might have been an opportunity because there was nobody back for Bruton Parker, but you know, Bruton Parker so far staying in control on the defensive side. They're letting UC come to them, and they're taking the ball away, going for those quick counterattacks. Got to see UC implement a game strategy if they're going to want to win this game, probably.
Absolutely, and I got to say, UC looking a little nervy right now, and I don't necessarily blame them going into the first Game 5 that we've had on stream so far, but those nerves may come back to really hurt them in this game. You cannot afford to let nerves take control at this level. That's a good shot from Cab and a good save for BBCU, but it's in the net. And who else?
Who else there to clean up the mess from the missed shots? It's Danny again with his, I think, his 6th goal of this series. He's been absolutely finding that net time and time again. Mystic and Cap really need to find that offensive unless they're just going to have cleanup crew keep stepping in.
I'm starting to Danny Chan after this if UC Bearcats Red takes this series.
We'll try and get the rest of the room chanting Danny if we can get a Bearcats Red win here, as they will equalize it. A little over 3 minutes left. Would be exciting to see an overtime in game number 5. I'm not used to talking about game number 5s because we haven't seen any, but finally the first game of the day, round 1, and we already have it. We'll have to see how either of these teams convert. It's interesting because we haven't seen the game strategies of teams going into a game 5. In a game like football, if you have a last-second drive...
Oh, what a pop and a save from BPCU. Don't mean to cut you off there, partner, but the action is so hard to tear your eyes away from right now.
I was going to say, in a game like football, if you need a last-second touchdown drive, you usually come up with a different strategy, but we haven't seen teams need to implement that yet because we haven't had very many Game 5s, so it'll be interesting to see how these teams deal with a Game 5, and what a top corner slot from Danny! Pass from Kaboyamis. Absolutely no chance of anybody saving that shot. 122 kph on that shot.
And that's not the first time in this series we've seen Danny absolutely slot the top corner of that net.
Unbelievable stuff from the side of Danny. He keeps finding the net time and time again, and at this point in the series, it's what UC needs as they finally have the lead. They were able to claw their way back from a 1-0 deficit. We'll see if they hold on to it, if they can extend their lead, but Bruton Parker not going to give up so easily.
A soft touch there from Wish. You wonder if he got a better touch on that. He had a chance on net. There was an open left post there.
Again, we cannot be seeing many mistakes from the Bearcats at this point in the game. They are only up 1 goal. They cannot let anything through unless they want to try and score a goal of their own. As Cab tries to do it, Kyler with very low boost manages to keep it out.
Interesting here from UC Bearcats. They are keeping the high pressure here, which has been working for them in the games that they've won in this series against BPCU. BPCU not able to deal with the consistent pressure in the defensive half.
Absolutely.
Of course, as I say that, Manny gets a shot on goal, and it looks like a miscue. I think that was Cab sitting back on net. Looked like a backflip, potentially. That's gotta hurt if you're UC.
It definitely does, and it hurts me. Again, another defensive mistake coming out for the Bearcats. Luckily, it doesn't lead to them being down a goal, but they have tied it up on the side of Bruton Parker. This game could be heading for an overtime. There's a little over a minute left to play, but Manny trying to say no OT. Mystic again with the calm, cool, and collected patience on defense. This could be an opportunity for the Bearcats. There's only 1 in net, but Kyler there to cut it off before anything gets dangerous. Bearcats will retain possession on the offensive side of the ball. Cab going off the ceiling. Good save by Wish. Mystic looking for Danny in the midfield. Manny's there to cut it off. Mystic not giving up. He's still trying to find the midfield, but Bruton Parker desperately trying to get that ball out of their half. And it looks like for now they will hold off the Bearcats offense, but here comes Danny once again. These Bearcats are throwing everything they have at the Bruton Parker defense here.
I'm sure you saw it here in the booth, but we're just as nervous as the players on the field right now.
Absolutely. It would be super nice to see a win for our fellow Bearcats. Stay in the winner's bracket, not at risk of losing a series and dropping out of the tournament, or actually dropping into lowers. They will have another chance, but you know, once you're in losers, it's no mistakes. You either win big or you go home. A shot on net will be saved by Kaboimus. The clock is going to hit 10 seconds, and we're tied at 2 apiece. Which team is going to strike first? Pass down to the midfield. Mystic not able to find anybody there. He's going for it again. Manny is there to cut it off. Bruton Parker might be trying to ground it. Hit the corner. Didn't quite get what he wanted, and Manny is going to ground it. We are in a Game 5 overtime.
Partner, I'm shaking in my boots here.
I am too. I'm not used to seeing this. None of these games have gone to 5, but thank goodness it's our Bearcats on the ball. We'll see if Danny or someone else can come up with an offensive push at the last second. Bruton Parker have been on their heels for the entirety of game number 5. We'll see if they can keep their composure, but the pressure might be getting to them.
Both teams playing their hearts out right now. You gotta say, a loss on either side here is gonna be absolutely soul-crushing in a 5-game overtime.
Absolutely. And we're seeing UC just keeping the ball on their half. They're not posing too much of a threat, but just the pressure of the ball being on their side might be getting a little bit to Bruton Parker. There's a bump from Danny. Ball's off the crossbar. Cab trying to follow it up.
Oh, what
Saved
a
by
save!
Wish.
Danny with the follow-up shot off the
looking for
crossbar.
the double, doesn't get it. Wish is there to collect the ball, trying to get it out of the half. Cincinnati with chances to score. Now they're on the defensive side of the ball. Stay calm, stay cool, stay collected. Mystic needs to make a casual save.
It is off the bar, and a
It's
save!
off! Danny with an unbelievable save that looked like it was going to end the Bearcats.
Pixel's going the other way, and Cab scores to win the Game 5 overtime for UC Bearcats Red against BPCU Orange.
How did that ball not go in for Bruton Parker? I would be absolutely in disbelief if I was Bruton Parker right now. Head in my hands. That ball should have been in. What a save from the Bearcats. And they will be moving on in the winner's bracket.
Oh my word, what an ending to Game 5 here on our first match of the day, here on the second day of QCC. Wow.
You know what this calls for? Danny! 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 Absolutely unbelievable performance from our Bearcats. I know we're happy to see it, but I got to give it to Bruton Parker. Of course, that last game wasn't what they wanted, but they put up a great fight for the entire series. Shout out to them. Credit to Bruton Parker. Unbelievable performance by both teams. Game 5 overtime. The ball over halfway in the net, clearing out at the last second, and the counterattack to send UC to the next round.
I mean, we saw this yesterday, partner. It's a game of pixels. So many times the ball is just halfway over the line and they're able to get it out right when it matters the most. What a match we just watched.
Unbelievable, and it's only the first match of the day. We have so many more coming back to us now. UC will take the win against Bruton Parker. And after a short break, we'll be back with one of the UC players to talk about how they ended up winning that game. And we'll take a short break and be right back with more QCC. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash, and I'm joined here at the desk with Danny, Danny, Danny. Danny, unbelievable series. Credit to you guys. You guys went down 1-0 in that Game 5 right off the kickoff. What were your thoughts after that happened?
Honestly, I was a little heated. You know, it's not a goal that I would like to go in, but we just kept the comms up and we kept trying to force them to play defense until we scored.
Absolutely, and that was something we noticed in the first couple of games. Bruton Parker keeping you guys on the back foot on defense a lot, but those last two games, it seemed like you guys were in control. Did you guys have a game plan against this Bruton Parker team, or how did you manage to claw your way back to win those last two games?
So I know Mystic and Cab were pretty busy last night, but I went through with one of my friends last night. We went through some replay analysis of our series from yesterday, and we previously played the Bruton Parker team, won Game 5 OT with them in the qualifier for QCC. So it was kind of like my revenge plot.
Your revenge plot? Well, you definitely got it here. And one more thing I want to ask. How about that top upper 90, 122 kPa shot to the top corner where you must have been feeling good after that?
Yeah, I guess I got locked in. Inferno said that I had to start coming in earlier for my matches, so I actually got to warm up today.
That's good to see, and you can clearly see the warm-up paying off. And one thing I'll ask you before I send you off, it's tradition here at Queen City Clash. Anyone you want to shout out, anyone you want to thank, anyone you want to say to the camera?
Yeah, shout out Cab and Mystic, my awesome teammates. It's been really fun playing with them so far. I'm excited to see
Absolutely.
how far we go in the QCC.
Yeah, absolutely. I wish you guys luck. I wish you luck in your future matches. Good luck with that, and we'll see what happens next. Bearcats will take the win against Bruton Parker. Thank you for joining me at the Destanian. We'll be back in a few minutes for our next match on Queen City Clash.
Welcome back to Queen City Clash. We already had a super exciting day. Some notable results just to go ahead and get started off with. Kennesaw State sweeping Purdue in very convincing fashion. Now, we've already seen what they can do in other lanes, and just to clarify, this is not Kennesaw State main team consisting of Cronovi, Flitz, and TNT. This is a little bit of a downgraded version, still alongside with the coach of TNT, but it's Dylan, Clixie, and Reese. Now, coming into this tournament, they're made in Qual 1, a very strong seed. However, they are playing the two-time reigning champions, UTK Retirement Home. And this team has been, they've been playing a little bit, they've been trying to play the game a bit. You know, every time they get into these tournaments, it's a little hard to get warmed up. But now that they have actually gotten their energy up, lost the first game against Indiana Tech B. After that, a clean 1-3. So, Queen City Clash never disappoints. I'm extremely excited for this match, and I cannot believe the last match with UC Red and BPCUB. An absolute thriller. I'm hoping we get the same level of intensity and just passion out of these two teams. So if I had to give my predictions, I'm a little bit biased. If you don't know, I am the UTK Rocket League representative. I would say that Retirement Home, on paper, too, should win this match. They should win this series. I would say I will give them 3-1. I can understand maybe a quick game doesn't go their favor, but I would say it is very much expected for them to kind of meet Bruton Parker in the finals. But let's go ahead and get straight into game number 1. Kickoff starts and it's already going UTK's way. A little tiki-taka action, and it's starting off with a bang. It's saved away. But already, that's the pressure that Retirement Home brings in this situation. But we need to see what Kennesaw State can actually do to kind of alleviate this pressure. Not only, it's a very spread out team, but we are looking at Dylan and Clixie to kind of be the mechanical leaders on this team. I'm pretty sure Clixie had a bit of a freestyle pass, and hopefully we'll see that. But this is Tyler Buell we're talking about. X-Rank A player reset, passes off. But this is what we want to see. We want to see pressure. We want to see high intensity. We want to see some amazing Rocket League today. And that is already a bang for Reese. And that is bar down. Kennesaw State starting off strong, and this is coming off of just a great pass from Dylan, a great beat on Caden. Caden has a little bit more of a passive third on this UTK Retirement Home, letting UTK have Joe Burr and Taibu kind of chase the ball a little bit. Tyler obviously being their best player, X-Rank A, an extremely talented individual, and that comes with your 8,000 hours on the game. However, we are really just excited to see what all these teams can do, because Joe and Shaka need to step up if they're going to be expecting themselves to win, especially this series, but further on when they play some even tougher opponents such as Bruton Parker and more. There's so many great teams here. I'm so excited, and we're already starting off with an honestly surprising first goal. If I had to say the first goal predictions, I would say it would be UTK Retirement Home. However, we are off to a great start. And I would say, while UTK Retirement Home has the pressure, we're seeing some great counterattack potential from Kennesaw State University. And I think that comes from the great coaching of TNT. However, there's some things you can't coach, and there's some things you can't necessarily change, and that's just giving the skill into these players, because if TNT was playing, obviously it would be a different situation. A great player on this team. Not as great as Joe Bro, going for the ceiling pass. Shaka there for the shot. Saved away. Tyler floating, trying to keep pressure, letting his teammate come back, rotating wide. And now Clixie, a little bit of a breakaway. Dylan gets a quick little demo. And I think if I had to say play style wise, what I'm expecting is Kennesaw State is going to be playing in their half most of the game. However, they can chase a demo, maybe on Shaka, whoever's the third man at the time. Usually it is either Shaka or Joe. And if Tyler's pushed too far forward and can't get back in time, or if the defense is just not able to kind of get back into form, and I could really see Kennesaw State holding these leads and expanding this lead. But already, I can't really say I'm excited for this, because of course I'm a UTK fan, I'm a UTK believer. However, Kennesaw State is really surprising me with how fluid they're playing right now. As a team that is actually CRO ranked number 47 currently, and as I said, coming off a strong win. Last series that they played was a 3-0 sweep against Purdue University. which was amazing for the Kennesaw State program. Probably one of the best B team programs there is. Of course, UTK just beat another B team program, and Joe is just rolling now. That's a great shot. Opened up from Tyler, just getting a great pass. Shaka chasing out a bump. Just an awkward touch, and Joe's never going to miss those shots. Now, if we put Kate in that situation, we might have a Kinet Oppen situation, but there's some things you can't ever count either one of these teams out because of how consistent both of these teams playing together are. As I said, this is probably one of the best B teams, other than the tried and true Akron Gold, just making CRL League play an absolutely amazing achievement from a B team program. I would still say if we look at more so smaller tier programs, Kennesaw State is definitely making waves right now, and that's a double demo coming out, and Shaka has to make something happen with this ball. Gets it over one. Who's going to be first to this ball? It is Clixie. Gets a great beat, but now Tyler has some time. Opts for the drop down pass. Shaka's there. A little bit of an awkward read. And now Reese has to make something happen for Kennesaw State. Goes for the double tap. Dylan playing it to the corner. Has control on this ball, but it's taken away from Tyler to Shaka. Quick counterattack opportunity. What can Clixie do? It's a little awkward. Double fake on the nets. And that one might just roll in, but no, it is saved away. And now Tyler trying to make something happen. The mechanical prodigy himself definitely boosts the ceiling and honestly the floor of this UTK team a lot. While Joe and Caden are consistent, they have been doing this for a while. They have one QCC without Tyler. Taibu is one of the, arguably the best player at this tournament. And it's really showing the impact he has already. But we still have a 1-1 game. This Kennesaw State team is holding on, and they are having some great opportunities, but it's just saved away from Tyler again. Joe is there looking for the shot. That's slammed, but it is saved away. And now we have some continuing pressure, counterattack opportunity, and it's missed. And now Tyler has to make something happen. Gets a 50-round one. A little bit of an awkward situation. This one goes middle, and it's saved by Shaka. Now can we get out of defense, please? Tyler saves it away. Dylan has some space here. What can he do? This is the team captain we're talking about, so he needs to make sure he lifts up his team, leads by example. If he can get a goal and get this team going, get this team hyper, then we're going to see Kennesaw State continue to keep this pressure, and also they could take this game, and winning game one is super important for the mental in series like this, and makes you really believe in the upset that is possible. And now this is Dylan right here, drop down though, and we have a game one overtime. I was not expecting this, but here we are. Looking for maybe a kickoff goal. Tyler tries to get it to Caden, and he's just right behind him, a little bit too far. But now Shaka gets it back. We're no one there. Joe is there for the shots. Joe with 2 goals in this game, and that is a quick kickoff goal. Caden gets an amazing 50 straight into the middle of the field, and that is that duo chemistry. This is their second to last LAN. They have been playing together for almost 4 years straight. This team has so much chemistry with the addition of Tyler. While on the bottom of the scoreboard, the impact from all 3 of these players is there, and it is severe. And now, a little bit lower of a point game, if I'm going to be honest. Reese topping it off in the entire lobby, 513 points. Definitely a great showing out of Kennesaw. And if they keep this energy and they keep this passion, it's definitely winnable in this series. And I can't really explain how surprised and in such a positive way I am with this Kennesaw State team. Because coming out, as both of these teams are my friends, obviously I'm a little bit more close to the UTK people. Dylan is one of the people I've seen grind for the past 2 years, coming from Georgia State now to Kennesaw State, and he's really showing his potential, his grind, and 100 hours past 2. It shows. It absolutely shows, and this is already going to be a quick kickoff goal for Tyler Buell. Man, oh man, you know this guy can solve a Rubik's Cube in like, I think his record is around 12 seconds? I honestly have no idea. This guy's number 3 ranked in the state of Tennessee for Rubik's Cubes. Shout out that, I guess. Now let's see if he can make some records today. Let's go for the QCC goal record, Tyler. Let's see if he can get started, baby. Now Joe, of course, is going to try to do it himself. Double tap. Tyler's there. Touched away. A little bit of extra touches from Joe. Don't know if those were intentional or if he just kind of fell into that ball. But now Dylan looking for the middle. Joe is able to collect this one safely. Trying to actually make something happen with this. Tyler gets a good fake around, plays the reset, and now gets a past 1, but they're a little too far forward. They're way too close right now. And can Kennesaw State collab? They almost get the goal. It's just right on the edge. The shot is a little off. I think UTK may have had that covered, but it's still just those shots have to go on target just to keep pressure as well. If you're going to shoot it on target, make sure it's well placed. And if you're not, well, make sure Joe's not on the field because it's going to be like this over and over again. Just quick counterattacks and great 50s. Just pass 2, and Tyler's able to beat him right there. And Joe's just stealing the goal. I was looking for the goal record from Tyler Buell, but Joe says no. Joe says no. We're gonna see a little bit more pressure coming out from UTK Retirement Home. They're getting comfortable. They're starting to actually have more pre-jump plays, not necessarily the freestyle way, but just trusting each other more in offense. And that's what you want to see from the land favorites. To be completely frank with you, we want to see high action. We want to see both teams coming in confident and well. And if I had to guess, it would be Bruton Parker. So I want to see both those teams have some great plays. And this is already just a free goal. Oh, Joe, no! I can't be dissing Shaka, and then you miss that. Oh, man, I wish I could rewind that, but we're just going to move on and go next. I mean, that's all the comms had to be in that situation where you break an absolutely open net like a fat chud, like a chud you are. Like, man, my big chungus life is just like that sometimes. And now Shaka trying to actually make something happen with this, tosses it up to the backboard, not actually able to get a shot. But this is a great 50. This one's high up in the air. Dylan is able to get one touch around. And now that's a quick 50 and almost just hits the post and just bounces wide again. But the pressure is still relentless from UTK. But this is a great play. Joe hits it out. Dylan there looking for the sidewall. Can't get an extra touch. So this one's just banged away back into the Kennesaw State half. Can anything be made happen? It's ping pong. Bang it to your side of the field. I'm going to bang it back. Let's have some fun today. Oh, it's pinched across the midfield again. What are we doing? I want to see some action. Come on, go for a triple reset. That's what we need right now. That's what everybody wants to see. Just kidding. This is a great game already. This is great pressure, and that's a great 50. Can Joe do anything? We're going for a corner read. This one's touchdown middle. Not a great shot, but that is you don't have to shoot those when you have some great players on your team like Tyler able to really get any angle. But this one's right under him, and that's a follow-up shot, and that one's in the net. Clixie getting a great shot opportunity here, and this is all set up from Reese. Just placing it beautifully under Tyler. Joe's able to just get an awkward touch, but the follow-up is there for Clixie. Clixie and Reese really stepping up their game. Not that any one of them had a poor performance last game. I think all three are individually very happy with how they're playing right now. However, this is a lot closer of a game. 2-1 right now. And we're about to see another goal possibly? No, Joe gets a touch to the sidewall, but that was scary. It's getting closer. Kennesaw State University is starting to warm up. They're finding their pace in this game and in this series. So we could definitely see them keeping some pressure, but that one's in. Joe gets a tiny little touch on the corner of his card. Great beat from Shaka, just putting it over, and Joe gets this crazy side flip angle, and that's what he's known for. Just finding goals whenever UTK needs one, whether it is an intense moment where they need a Game 7 OT win against Texas A&M, and he's shooting for me because I freaking open net. Joe is just one of those icy players who has that it factor. He will find a goal, and that's what makes this UTK team so deadly, is that in any situation, you can't count them out. Tyler is extremely fast. Joe is extremely consistent. And Shaka is probably one of the best third mans in this league. Just very great decision-making. Just plays so selfless and for his team so effectively. And that's just what you need. The dynamics on this team are looking great. And now UTK is actually getting demoed and trading with the other team now. And Clixie gonna try to make something happen, taking this one slow, flicks it up. Tyler's able to get a block away, but now Dylan, this is his moment, passes it away, tiki-taka, and it's passed. But Shaka there, that is that third man ability, just reading the whole play. A great opportunity, and now we're looking for a double tap. It's saved away from Joe, but now Tyler has to pinch this one out. He gets a quick soft touch, but now this one is hit around Joe. Dylan trying to make something happen. They need a goal in the next few seconds here, just to make sure they're in the game. Only a minute left in game number 2 of the quarterfinals at Queen City Clash. And that one is just around Dylan, but he's going to try to make something happen. He is off the ceiling here, trying to get it past one, gets it over, and this one's a quick shot, but Joe's able to pop this one high, buying his team some time, but their boost is stolen, and now we have a double tap going middle. Tyler's trying to get a recovery, but that one's just quickly around him, and now he's just going to try to keep buying time. 30 seconds left in the game. We need to see something from Kennesaw State, and that is a great clear to kind of set them up. Clixie's on the ball, but he's going for a psycho, apparently. A little bit of a bad touch there. Now Tyler just dunks him, and oh no, Kennesaw State might be collapsing, but there's still time. This is a 1-on-2. They get a great 50, but Tyler's there! How did he make it back in time for that save? Just an incredible save. I thought that was a guaranteed goal, and we're about to see Kennesaw State have the opportunity of a lifetime to keep themselves in this series and not have to reverse sweep. But now we are looking at a Game 2 win for UTK Retirement Home. Very convincing, however, a one-goal game. I will say, while it is convincing, I'm still much more of a believer in UTK Retirement Home just closing this series out. Kennesaw State had great pressure, had great opportunities. However, if I had to put a number down and just guess the ball chasing stat, I would say 70% of the game was played in Kennesaw State's half. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but whenever you get those opportunities to actually go and play counterattack offense, you need to be scoring. And sadly, there's a few times where Tyler was just able to make it back in time. And now, when you're in this position where you have just had a quick game just blown, that lead was almost taken away. A little bit of an unfortunate goal there at the end, but overall a pretty convincing win. You have to make sure your mental is strong, right? Not only for this series, but for the rest of the tournament. You are playing against one of the top 2 seeds for this tournament. A reverse sweep is very hard in any environment, and now against a very big upset, it's going to be difficult. But let's see if Kennesaw State University can do it. And already a kickoff is going UTK's way, and now this is the team captain, Dylan, on the ball. Gets it past one, but Joe's able to actually clean this up pretty well, and now Shaka gets a touch to Joe, and this is some just great possession defense, just every touch to each other, and that's a great reset. Joe's getting a little fancy, dude. Oh, man, I love to see this version of UTK. Now, they were not happy about their performance, but after a great session enjoying the Cincinnati, the bar scene, I would say that UTK Retirement Home is feeling a lot better. I mean, I know they don't feel great right now because of last night, but however, they are moving differently, and Tyler is able to get this a little bit awkward for Shaka. I thought a better 50 was coming out, but Shaka does an amazing job buying his teammates some time to actually get back and play defense, and now a 50 goes to Joe. He isn't able to make contact with it. However, he's up fast for this, and Clixie trying to make anything happen, but this one's under Shaka. A little bit of an awkward bounce. Has to make something happen with this. Gets a good play around one, and that's a team bump. A little bit of an unfortunate bump, especially with how much pressure they were building. But now it's Clixie's moment. Reset, tries to get it over, but Joe is there fast. And now Dylan has to make something happen. But that's a toss up to Tyler, and that's not who you want on the ball. If you could just choose anyone on this UTK team, that is the least I have seen this guy just cook even the top CRL team. So you really want to make sure he doesn't get the time on the ball. If anything, like, you want to make sure this team is staying on defense, because right now their offense is looking too good, and that was a quick and close shot. Almost a beautiful placement on it, but now Shaka tries to get one on target. Dylan is there, passed away. Tyler making something happen, an awkward flip, but he's looking for a duck here, and this one goes straight into the air. Joe has time, no one on him, goes for the ceiling touch, not able to get the double off the ground, but now he gets the corner boost. Dylan is collecting. Shaka has it over him, though. Can Shaka make something happen, make some magic happen? Now Tyler, just a quick little touch around. No shot possible. There's no one back. There's no one back at all. That is a shot. UTK Retirement Home takes the first goal of the game, and that was just a quick cut from Joe. Almost a little close there, but he was very confident. I don't think he was ever worried for a second if that goal was going to go out or in, and that is a great just Kennesaw State count. Oh, KC gone wrong, and they're back in it. UTK Retirement Home loves their kickoffs, but not when they go like this, and Tyler's just so far forward and is not able to get back. That's a great shot from Reese, too. He could not have shot that, just a baby carrot shot, as Tyler Buell will call it. Whenever you get a little soft shot and it just goes nowhere. Oh, man. Oh, man, Tyler Buell trying to make something happen right now. Now Joe on the ball, gets it off the ceiling. Shaka there, up fast, gets a quick double. No one there for the follow-up, though, and this is the counterattack that Kennesaw State is looking for. Around one, Dylan has ball control. Bumped away now. Joe looking for the double, trying to get it mid. Is around one. Is Shaka there for the shot? No, but it's floating middle, And now passes are just getting completed, and that is a goal. You can see it coming from a mile away. It's just left, right, bang, over and over again. Passing it off to their teammates, just keeping so much relentless pressure. And Clixie just can't be back in net in time. And that one's just a great play shot from Tyler Buell. Just an absolute heater. Bottom left, there's no saving that. Defense was just caught off just a little bit, and those are the moments that you kind of want to have back, because that cut on defense was huge from Shaka to just kind of set that all up. And is this going to be a quick goal? No, but Dylan, a little awkward in net, gets his boost stolen. Now it's a back pass. Can Shaka make anything happen? Not with this much boost, but he's able to just keep some pressure in, bangs it away, and now Reese has the ball. Tries to go for the bump, gets it over one. Now Joe just has a sit in net, but it's a weak shot, and Joe clears it away. Dylan is probably going to want to have that one back, but I can tell you they're probably smiling, laughing, and having a good time. These two friendly teams are just happy to be playing at this beautiful land together. And now Tyler tries to get this one middle. Clixie is there, though, just hitting it away to the sidewall. Can he make anything happen? Tries to play behind the ball, get a good 50, but Joe is there. And now your team captain, Dylan, needs to make something happen. Needs to get the ball out of their half. Gets a great play around one, a 52. It's in the middle of the field. Shaka is able to actually collect this ball and get it downfield. And now we see Joe and Shaka just this amazing chemistry that they have, just knowing exactly what each other are going to do before they even do it. And that is an almost what I was thinking, a bad dive there, but Joe's able to actually get a great touch there. And that's a shot on target. Tyler's there, though, looking for the sidewall, gets this one middle. Not a lot of power, so this one's just kind of given away to Kennesaw State's side. However, Tyler able to get this one sized up. Sidewall goes middle. Joe's there for the quick touch, but Kennesaw State has ball, has possession. A great 50 comes out, and now Tyler has to play again. Another great 50 comes out. Can Clixie make anything happen? No, it's just in their net. Reese has to hustle back after two great 50s. The cut was just amazing from Joe, just to kind of be able to react to that in time. And now Clixie has the ball. There's 50 seconds left in this game. Back pass happens. Joe is going to try to make some sort of clip happen. He's been talking about going out with a bang, and he needs to just really just kind of keep playing how he is, but I know he is going to want to make sure this game is closed out in a convincing fashion. No easy goals given up for this Kennesaw State team, and that's a good shot. Tyler's there. They pre-jumped it, and now a passing play. Joe to Tyler. Shot is not on target, but this one's lobbed up. Shaka is there. Gets beat by Dylan, but the pass isn't there. But now Kennesaw State has time. 19 seconds left in the game. They're down by one. They need one goal, and it's missed. But Dylan's there, and it's saved away from Shaka. Oh my goodness, that's one you need back, but the game's not over. Clixie going for the bump, leaves it. The shot's there, but it's just saved wide. Reese has to put this one in the middle, and Shaka's there. That one's going to be down. UTK retirement home sweeps Kennesaw State. This is not Kennesaw State main, this is Kennesaw State B, but this is still an absolutely amazing team. We're gonna have an interview for you shortly with UTK retirement home. Believe we're going to bring Joe Burrow in, so don't leave for that. We also have so many amazing matches for the rest of the day. I cannot begin to tell you how excited I am just to be here watching every series get played. Queen City Clash lives up to every expectation, and while that was a sweep, we just saw a thriller Game 5, and now it looks like I know the result on one end is UTK retirement home is in the winners final, and I'm pretty sure Bearcats Red and Bruton Parker are playing for the winners final right now. So retirement home is going to meet them in a best of 5 to see who is actually guaranteed to be in the grand finals with an extra life. But thank you so much for having me. We're going to be back really shortly with a quick interview and just some goofs and gags with Joe Burrow, hopefully, and maybe the entire team. But before we go, I just want to give a quick shout out to actually the tournament we're going to be hosting soon, University of Tennessee Knoxville. We are hosting a 16-team Rocket League tournament hosted in our student union. It is going to be an absolutely thrill of a time. If you want any information about that, you can just always say so in the chat. I will DM you. I'll send you some messages. But we have a $1,000 prize pool. We're sponsored by Red Bull, Dell. We're back in the student union with some amazing PCs. If you just want to show up right now, we have some great teams sign up. We have some great competition. And we've got the man of the hour, Joe Brosen. He's a little hungover, but that's not going to stop him from just absolutely cooking today. A little bit of a slow start against Indiana Tech B, but a sweep in convincing fashion against that Kennesaw State team. So, Joe, I just have a few questions. I don't want to throw any shade to any other team there, and I don't want to throw anything else. However, at that last time there, we saw Game 3. There was a shot opportunity that someone just completely whiffed the ball, and it was an open net.
It was Game 2.
Oh, you're mid. Oh, Game 2, this guy did miss a shot, but I didn't call him out that bad, right, guys? Right? You're gonna have to watch that one back. Don't worry about it. But in Game 3, Kennesaw State had you guys pinned on defense in the last 20 seconds. Now, pinned on defense is a bit of a stretch. We know UTK Retirement Home was holding the pressure for most of the game. However, there was an opportunity there, and just how are the comms when you just had to kind of sit in net and just kind of pray that the shot is in a place that you can save? And what are you guys all just sitting there just with, the William Defoe gift, just staring and hoping the shot goes on target? Or are you saying anything like, we're good, just like be calm? What are the comms like?
I mean, honestly, we're all like really tired from 3 hours of sleep last night. So it honestly isn't anything. It's just kind of like, I got it. Yeah, I'll play first. The most like monotone, boring comms you've ever heard. But we're drinking some caffeine, we're waking up, and then we'll get loud later.
I will say, this team, even though they've had a little bit of a slower start to the day, I was a little surprised by the Indiana Tech result. One game, I know the team was a little frustrated by that. It's all good, though. It's all good. I don't know who you're going to see in the winners finals right now between Bruton Parker and UC Red, but super excited for that result. Oh, I'm glad you were able to take a quick nap while playing just waiting for the shot, apparently. It sounds like this guy probably broke the record for beers drinking at QCC. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Great records being broken. But we're going to see if they can actually break another record this tournament, going 3 times back-to-back QCC champions. And different rosters, too, with Cody and Shaka. But we're talking about the dynamic duo between you and Shaka this whole time. This is going to be your second to last tournament ever together. I forget you guys have Myrtle Beach Land coming up soon, but I don't want you to get too emotional, but just, I don't know how many interviews you're going to have to talk about him again. I mean, tell us about the bond that you guys have created through Rocket League, just you and Caden.
I mean, that's my homie. We only didn't play together for like half a semester, and other than that, it's been 8 semesters playing together. So, I mean, when you play with someone for that long, and not just play with them like in the game, like obviously we've been really good friends outside the game. So, I mean, he's one of my best friends, and I wouldn't really want to have it any other way.
Yeah,
playing with him has been so fun. Great dude, and he makes this experience what it is. So,
absolutely. I mean, the team vibes are just great all around. This UTK team is just having fun. Nothing too crazy going on today, but just great vibes, great games, great action. We're going to be back with the streaming match shortly. Shout out Ballin. Already mentioned it a good bit. Sign up for it. We have 16 teams. Just gonna mention again, $1,000 prize, but we got sponsors from Red Bull, Dell. We have our entire studio. I cannot emphasize this, in the middle of the heart of UTK campus. Show up, show out. We've got a great opportunity for you all to just have fun, meet some amazing people. It's in a very central location, so you can show up. We've got discounted hotels. We've got everything you could want. It's looking like we're gonna get 360 hertz PCs for this tournament. So it should be an absolutely amazing thriller event. So excited for you. We're going to cut to a quick little break, but we're going to be back for some more Queen City Clash action shortly. Thank you, Joe, for the interview, and thank you for watching.
Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. We are in round 2 of the losers bracket. Purdue University versus Shawnee State. Shawnee did not make it past the group stage yesterday, but a slot opened up for them at the last second, and now they seem to be making a run through lowers as we speak.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. We're watching an interesting story unfold here. Shawnee obviously on the receiving end of let's just say, intense debate yesterday between 3 teams very good, them, Akron, and UC in a 3-way tie. And, you know, yesterday they got the news that they were going home, but then they got a call late at night that said, hey, can you guys come back and fill in? And they're here, and they're making a good run in the lower bracket. And you got to say, they might be a team to watch out for here.
Absolutely. In their first match in the lower bracket, they played Indiana Tech, which had Chippy on that team, which we are very familiar with after yesterday's matches, and that's not an easy team to beat, but they beat them fairly handily, and now here they are taking on Purdue, who's been known to be a powerhouse throughout this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Purdue off a big win against Akron in the series before this. Hopping straight into game 1 here, Purdue University versus Shawnee State University. Looking for a quick start here.
Yeah, Spooky had that one-on-one opportunity, but the Purdue defender able to hold on. This Duck is going to try and take it upfield, get this offense started. Would love to see these quick starts. It's a very common denominator for a lot of these teams.
Absolutely. I think every team at this LAN so far has been looking for something quick to push the game in their favor right off the bat, get the other team's mentality off a little bit.
And you know, we like to point out Cosmetics Bill with the good old alpha boost. No need for Bacchus mod when you have the real thing. I think that's something a lot of us wish we had. And he's using the Octane ZXR as he did yesterday. Seems to probably be his comfort zone, as he was using that car yesterday as well. And almost a shot from Spooky. Good save by Purdue.
A good save there from Plain. I was about to piggyback off you there, partner. The Octane ZSR is an interesting choice. I'm not sure I've ever seen anybody use that car since maybe 2019. It's been a long time. That's an interesting choice in vehicle.
Yeah, the Fennec has definitely taken over the competitive scene as we've seen here, but some Zombas for Plain. You see some of the little cosmetics coming out. I love to see it, honestly, because, you know, sometimes the Plain car design, it does kind of go kind of hard, but at the same time, you know, sometimes you like to switch it up, you know, get a little bit fancy with it. You know, it's like if you're going to go out in public, maybe you switch it up every now and again.
Absolutely. It's like throwing on a pair of Jordans instead of your Converse, you know what I mean?
Exactly. So far, neither team able to find anything. Taco's going to put a shot on that. There's 2 Purdue defenders there to prevent that from going in. Duck going to flick it down the field. Ball kind of just sitting in the midfield right now. Both teams kind of jumping at this ball. Bill's going to try and look for an opportunity. Hopefully Spooky will miss that ball, but he doesn't. Sharp as always. And Shawnee State so far proving why they probably should have made day 2. This is their chance to make a statement, make a case for themselves that, hey, we should have been considered from the start.
Absolutely. I mean, both teams going at it here. Lots of play in the midfield. Not a lot of peppering on each net right now. Looks like both teams are just trying to work out the nerves. That's a good save from Taco.
Almost got dunked into his own net, but it was a good 50 on the side of Purdue. Cool, calm, and collected. That's why we described them like 50 times yesterday, and so far they are still showing that they've got it in them. Especially day 2 with all the bracket and everything. We saw game 5 earlier today, high pressure situation. I think that's something Purdue will excel in. And just as I say that, their defense gives way to Spooky, who will give one on the board for Shawnee State.
Yeah, just a good pass there from Slayer. Plain could only get his car on it a little bit. A good force, and we've said it a couple times already, but hit the gym, buddy.
Absolutely, yeah. Plain, not much opportunity to make a save there. Spooky saw that read coming from a mile away. It wasn't a whole lot the defender could do, but he gets it past and will put Shawnee State on the board early. It's a pretty good sign looking for them going forward. Again, this is the team that did not make the cut. There was only 2 teams that could make it. One had to go home, and Shawnee drew the short straw, but luckily they're taking their opportunity, and I'd say so far they're doing a pretty good job of making it work.
Yeah, if I'm Shawnee State right now, about 1 minute and 45 seconds left in this game, up a goal. I got to like my chances. You got to be playing with confidence right now, knowing that you're making a run in the lower bracket after everybody counted you out thinking you were going home yesterday.
Absolutely, and I said earlier I'd like to see a Cinderella run through lowers, and Shawnee State might just be that team. They have some very solid players, a very solid play style of just being solid all around the ball, be controlling like most of these teams are, and if Purdue can't get their offense going here, it looks like Shawnee State might take it away, and right as I say that, the caster's curse strikes again, and Plain will find the back of the net off of a 50 from the side of the field, reading it off the ceiling. Taco had no chance at saving that one.
We just can't beat the allegations here at the desk. There's absolutely no way. The commentator's curse just continues to strike. Purdue University getting a good goal there to tie it up with a little over a minute left here in game one.
Your Honor, those two on the desk are indeed guilty of Caster's curse, because it just seems to keep happening. Every time we think nothing's going to happen, someone finds an opening and finds the goal. And we might see another one here, but a good save by Taco. It looked like Purdue might have been able to squeak another one in there, but the clock will go just under a minute, and waiting for a team to take the lead here.
A good bump there and a follow-up, and that's going to be an easy goal for Purdue. Shawnee State just collapsing on the back line there after holding a 1-0 lead for a good portion of this match.
Slayer backflipped, almost looked like he was trying to demo or bump duck, but he just barely missed, leaving the net wide open. There was no Shawnee defender to save it. And Purdue trying to run away with game number one. There's still 45 seconds left, more than enough time to find an opportunity on offense here for Shawnee. But again, against this Purdue defense, I think they might have a little bit of difficulty.
Yeah, absolutely, partner. I mean, we're watching this game unfold, and Shawnee probably going to be kicking themselves a little bit here. We've talked about it more than one time today, and Purdue just layering it on here at the end of the game.
You know, you said you hit the gym earlier. I think there's a perfect example. What a 50 by Bill. Taco didn't quite get the 50 he wanted in the corner. It's always an awkward situation, and that should give Purdue a semi-comfortable lead with just under 30 seconds left. We'll see if they can hold on to it, but Shawnee, they're coming fast, and they're coming strong against this Purdue defense.
Absolutely. I am beginning to wonder if Shawnee might be catching up to the nerves here.
Maybe, as another shot goes towards their net. Unless Shawnee can pinch one into their net, I think it's clear to say that Purdue will be winning game number one in the losers best of five. Again, whichever team does not win this series will, in fact, be going home. So these are very important games that you have to win.
Yeah, I agree. And obviously, Shawnee State getting the word yesterday that they were going to go home. They are looking at this series as a way to stay in this tournament after getting an invitation back. And a game one that they were in control of for a little bit got out of their hands. And you got to wonder if that's going to affect their mentality going forward.
Probably. And of course, Shawnee has a lot to prove in this series. As we've talked about the story surrounding them, we'll see if they can beat the odds and beat this Purdue team and show, hey, we should have been there after day number one. But so far, they honestly, I think they played a pretty solid game despite all things considered. You know, Purdue started kind of falling apart at some areas, and I think Shawnee can see there might be some cracks in the armor that they can exploit.
Yeah, absolutely. And they got to know how to capitalize on these opportunities. We've talked about it multiple times during this LAN. Everything comes down to minuscule margins, and these teams need to know when to capitalize on defensive mistakes from the other team, and Purdue made plenty of them in that match.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Purdue's defense been pretty solid all game, but they do find themselves in lowers here, which I was kind of surprised to see. I don't remember who they played in the winners bracket, but we'll have to see how they perform in game number two against the Shawnee team, who, again, I don't think has anything to lose. So they're going to come out swinging, and they're going to be going fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And big stakes, because winner of this series will end up playing UC Bearcats Red in the lower bracket, and I know that's a game we're looking forward to regardless of who makes it out. I know Shawnee wants a little bit of redemption there after their mix-up yesterday with the group stage and having to figure out the tie and stuff, so I'm sure Shawnee's looking for a rematch there against UC.
Absolutely, and of course UC did beat Bruton Parker's second team on the slimmest of margins with a last-second save, so whoever wins this game and goes on to play our fellow Bearcats should be a pretty interesting match. We've seen some maybe weaknesses in some of the defensive parts of some of these teams, but at the same time, they both are very solid in their main gameplay, and we'll just have to see which one of these two teams is going to go face them in that next round.
Absolutely. Shawnee looking for a quick start there at the beginning of game two. Nothing coming from it. It's back in their defensive half now. They're going to have to play with a little bit of urgency here. We don't want this series to get out of hand too quickly for them.
Yeah, once the ball starts rolling, it's really hard to stop. So whichever team can build up that momentum first will try and control the game. Shawnee trying to be those players first, but it doesn't quite go. Shot just off target. Seeing a little bit more offensive pressure from them, but Purdue's going to take the offense with that 50 on the sidewall. Playing as 1v1, and Bill will slot it off of him into the net. There was a bad situation for Shawnee. Slayer with not enough boost to get back. Taco way out of position, and Plane finds the corner, and Bill is there to take credit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any way you chalk that one up, it was probably going to be in the net because 2v1 situation, a little bit out of position, and all they had to do was either pass it or just slot it bottom corner there. An easy opportunity for Purdue here at the beginning of this game. Shawnee's got to clean it up a little bit if they stand a chance in this series.
Honestly, I've noticed from a lot of other teams in the past that a lot of one-on-one opportunities have not gone in the favor of the team with the ball. A lot of times the team on defense has been able to keep it up and, you know, stop those 1v1 attacks. Of course, our fellow Bearcats were able to get that 1v1 situation and win that game, but not a lot of goals coming from those 1v1 situations. A lot of team passes, a lot of plays coming out from either side. It's just, you know, a lot of times that's what you got to go for if you're going to score goals.
Yeah, we've got a lot of individually brilliant players at this LAN, but we haven't seen a lot of individual play at this LAN. It's been mostly team play, and that's what's been winning these teams these games. You got to perform as a unit, not an individual.
Of course, Bruton Parker, the one team that everyone talks about, expected to win the entire tournament, arguably because they probably have the best chemistry. That's a scary shot right there on the side of Shawnee. Purdue is able to clear it out. In this game of Rocket League, individual skill is important, but I'd argue that chemistry matters more than anything else. And of course, both Bruton Parker teams in their respective games have shown that to be very true.
Absolutely. I would argue the same out of UTK Retirement Home. A very well mixed team, been playing together for a while now.
Yeah, it's not too surprising that some of the best teams that have been performing at this LAN are the ones who've been playing with each other the longest. Teams like USC, UTK, and Bruton Parker coming along. A lot of familiar faces, especially from Shawnee. You know, chemistry can win you games, but you also need to be able to have that skill if you get in those 1v1 situations, and we've also been able to see that as well. Another 1v1 situation, as I say that, and Bill, pretty easy save on his end. This is what I've been talking about all series, is these 1v1 situations just haven't seemed to go favorably for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and Shawnee State really looking like they're pinned in their own half for most of this game. Anything they have going forward has been a 1v1 so far. They're going to need to ramp up the pressure and get another player downfield if they're going to have an opportunity in this match.
Not a whole lot coming out from other team. Purdue does maintain a 1-goal lead, and every second that they maintain that lead is one less second for Shawnee to start a comeback, but so far it doesn't look like they're too rattled by being down a goal. They are still throwing shots in Purdue's way. We'll see if they throw enough shots at the net, if they pepper them enough that maybe one will slide right by.
Yeah, Shawnee starting to ramp up the pressure a little bit here with 1 minute and 40 something left on the clock, but still no goal to show for it.
No goal to show for it, but they have definitely been in control of this game. Purdue been struggling to get the ball out of their own half, but they might have an opportunity here as Shawnee throws everybody at the ball, and luckily someone was able to get a hand up and clear it. Purdue still on the attack though. Bill with the 1v1 against Slayer, and once again another 1v1 save on the side of Shawnee this time. Both these teams with really good saves on the 1v1. That's why it all comes down to team plays, team passes, because that's what's scoring goals. But 1v1 opportunities seem scary, but it's almost not even looking like a strategy in this tournament.
That's a good pass back to the... Oh, and a good demo to follow it up. That could have been an opportunity for Purdue, and going the other way. A good save from Bill. Spooky there to clean it up. Trying to keep it in that half. Got a little less under the minute now to get that goal back to tie this. Here's a shot, and it's a good save from Duck. Keeping Purdue alive here.
You see Amazon overnight shipping losing our packets again, and Slayer is going to take the easy net. Purdue players were out of position, low on boost. You see all three players with 0 boost. And sure enough, Shawnee is going to capitalize on that, stealing the corner boost, stealing the pads. There was absolutely nothing on the Purdue side. It was dry like a desert. and Shawnee's going to capitalize on it. And they're capitalizing
Oh
again
my
off of the
word.
kickoff. It's Slayer again, gets a goal lead over Purdue, and within the span of just a few seconds, Shawnee is right back into this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Shawnee State from seemingly nowhere, 2-1 up in this match now after being down for a large majority of it.
And if I'm Purdue, I was thinking I just had a goal lead for most of the game, and now I just got 2 scored on me. I got to start stepping it up, especially considering there's only 20 seconds left. You got to make something happen. It looks like Bill was going to try and do it himself off the double tap. Still on the backboard. Shawnee still trying to get it out, and eventually they do. They're trying to start an attack of their own. The clock will tick below 10. Slayer trying to score another goal for himself. Purdue needs to make something happen. The clock is zeros. Duck is up. Taco's there to beat him. The ball is still up in the air, and Purdue desperately trying to keep it alive. Shawnee is trying to get another goal. And Slayer with the hat trick is going to take another goal for the Shawnee team. He dunks his man, and it goes straight in.
Shawnee said, "We didn't buy a ticket home just yet."
Absolutely not. Again, the team that wasn't supposed to make it is showing why they should have, and that was a statement win on the Purdue side. Down 1-0 all the way up with a minute remaining, scoring a goal and then getting the quick kickoff. Slayer with all 3 goals, 50% on shooting and 3 saves to his name. Definitely had a match of his life.
Absolutely, and you see the amount of saves there from the Purdue team, 11 saves as compared to Shawnee's 4. They had Purdue pinned in their own half for a large majority of that game, and they finally cracked under the pressure.
Absolutely, we did. And we talked a little bit yesterday about how good this Purdue defense has been in moments where they are under a lot of pressure. They stay calm, they stay composed, and they make the saves when they need to. But again, if you take enough shots on net, it's guaranteed almost that one is probably going to make it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've seen many times over this land now, the second game in a series, the other team usually takes, and it's because that other team does start to crack under the pressure a little bit. There's chips in the armor, and they found it.
Absolutely, and we'll see how both of these teams respond going into Game 3. Kind of surprising here that they're kind of tied up. I thought one team was going to take the momentum and kind of run away with it, but all of a sudden we have ourselves a ball game with still, we could see another best of 5 potentially if both these teams stay on it, which I know that was a shocker to us in the first match of the day, but we could see another one here. We'll see how these teams are going to set the tone for game number 3 off of the kickoff. Goes in favor of Purdue. They will start with possession.
Absolutely, a good start there from Purdue off the kickoff, but Shawnee already trying to ramp that pressure back up. Here in Game 3 of this series, 2 seemingly well-matched teams now. We definitely thought Purdue was going to start to run away with it there, and that's a shot, a little off, but Slayer's able to follow up for Shawnee State. And it looks like they're cooking with grease now, partner.
Yeah, Shawnee State Slayer shooting the last 4 goals for this Shawnee offense. It seems like they're kind of taking up the strategy that our fellow Bearcats were taking, feeding it to Danny. Pick one player. If they can shoot, just keep giving them the ball, and that's what Shawnee's doing with Slayer right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I'm Purdue, I'm going to start to worry a little bit about the momentum shift here. Shawnee's definitely starting to take more of the possession, more of the shots. We know Purdue is a good defensive team, but you can't stay on defense the whole time and expect to win the match.
Exactly. Defense may win games, but you need some offense to complement that. We saw a little bit of that from Indiana Tech yesterday. Amazing defense, especially with Chippy on their team, but their offense just wasn't able to stack up to what their defense was capable of. Both of these teams seemingly good on opposite sides of the ball. Shawnee with an electric offense and Purdue with such a good defense. Dare I say it, they're looking like a blue wall style of play. Just nothing getting past them on defense, but you know, Shawnee starting to figure out how they play defense, figure out their patterns as they keep ripping shots towards their net. The ball is still on Purdue's half. They finally get it out, but not a lot of offense from these Purdue Boilermakers.
Yeah, I mean, Shawnee State's got to be feeling really confident about their chances right now. I mean, if they're able to take this Game 3 here, get a 2-1 lead on the series, they got to feel really good going into a Game 4. Hopefully they can hold on to this lead. We'll have to see. 3.5 minutes left. Still a lot of time on the clock for Purdue to get one back.
I feel like in this match, Purdue probably has a lot to lose here, as I do believe they started in winners, and Shawnee has absolutely nothing to lose, so they're going to give it their all. They're going to do everything in their power to win this game, and if they win this game, they might be able to take that momentum to win the next game as well. Some bumps coming out from the Shawnee defense. Good strategy to relieve some of that offensive pressure.
Purdue's getting their chances. They just can't seem to find the net. They just keep putting it right in the path of whoever's last on defense there at Shawnee.
Absolutely, and this could be an opportunity for Purdue as the net is wide open. Plane with no boost takes the shot, but it's a perfect placement, and Plane will equalize it with just over half the game to go. Shawnee Spooky, you got a little bit of a bump. Plane barely able to squeak it by Slayer, and Purdue, just like that, has tied it up.
We've seen this in a lot of the game threes that we've had over the course of this LAN, where teams get a little more comfortable after they're up a goal.
Yeah, and once you get up a goal, you start to play a little bit differently a lot of the time, and sometimes that comes back to bite you. And I remember now is apparently Jack who said it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, if it's working for you before, just keep using it, or else if you start playing different and you start giving up some goals, that's not going to get you to the next round.
Absolutely. That's a questionable giveaway in the midfield by Shawnee. They're going to have to clean up their gameplay here. That's a good shot from Taco and a good save from Bill.
You almost caster's curse that again, my friend.
I know.
It was very close, as Shawnee definitely had an opportunity there on offense, but again, we're going to be talking all night about this Purdue defense. It is the story of their game. Their offense able to find some of the weaknesses in the Shawnee defense, but ultimately it's their defense that's winning them these games.
That's a good recovery from Bill.
I say it right there, as Bill is the last line of defense for that shot to smack it away to the other side, but Shawnee is right back on their side of the field. Still on offense, just complete control of this game. If Shawnee loses this game, they might be hitting themselves because they're in full control right now. Demo does come out from both teams, a little bit of a 2v2 for the time being, but as the players respawn, Shawnee once again finds themselves on a very familiar half of the field.
Yeah, we saw this in game 2. Shawnee ramping up the pressure, trying to keep the intensity up on that really, really talented Purdue defense, but we also saw last game that Purdue can only keep it up for so long, so they need to get this ball out of their half and relieve some of that pressure.
They can make the saves when it matters, but if there's just shot after shot coming your way, you know, what are you supposed to do? You can only do so much. It's a good down pass from Shawnee player down to Slayer, who's going to try and take it himself, looking for somebody in the midfield. Plane's there to meet him. And Purdue, maybe with an opportunity here, the Shawnee play, they both don't really have a lot of boost. Plane with a good flick.
Oh.
What a save by Taco. That could have been a goal for the Purdue Boilermakers, but Shawnee able to get back there in time. Taco with the incredible last-second save.
A good meet there in the midfield from Plane as well. They would have had an open opportunity to take that the other way.
They could have, but again, the defense for Shawnee is holding strong. It may not be their main game plan, but it's working out so far for them. And once again, Shawnee on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to see if they can get a shot somewhere. A lot of them don't have much boost. Taco sitting in the midfield with 100. This could be an opportunity for Shawnee. He goes off the ceiling. It's off the crossbar, and Purdue keeps it out of their net. That could have been an opportunity for Shawnee. Taco trying to become the MVP of the match. Didn't quite get it.
I tell you what, the MVP of this LAN so far might just be the crossbar. I couldn't even tell you how many times I've heard that ding.
Crossbar defender of the match for this game. Just off target. There was a goal scored by Akron's blue team yesterday in some qualifier. Philip had a shot off the ceiling very similar to that one, but his was on target. Unfortunately, Taco just didn't have the aim. Purdue trying to get themselves on offense. Shawnee, Spooky with no boost, is going to keep it on offense for the Shawnee team.
That's a good shot from Slayer.
Forces them to double commit. They might be able to take advantage of some of those double commits.
Good
Purdue
demo.
Scrambling for their defense. This could be an opportunity for Shawnee. They have all the pressure. They have all the boost. Purdue with not a whole lot in the tank, but they have just enough to get out of their half. But here comes Shawnee going back right again.
Oh, a miss off the backboard. It is a save by Duck. If he had placed that any better, that's a goal and a win for game 3 for Shawnee. You got to be kicking yourself after that.
Ball did not get much airtime on that shot. It was kind of just a ground shot. Easy save for Purdue. Purdue scrambling on their heels. The ball is sitting in front of the net. They're waiting for the shot. It's not coming. Purdue is keeping this game alive.
Purdue needs to get out of their half here comfortably. Shawnee controlling the possession right now in overtime, and this is not a position that Purdue wants to be in with the stakes this high.
Absolutely, and it looks like Shawnee might take another possession of themselves. No, Spooky's going to turn off of it. It'll be Purdue taking the offense, but Duck's the only one there. Does get a demo as compensation. Purdue is now the one who seems to be a little bit more in control, and I say that right as Shawnee is proving me wrong yet again as the ball is still on the Purdue half. We're becoming very familiar with this side of the field. I'd be interested to see what the other side looks like, but Shawnee doesn't want us to see any of that as they just keep throwing the ball at Purdue's side. One of them's about to give. Taco didn't get the reset pop he wanted. Shawnee still on offense. It feels like it's been the whole match that they've been on offense.
Shawnee State just absolutely peppering the Purdue net right now. Purdue is starting to show the cracks in the armor that we were just talking about, but still not cracking under the pressure.
Not
2.5 minutes into this overtime, though.
We might be in for another long overtime similar to yesterday. Both these teams on the strong side of their gameplay. Purdue good on the defensive side, Shawnee good on the offensive side, and they've been playing those roles for most of this game, but one of them is bound to give way at some point. But so far, Purdue defense is maintaining their strength.
Finally seeing the orange half of the field for a couple seconds. Not long enough, though, as it's back in Purdue's side. Shawnee's still ramping up that pressure. That's a good clear, though. The only person back right now is Taco. There's Slayer. The rest of the team comes to meet him.
Yeah, Purdue really needs to get some offense going. If they don't get any offense, they're not going to be able to win this game. And whoever wins this game will take it to game point. And that'll put the other team in a stressful situation where they can't lose or they'll be out of the tournament. So this game is very important for both of these teams. And you can see just how badly they want it. 3.5 minutes of no goal. And it might just stay that way for a little while longer.
Playing with a backboard shot. Oh, what a save! What a save from Shawnee. Oh, and it's off the bar. No follow-up. Purdue.
Unbelievable save by Slayer at the goal line. We were seeing that in the Bearcats game earlier, and Shawnee here replicating it. Purdue finally on the offensive side of the ball, and they're still on offense. They're playing Shawnee's game better than they are.
And that's a shot, and it's off. Slayer with the save. Shawnee is on the ropes right now.
These guys know how important this game 3 is. Again, whoever loses this game will be on match point. So they don't want to give up anything. Shawnee now playing Purdue's defense, and Purdue showing Shawnee a bit of their game style.
That's a good pass center. Spooky with a shot. It's off. He could have done better with that, you got to say. Taco with the follow-up off the backboard and the double, and it's a goal! What a goal from
What
Taco!
an angle from Taco!
To seal the win in Game 3 for Shawnee State. What a shot!
I can't even put any blame on the Purdue defense there. That's just an unbelievable shot by Taco. Turns his car upside down, gets the angle, and finally puts Game 3 to rest. And it will be Shawnee who surpasses Purdue in this game number 3 and puts them on their back foot. Purdue cannot lose another game. They are on the ropes.
That game could have gone either way, partner. I mean, I know you saw it. 4 minutes of overtime, maybe a little extra, and Shawnee comes away with a solo play right there at the end to take it to Game 4 with a 2-1 advantage. That's got to feel great for them.
Again, I was talking about a Cinderella team, and Shawnee continuing to show why they are that team. Now they're on the chance to beat Purdue with one more win. Purdue maintaining their defense, but, again, throw enough shots at the net, and one's bound to go in. We'll see if they can maintain that defense in game number 4. Shawnee on match point. If they win this game, they will be advancing in the losers bracket. If the Purdue loses, they will be going home, so they cannot afford to lose this game. This is Purdue's game to win.
And just a reminder, the winner of this series will play UC Bearcats Red in the lower bracket. That's a good shot from Bill. Purdue taking an early lead here in Game 4.
I think Purdue wants to be that team to play our fellow Bearcats as Bill with a great shot. It looked like Blaine might have tried to almost save it for a second. Slayer just wasn't there in time. He's been a pretty good defensive rock for this Shawnee team so far, but one just gets through, and now it's Shawnee who's a little bit on the back foot. They need to win this game if they want to put it away. Purdue doesn't want to make it so easy, though.
Slayer with a good read off the backboard. Able to get a 50 on that, but Purdue definitely ramping up the pressure here in game 4. Shawnee's definitely on their heels a little bit here. You want to see them get back to the way that they were playing before, where they were ramping up the pressure in the offensive half.
Absolutely, and Shawnee's defense playing really solid. Anytime Purdue gets on that offense, it was a good pre-jump by Taco to stop that offensive attack. But here comes Purdue yet again. They're playing Shawnee style of keeping the ball in their half, not making any immediate threats, but just applying long-term pressure on that team. Those backboard reads are always
so a good demo.
Awkward and difficult, but Taco making it look easy. Here comes Slayer. He scored a lot of the goals so far. He passes it down to Spooky. He's met by a Purdue defender. It does not go, and that might fend off the attack for now, but Shawnee going right back to it, and Purdue once again there to clear it out of their half.
Shawnee's having their chances. We've seen it multiple times. Good saves from the Purdue players, but if I'm Shawnee, you got to keep this pressure up now. They have to get a goal here. You do not want this to go to game 5 and switch the momentum back to Purdue University if you're Shawnee.
Absolutely, and especially since you're down 1 goal, this is where the play style probably changes a bit. Shawnee, they need to get a goal at some point, so they're going to be as aggressive as they possibly can, or else we will be going to another game 5. Purdue wanting that to happen. Shawnee saying, no, sir, we're not going to allow it. Taco trying to do it himself there, but once again, Purdue making the clutch save when they need to.
Slayer with an easy read off the ground there. It was a good shot on target. Purdue just trying to manage the game now. About 2.5 minutes left coming up. Shawnee State needs a goal here. They don't want to send this to a game 5. And if history is any indicator, they don't want a game 5.
Absolutely, and you know, I honestly think the pressure for Shawnee might not even be that much if it's a game 5, because again, they're going in with the mentality of like, we're here because we shouldn't, we're here because we're lucky, not because we should have been. So they have absolutely nothing to lose. So if this were to go to a game 5, I would probably still be putting my money on Shawnee State. I think they would be able to do it because the pressure for them has not been super apparent throughout most of this series. They're still playing solid. Yes, they're a goal down, but not letting anything else get past them. It's a very awkward situation. Bill getting a lot of key demos there. Can Purdue follow up on it? No, Shawnee will respawn at the right time, but Plain with a shot. It goes off the crossbar. Once again, the defensive MVP saving that ball.
The crossbar has been the Lord and Savior for a lot of these teams over the LAN. Coming to their aid again right there. Purdue just trying to slow the tempo down again, bring the ball back, keep it under control. They don't want to give Shawnee too many opportunities here. Taco able to get it back to midfield, but it just comes right back to their corner. Shawnee needs to get out of their half and get some momentum going here with 1:30 left on the clock.
It almost seems like between these two teams, whichever one starts on offense, if they take offense for even a second, it's the next minute is just going to be them on offense. Both of these teams really struggling to get the other one off of the offensive front. And that's shot going towards net. Good thing Slayer was sitting back there. If he wasn't, that could have been really dangerous for the Shawnee team. Just over a minute left. They need a goal in the next minute or we will be going to a game 5. And
it's an awkward touch off the ceiling there from Spooky. Those are the kind of plays you don't want to be having this late in a series. Playing with a good read there in the midfield. See if we can make anything happen from it. That's a good take from Spooky.
Looked like it could have been a little bit dangerous there, but once again, Purdue making the saves when they need to.
Taco with a pass out to his teammate. Bill intercepts, though. Spooky able to boom it back. Not enough, though. Purdue back in the Shawnee State half. This is not something we're used to seeing in this series. Shawnee usually dominating most of the possession. Now they're the ones on the back foot. That's a good save.
I said it before, if Purdue, this is Purdue's game to win. They need to take this to a game 5 to stay in it. And so far, it looks like they're trying to do just that as they keep their defense alive against the Shawnee offense. And Plain is going to get a beat. Does he have enough boost to get a shot? No, it will not go. He didn't have enough in the tank, but Purdue still on offense. They might look to try and ground it. Shawnee
able to keep it up.
Just able to keep it up. Slayer with not a lot of boost. Going to bounce it off the corner. A Purdue player misses. Keeps it alive. Ball bounces into corner. It's still alive. Purdue going for another shot. And we are going to another Game 5 in this tournament.
I'll be honest, partner. That was a questionable decision from Duck right there at the end of the game. He could have just grounded it. Instead, he gave another opportunity there. Shawnee could have done anything with that ball if they had the boost to make it happen. But at the end of the day, Purdue able to close out Game 4 here with a really tight margin. 1-0 win there. Not a lot of offensive pressure from Shawnee State in that game. Not something we were used to seeing in the previous games in this series. They were able to ramp up the pressure quite often, and that's how they were able to take 2 of those matches away. Not the same in this game, though. Purdue able to stem the bleeding, play very controlled defense, and control the ball for most of that match.
It almost seems like the possession and the control is going back and forth every single game. We'll see which way the tide flows as we are about to head into game number 5. But I like that you mentioned that questionable decision from Duck. I honestly can't blame him after watching Shawnee State play 4 games of Rocket League for how fast-paced offense they have and for how pre-jumpy it is. I'm honestly am not too surprised because I feel like an offensive attacker would be right on my head if I'm hitting that ball.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. I guess there's a reason we are in the broadcast booth.
Absolutely. I know it's very different when you're sitting at the PCs versus when you're watching the game from at home, at your chair, wherever. But, you know, we're here because sometimes the pressure can get a little bit intense, you know, and when the pressure is high, you tend to play a lot differently, especially if you're up or down goals. So we'll see which team is able to come out on top in this game number 5. Hopefully we go to another overtime. I think that would be a little exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much my heart can take today, but I'm all for it. We're here on the final day of Queen City Clash, and we're looking for some amazing matchups, and we've sure as heck been getting them so far.
Absolutely. A team is going to walk out of this building today with the QCC trophy in hand. Both of these teams in the losers bracket trying to make a statement, trying to get back to the losers final to face the winners at the end of today. But so far, these teams seem very evenly matched. Both teams maintaining a lot of possession, getting a lot of shots, playing good defense. Which team's going to crack under the pressure first?
A slight whiff there from Plain. Doesn't matter too much. There's nobody there to follow up for Shawnee, but Purdue's got to be careful here. Don't want to let too much momentum start swinging the other way. They got to be feeling good after that Game 4 win, but Shawnee State, like you mentioned earlier, really nothing to play for here. They weren't even expected to be here, but Plain with an absolute dot to the corner of the net. That's got to feel good for Purdue this early in the match. They've still got 4 minutes left to make a comeback, Shawnee State, but going up a goal in a Game 5 puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, and that can really affect the mentality.
And we saw this against the Bearcats earlier, and they did come back from it. And just like that, we're already tied again. It's as if that goal from Purdue never even happened. We're tied at 1, and we still have just under 4 minutes to go. This game is getting very interesting, and hardly any time has passed.
I mean, it looks like we're shaping up for another intense Game 5 here. They're always going to be one. I don't think we're going to see many blowouts in Game 5s today because everybody's playing for some high stakes here.
Absolutely. I was just, before I got interrupted by the goal and the kickoff that was happening, just talking about how the Bearcats were in the same position where they were down a goal, but they clawed their way back, and Shawnee clawing back significantly faster right off the kickoff. That's something we have seen a fair amount of, especially in this series, is some of those quick kickoff goals to get that early momentum going. And Plain is going to take it into the net once again. Purdue will take a 1-goal lead with just under 3.5 minutes to go, and Shawnee is probably feeling a little bit of the pressure now.
It was a good pass, but you wonder why there wasn't a player on the backboard there for Shawnee. All 3 players on the bottom of the net. Not really expecting a pass up top there.
Absolutely. When you have all your defenders on the bottom of the net and you don't have anybody at the backboard, and the other team just starts throwing shots to the backboard, it makes you wish you had somebody there, because those shots are really easy to save and gain possession if you have someone on backboard, but if you don't, it's just really easy to put you out of position and makes it very difficult to save anything.
You wonder if nerves have a little bit to do with that with Shawnee State. I know they have a lot to prove here, but at the same time, they weren't even expected to be here today. So coming into this Game 5, they're going to need to clean it up a little bit. This Purdue team is very good, and they're not going to let many mistakes slip.
I almost wonder if they are feeling the pressure of thinking they need to make the Cinderella run now. They know that they're the story.
Slayer with a great shot off the pass, though.
They know they're the story of the team that wasn't supposed to make it, but maybe that puts a little bit of pressure on them. But Taco and Slayer doing it themselves, showing otherwise that we're not feeling the pressure. We're just getting started.
Absolutely. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left in this Game 5 matchup. A tie game, 2-2. This is the kind of stuff we love to see. A good kickoff here. not able to capitalize off of it. Taco still has possession. Purdue very low on boost in their own half.
I need to keep track of how many times a goal has interrupted my speech. Every time I try and say anything about either of these teams, it all gets thrown out the window because one of them finds the back of the net.
I'm going to need you to keep talking then, partner, because we're getting a great influx of goals here, and I want to see more.
Absolutely, I do too. And for how this game has been going so far and how it's setting up to be, we could be in for another Game 5 overtime shootout between these two teams. And honestly, I'm putting my money on Shawnee.
I think Shawnee is looking like the team to beat right now. I know it's still a tie game, but Shawnee's definitely got the momentum going forward again. They're starting to play like they did in those 2 games that they won previously. Ramping up the pressure, trying to find the cracks in Purdue University's armor.
And we know from watching this Purdue team, they are absolutely no pushover. They have such a solid offense, or such a solid defensive front. They've been doing a lot better about controlling the game on offense as they are right now, but most of their game has been defense. Could be a little bit scary for Shawnee. Some misses coming out from both teams. But Shawnee will come out on top with possession of the ball. Slayer waiting at the midfield for a pass, not coming.
Yeah, scary moments for both teams in this game so far. You can tell the nerves are starting to catch up a little bit here as we come to the end of time here in Game 5. About 1 minute and 15 seconds left. If I'm either one of these teams, overtime does not look fun right now. I want to try and close this game out before we hit that mark, but neither team able to find the net. That's a whiff from both players, really. Nobody able to get on the ball here. Looking shaky.
If this game goes into overtime, this could be a 4-minute overtime between these two teams. They're just trading the ball back and forth.
Taco with a shot, playing no boost, still able to get the save. It's still in their half. Not able to capitalize. Shawnee with most of the pressure right now at the end of this match.
Yeah, both these teams are probably starting to feel it. There's 30 seconds left, and as I say that, Taco with a little bit of a miss. Spooky luckily able to relieve some of that pressure. He's going to try and go for it himself, but a Purdue player gets a touch on it. Slayer steals the corner boost, trying to mess up Bill. But Bill trying to stay on it, looking for somebody in the midfield. Spooky's going to have a free ball. He has boost, he has time, he has space, but playing with the pre-jump right back down to the middle of the field, and Duck is able to clear it out. Slayer looking for more. He's going for the bumps. He's trying to keep possession for his team. The ball's going to get cleared out.
Dangerous.
Less than 10 seconds left, and Shawnee with possession right now. We'll see if they can keep the ball up. Purdue's going to chip it up, and they're going to just try and ground it. That looked a little bit sketchy there for a second, but we're in for another Game 5 overtime.
I mean, this is Rocket League. This is what you want.
Could you ask for anything better? And Slayer with the air dribble off of the kickoff, and Shawnee will take down the wall that is Purdue. He does it himself. He gets it over Bill. The crossbar almost defending the shot, but it goes in anyway.
I mean, what a series we just watched. Purdue, I would argue, the favorites going into this matchup between them and Shawnee State, but Shawnee said, you tried to send us home yesterday, we came back, we didn't buy a plane ticket, we're here to stay. And now they get a matchup against our UC Bearcats Red in the lower bracket semifinals.
Talk about a story.
Yeah.
Honestly, the team that wasn't supposed to be here is now making a run through the lower bracket, and they're putting themselves in a position to potentially make it to the losers final.
Absolutely. And if I'm Shawnee State, my confidence is through the roof right now, knowing what you've been able to accomplish running through the lower bracket right now when everybody probably counted you out the day before.
Absolutely, and maybe we'll have to have a chat with one of the players, see where their headspace is at, see what's their strategy going into this next match in the lower bracket, because they still have some ground to make up, but so far, they're proving themselves that they deserve to be here.
Absolutely. I think it's a good idea. We'll have to get a Shawnee State player in here to talk to, recap that match against a very, very good Purdue team, a defensively solid team, not able to keep them out for the entire series, though. Shawnee State capitalizing there in an overtime victory in Game 5. Second Game 5 victory on stream today. Wonderful matches.
Second Game 5 overtime victory even, and it was almost just as crazy as the first one with Slayer taking it right off the kickoff into the air dribble. Takes the net, and Shawnee will walk away with the W, but there's still a lot of Rocket League to be played. A lot can happen. A lot can go against Shawnee. A lot of it can go their way. So we'll take a short break, and we'll be right back with some more Queen City Clash. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash, and I'm sat here with Slayer from that Shawnee State team. Slayer won the opening kickoff on that Game 5 overtime with the air dribble goal. Slayer, your team fell short in the group stages, but a slot opened up for you guys, and you guys are proving that you deserve to be here. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, it's a crazy turn of events. I got to shout out God first and foremost for, bringing us here and everything for me, and, wouldn't be here without him. So, like you said, yesterday was a bit dicey with tiebreakers, had a pretty close three-way tie, and we didn't get the nod for it, but things work out. We were able to get a spot last second for lowers, and we're just trying to make the best we can. So, shout out to my teammates. We're playing like absolute menaces right now, so we're here, and, we're making the most of that opportunity we got, so it's exciting.
Absolutely. And I said at the beginning of this match, in the first match of the day, that I love Cinderella runs, and I wanted to see a team run through lowers. And I think so far you guys are that team. What are your thoughts going into your future matches?
No, it's good. I mean, it's all about who's playing well on the day, right? It's day-to-day base. So for us, we're feeling really good. Purdue put up a good fight, but we were able to close it out. We had a lot of moments to kind of get down on ourselves, but we picked it back up. We felt good, and yeah, we're playing really solid. So that's all you can ask for. And like I said, just take it one game at a time. Not gonna look too far into the future, but I think we have a solid run here.
Absolutely. And you guys have a little bit of a juggernaut match at the end. It might be a bit even, but you're gonna go against our Bearcats Red. Of course, I know who I'm rooting for in that game, but I wish you guys luck with that. Do you guys have any notes or thoughts going into that match?
No, I mean, it's just take it one game at a time. We're feeling good. I mean, we played them yesterday, and we had the better outcome. But it's a new day, so they definitely are here for a reason. So we just have to show why we're here as well, and battle it out.
Absolutely. Anybody you want to shout out, thank for being here at the QCC?
Yeah, of course. I mean, awesome event. Thanks to my team, for playing like absolute menaces. Thanks God. Thanks to everyone that's watching and supporting the whole event, and specifically, of course, my family back home watching and my girlfriend as well. And yeah, thank you. It's been an absolute
pleasure.
Awesome event.
Absolute pleasure to watch you guys play. Well, good luck in your match against Bearcats Red, and we wish luck to all the other teams out there. We'll take a short break and be right back here on Queen City Clash. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I'm Real Shuriken, joined by teammate Expendable, and we might be in for what could be the grand finals of this Queen City Clash.
Yeah, I mean, we've got arguably the two best teams in the tournament going against each other right here. Not in the grand final match, but one before it. And both of these teams looking to stay in that upper bracket to make it to the final. You don't want to go back down to the lower bracket and have a chance of wiping out to a team in that bracket. We know there's a couple matches going on right now down there in the lower bracket semifinals. You can keep up with that on other tabs. But right here on this, we've got Bruton Parker's A team going up against UTK Retirement Home, two-time defending champs.
If anything, Bruton Parker's been slaughtering their opponents for most of this tournament. I think UTK is probably going to be their most formidable opponent, and this is going to be the first best of 7 we see on the stream. And Bruton Parker already trying to make a goal really quick off the kickoff. But UTK will hold on. This is going to be a very interesting match, arguably number 1 and number 2 in this tournament, but these teams are going to try and settle the debate on which one of them is number 1.
Yeah, you got to think whatever team comes out of this on top of this first best of 7 series that we have today is probably the favorite to win the whole thing afterwards.
Absolutely, and Joe Bro with not quite enough boost, but almost enough to get a redirect there. That's something Bruton Parker loves to play like. They like to play fast and aggressive, and they keep a man downfield to get ready for a pass, a bump, a demo. And they've been doing it to perfection this entire tournament, and it's a good save by Cast. We're already seeing the speed difference between some of the other teams we've seen so far. These guys going at an absolutely unbelievable pace. I can hardly keep up with it. There's a reason these two teams are expected to win. UTK looking for a 3-peat in the Queen City Clash, and Bruton Parker looking for their first title, but they are the favorites to win this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And very clearly early in this game, we're seeing a much higher level of gameplay than we've experienced in the earlier streams so far today. Both teams playing at a very high tempo, but still able to control the ball and get passes off to their teammates. No goals yet to show for it, but we're only a minute and a half into this really top-tier matchup here. I'm not sure I can expect a lot of goals in this series with both teams being so well matched.
Yeah, it could either be not very many goals or a lot of goals that get traded both ways. So far, we're seeing more of the former and not a lot of the latter.
Oh!
As I say, Joe Bro almost takes it himself. A save coming out from Bruton Parker at the last second. That's some of that defensive prowess we're seeing early.
Yeah, Cass with a good save there. The tempo starting to raise a little bit here. It looks like UTK Retirement Home is favoring more of the pressure in the opponent's half right now. Bruton Parker needs to be careful here. They're low on boost as well.
Probably going to be the toughest match that Bruton Parker has played so far in this tournament, so you can see them on the back heel a little bit. That's not something we've seen a whole lot in this tournament, and I think you said it earlier, I think Bruton Parker only went down 1 or 2 games in the group stage, which is an unbelievable statistic considering that I think they played about 14 games of Rocket League. That is an insane win percentage.
Yeah. Dropping 1 game in the group stage has to bode well for their chances here. That's a good save from Cass, but not enough to keep Taibu out of the net. UTK Retirement Home taking the first lead of this match. It's a good shot. Cass probably could have done better with that. What do you think?
I think he probably could have, but again, he is taking a shot from Taibu, which if we think Bruton Parker is the best team, a lot of players think Taibu is probably the most individually skilled.
Absolutely.
It's an absolutely great shot by Taibu. Joe Bro trying to make it 2. Taibu not there.
Going the other way. Nobody in net. Can they capitalize? Anix with a shot, and it's a tie game.
All 3 UTK players trying to get in on the action on that offense. Unfortunately, overextended a little bit. Didn't leave their net. Or they did leave their net. It was just wide open for Bruton Parker to get the easy clear.
Yeah, Bruton Parker able to capitalize on a mistake there. UTK pushing forward a little too far in the offensive third. They're going to have to be careful with that. Bruton Parker is not a pushover team. They got to be careful here.
Absolutely.
UTK does not want to play with too much overconfidence.
No, they don't, and they got to play confident at least if they want to beat this Bruton Parker team. Again, they've been absolutely destroying their opponents for the last 2 days in this tournament, and maybe UTK is here to knock them down a peg and show, hey, we know that you're really good but not invincible, and we're here to take this 3rd crown.
You know, players like Taibu are looking at a match like this as an opportunity to show that they're the best player on the field at this LAN.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's the opinions of a lot of other players, that Taibu is probably the best individual player in this tournament. But again, it's honestly kind of fitting because UTK is just under Bruton Parker, has had the most success of any of these teams. These are very much tournament number 1 and 2, and it's by a long shot. So we'll see how these teams fare, and they are both in winners, so a loss for either team would send them to losers, but still give them the chance. And double commit on the UTK side, but no one there to follow it up from Bruton Parker. UTK will stay alive for the time being.
That was a good bump from a UTK player to get Bruton Parker off that ball. It would have been an easy double tap finish into the net.
We could be heading for an overtime in the first game here, as neither team able to squeak past the defenses. We are still tied at 1 apiece, but about 30 seconds left to go, and the chances to score a goal are dwindling quick.
Yeah, both teams still ramping up the pressure, though. Nobody willing to give this one away to the other team. Still trying to stay locked in here. I mean, they've got a lot of matches to play here, potentially, with the best-of-7 series.
Potentially. We'll see how the control for either team remains, as neither team really being dominant in their control in this game so far. Bruton Parker with an opportunity, but luckily someone able to throw a hand up. But Bruton Parker still throwing shots at the backboard. Jobro going to try and do it himself. Milk with a little bit of a read, but it kind of works in his favor as he gets the ball on the ground before any offense can happen.
Yeah, and that was smart right there, just killing the play dead and making sure they can't make anything. But Milk with the follow-up and a great save from Jobro, keeping UTK retirement home alive. I feel like that should have been the game winner.
Probably could have. Again, another one right off the kickoff. The kickoffs in overtime have decided a lot of these games. We saw it from Slayer in the Shawnee State game just a few minutes ago, right off of the kickoff, scoring the quick and easy goal. And Bruton Parker had their opportunity, but Jobro throws a hand up and says, "No, sir. We're going to stay in it."
A high-octane first game in this best-of-7 series between the two favorites for this LAN.
Bruton Parker knocking at the front door. They're trying to find a way in.
What a save.
UTK not answering the call. That door is closed, but Bruton Parker trying to force their way in. UTK saying, no, it's not there.
UTK hanging on by their bootstraps right now. A double demo. This could be an opportunity. A pass, and he misses.
That was it. That was the opportunity for Bruton Parker. They are still on offense, but that should have been a goal from them. Just wasn't there in time. I think maybe ran a little low on booster, just didn't have enough in the tank. UTK trying to get the counterattack. Bruton Parker is going to put it back in the middle of the field. What a sequence by both of these teams. Neither one able to find a crack in the defense yet. We'll see which one gives way first, but so far it's seeming pretty even on both sides of the ball.
Bruton Parker definitely sharing the majority of the possession here in this overtime. Peppering UTK's net. You wonder how much longer they can hold on here. UTK is running low on boost again, and that's a shot! And Taibu makes a save, but not enough! Antics is able to push it over the line. How many times in this LAN have we seen pixel saves like that? This time, not able to clear, though.
Too many times. I almost kind of wish that Taibu had a little more power on that save, as he couldn't get it out of his net. Just not enough power. He was kind of moving backwards a little bit and didn't have any boost, and that ball's just sitting on the goal line. Of course, if we know how Bruton Parker likes to play, they're just sitting there waiting for anything to go in their favor, and they take their opportunities. So relatively even match. I can't really say that, although Bruton Parker did win, I can't say that they have the majority of the possession for these games. It seems very evenly matched after that first game.
Yeah, I mean, after looking at the statistics at the end of that game, both teams looked very evenly matched. I don't think either one of us said at any point in time during that matchup that either team was going to take the advantage. It could have gone either way, and I think that's going to be the case for the rest of the series, even as these teams continue to grow into the match itself. A best-of-7 like this leaves a lot of opportunity for learning about your opponents. You get a little extra game time here compared to a game or a best-of-5 series.
Absolutely, and a lot of teams are really strong on one side of the ball, but UTK and Bruton Parker showing that they're really good on both sides of the ball. It's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, except both teams are both of those traits, as their defense is not letting anything through, but their offense, lightning quick, good chemistry, good passes, and those opportunities have not faltered a lot for other teams. Bruton Parker did have some missed opportunities, but UTK with a great defense at the last second, as we just see right there. This could be a very even matchup. I would not be surprised to see this go to 7.
Yeah, I mean, either partner. And I think Us and the fans at home definitely wouldn't be upset if we got a little best of 7 action here in Game 7. Send it to Champions Field. Maybe a little precursor for what comes on later in the day.
Yes, most definitely. And, you know, UTK, they do go down 1 game, but you need to win 4 games to be able to go to the next round. So still plenty of opportunity for UTK to start clawing their way back. They did drop the first game, but Joe Bro there to try and take a shot. Cass is going to save it, but I think this is UTK's opportunity to kind of send one back Bruton Parker's way. Show, hey, you know, you're not just going to walk over us. We're going to make it difficult for you. And so far on their offense, they're doing pretty well as they're just throwing shots at the net and Bruton Parker making the saves. But at some point, maybe one's going to sneak through, and Antics trying to corner it there, but a demo comes out. UTK, once again, their stonewall defense not letting anything through. I'm surprised Milk still had his flip after that, but UTK gonna keep the 0-0 score after 2 minutes of play.
Yeah, I mean, we're almost 2 minutes into this match now. No score, but both teams clearly still want it. UTK trying to show that Bruton Parker is not going to just beat them handily. Obviously, 2-time defending champs looking for a 3-peat here, UTK. They don't want to get outclassed handily in an event like this.
All 3 players on UTK with 0 boosts. This could be very dangerous. They have absolutely nothing in the tank. And of course, Milk, who's been taking those corner boosts all game long, finally finds an opportunity, gets a good read off the backboard. Absolutely nothing UTK could have done about that. They were being starved on their own half for almost the last minute, and eventually Bruton Parker finds an opening. It's 1-0.
Yeah, a beautiful double tap read there from Milk. I mean, what an angle, honestly. I don't think anybody could have kept that one out.
Absolutely not. And of course, the boost stealing seems to be part of Bruton Parker's game. They always have one person just taking that corner boost in the back half, and eventually the boost has to run out. And when your boost runs out, it's really hard to make any sort of save or defensive pressure on the ball.
Yeah, and Bruton Parker really growing into this series right now. UTK looking like they're back on their heels still. You gotta wonder if Bruton Parker's feeling the confidence from that Game 1 win. We might actually see a team go up 2-0 in a series without the other team clawing back for a recovery. Be interesting here on stream, not something we're really used to on this second day so far.
If any team is gonna do exactly what you just said, it is going to be one of these teams. Again, we have teams 1 and 2 going out of here. This might as well be the grand final, although these teams are meeting in the winner's bracket. Cass is going to go for the double.
Oh, stop it!
And it's clean. Cass with the goal for Bruton Parker.
That was nasty.
Gets the touch, gets the read, gets the perfect placement right behind the 2 UTK defenders. That shot did not have a lot of power, but the placement is what matters.
Yeah, it didn't matter in the end of the day. That was a beautiful, beautiful setup by Bruton Parker. And, I mean, they're looking very comfortable right now, I'll be honest. The confidence is clearly flowing through their veins at the moment.
Absolutely, and you see a lot of the demos starting to come out from both teams. These demos have been very valuable to other teams and other series as you get rid of even one defender, now you're in a 3v2, but at this level of Rocket League, it might as well be an open net as the extra man can help in a lot of those situations. So seeing some of those demo plays from Bruton Parker, we know they love to implement it in their strategy, and UTK with also a lot of demos of their own, both trying to get as many opportunities as they can.
UTK retirement home finally getting a little bit of an offensive stretch there, but still nothing coming from it. Good demo recovery there.
It's hard to go even a few seconds without somebody on the field exploding into smithereens as both of these teams trying to look for demo opportunities. It's a very good strategy. We know Mystic on our Bearcats team loves to do it, and it's a good strategy because, again, you remove the defender, and then all of a sudden the net looks a little bit open. Little bit of a miss by Shaka there.
Yeah.
Probably had an opportunity to shoot that.
I would argue Shaka probably could have put that one away. A player of his level, his caliber. These are chances you have to take here. UTK still trying to get some opportunity. They're just not hitting the ball hard enough right now.
Kind of funny you say that, as I think they're still hitting the ball really hard, but as you're saying, it's not hard enough. When you have defenses as good as this, a shot that's 50 miles an hour, 60, 70, is just not enough. You have to put everything you have into that shot. You got to put your back into it. And so far, UTK showing that if your shot isn't super powerful, then what can you do?
Absolutely. And Bruton Parker right now clearly in control of this game, and it's looking like they're going to run away with a 2-0 win here in Game 2. And I'll be honest, partner, I'm not sure I saw this one coming.
I did not either. I thought UTK was going to build up some momentum and start clawing their way back, but Bruton Parker is going to start off this series with a 2-0 lead. Joe Bro trying to cut the deficit, but Cass is there to save it. I think Cass has been a very underrated player, and we haven't talked about him a whole lot. He's been holding that defensive line for most of the game. You see 4 saves to his name. That is 80% of the saves from that Bruton Parker team. He is this defensive front.
Yeah, I mean, Bruton Parker playing a really organized game there in game 2. They seem to have clearly figured out the strategy that they want to carry forward in this series. And with a 2-0 lead over UTK, defending champs, they got to be feeling really, really good about their chances of making it to the grand final right now.
Absolutely. And, you know, we talk about momentum a lot. Momentum is extremely important. And right now, UTK is lacking a fair amount of momentum. They need to start building that up if they want to stay in this game. A quick kickoff goal, an early goal would definitely kickstart that process. But if they keep going these minutes and minutes and minutes of no goals, not a lot of offensive pressure, they're not going to be able to get much done.
Oh, and right off the bat, Bruton Parker almost getting another goal. UTK needs to figure something out here to stem the bleeding. It would be a shame to watch this go in a clean sweep, knowing how good both of these teams are. And UTK would probably be very disappointed with that result.
Absolutely, and Bruton Parker is going for that crown. They want it as bad as anybody. Antics with a flip reset off the backboard. Didn't get the follow-up, unfortunately. That could have been a very amazing goal from Antics if he got it. Beats 2 people, but luckily, it's Joe Bro there to clear it out.
I mean, partner, I know you're seeing it right now. It's an open net, though. Right when I was about to say UTK looked like they were on their heels again, able to get the open net. Bruton Parker just overcommitting a bit there.
That shot ricocheted off of the Bruton Parker players right into the hands of Joe Bro, who slots the open net. That's the second time we've seen a goal from all 3 players trying to get that ball in on offense, but when you switch back to defense too quickly and you don't have the boost, it leads to an easy net. And unfortunately, somebody on the UTK back half was facing the wrong way, and Bruton Parker's going to take advantage. Taibu backwards, anticipating the shot, but Cass able to slot it before he gets in position.
Yeah, good patience there on the pass. Cass able to have an easy slot into the bottom right-hand corner. Teammate just needed to be a little patient there to pass it back center for him. Like you said, Taibu backwards there in net. UTK is still showing a little bit of their faults here, even with the 1-goal lead that they just had. Bruton Parker able to level it back up, but
both of these teams have been absolutely destroying their competition this entire tournament, but only one of them is going to walk out of this match. And so far, despite Bruton Parker's control over the series, I do think UTK is also showing why they are here in this tournament and why they are as good as they are. The chemistry between all of these players is at an unbelievable level. And chemistry, I would argue, is what matters most when it comes to winning these games. And you can see the demos coming out again from Bruton Parker. UTK trying to shut it down. It might not be enough. And it looks like Taibu might have accidentally owned gold. He was avoiding the bump and trying to get it around Antics, but it wasn't enough.
yeah, I mean, that's just unfortunate there from Taibu. I guess not much he could really do about it at the end of the day with 2 Bruton Parker players really bearing down on him there. No matter where he put that, it looked like they were going to get a touch on it and it was going to go back into the back of the net. But Bruton Parker with another chance, and just UTK cannot slot it there.
Didn't have the boost.
And it's off the crossbar. I mean, both teams having their chances. This is still clearly a very close matchup. A battle between who's making the mistakes right now. We've seen this before in some of our earlier matchups today.
It actually wasn't even an own goal by Taibu. Antics was able to get the dunk on him. It looked like it might have been an own goal, but UTK trying to respond quickly, but Bruton Parker with their lightning fast reflexes, not letting anything get past them. Antics trying to do it himself again. Joe Bro, absolutely zero fear. If I was in that position, I'd be scrambling, and he just calm, cool, collected, takes the dribble and gets it away.
Yeah, Joe Bro there with the simple catch on the line. Well, I mean, it looks simple in theory, but when you're under that much pressure, a last man back, you got to keep a cool head right there. You're right. UTK down in the match still, but trying to keep... I mean, they can't really afford to go down 3 games in this series. That is really tough on the mentality.
And they probably would be able to make a run through lowers, but at the same time, it'd be nice to stay in the winner's bracket because then you don't need to reset it. But so far, Bruton Parker showing why they're the 1 seed and showing everybody why they're the favorite to win this tournament. Unmatched chemistry, unmatched play style, and they have UTK on the back foot, and this is probably the first time UTK's had some stiff competition in QCC in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm not even sure that we've said the words UTK is on the back foot this entire LAN, but here we are. Bruton Parker 2-1 up in game 3 with 1:45 seconds left on the clock, and I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable. They haven't really had much pressure in their half. As I say that, UTK able to get a boom the other way. Not much on it, though, as Cass is able to put it the other way. Taibu with 0 boost. Milk with a follow-up. Taibu with a save. Nobody there to follow it up. Cass with a shot. It's a good save from UTK, keeping themselves alive right now.
That could have been an opportunity for Bruton Parker to get a more comfortable lead, but UTK trying to respond quickly. Antics with not a lot of boost. He's going to flick it for his teammate who does have boost. Cass going for the corner read. Taibu able to read it first. Gets to there quickly. Manages to get the ball out. Again, all 3 Bruton Parker players on their half of the field. That could have been a goal if that clear was on target, but fortunately, Bruton Parker was able to get back just in time. UTK only has a minute to tie it up here. Taibu trying to start the process. And what a shot by Jobro. An unbelievable shot as it goes 130 kilometers per hour straight into the net of Bruton Parker. Milk had absolutely no chance to save that. What a shot by Jobro and what a pass by Taibu.
Yeah, I mean, the shot from Jobro was phenomenal, but that pass from Taibu was perfect. A perfect setup. All Jobro had to do was put his car behind it.
That shot kind of looked Bruton Parker-y in a sense. It's something we know they're known for, their team passing plays with that man downfield, and UTK using that play style to perfection.
Yeah, absolutely. UTK with a little bit of a lifeline here. 30 seconds left in this match. Tie game. If I'm UTK, I'm looking to either close it here or try to get a go. Oh, my word. No.
And Milk is going to do it himself. That was the last touch he got on the ball. He completely faked it. Fakes one, bumps another. Taibu not able to get behind the ball. Milk does it himself for this Bruton Parker team, and Bruton Parker might be putting themselves in a position to sweep the 2-time defending QCC champions.
I can't believe those are words that you even said out loud, my friend, but that's what we're witnessing right now. A 3-2 lead here for Bruton Parker in game 3 of this best of 7. UTK fought back, but not for long. I mean, maybe a couple seconds separating their goal from Bruton Parker. As the timer expires here, Bruton Parker looks like they're gonna take a 3-game lead over the 2-time defending champions UTK retirement home. I mean, give me your thoughts after that matchup.
There is a chance that some of the players are going to finish their matches. They're going to go up to the giant TV wall, look at the bracket, and see that Bruton Parker 4-0'd the 2-time defending champions. And that would be a very interesting sight to see. Just when we thought that after game 1 and a little bit of game 2, it seemed like it was evenly matched, Bruton Parker is pulling way out ahead up front against this first game against this UTK team.
Yeah, and UTK with their chances just... Bruton Parker is absolutely dominating in their side of the field right now. Most of the possession going the way of Bruton Parker. They look like the dominant team. The scorelines are close, but when you're watching these matches, it's hard to say UTK has much going the other way.
Absolutely, and you know, UTK is one of the 2 teams to beat in this tournament along with Bruton Parker. We were expecting to see this in the grand finals, but here we are early in winners. UTK probably has a chance to find them again if they make a run through losers, but it's not over yet. Although they are down 3 games, we see the new car designs coming out from these teams. They now want to play serious. I was talking with Jobro yesterday. How do you guys win games? And he just said, we just relax and have fun.
That's a great demo.
But maybe not in this scenario. Maybe you need to take it a little bit seriously. Is UTK trying to come out swinging, Bruton Parker maintaining their composure. They are on game point, and they might be able to send UTK to lowers.
I'll be honest here, partner. If I'm UTK, I don't want Bruton Parker to get a single goal in this match to help their momentum. They've already got a clear commanding lead here.
You say that Antics is getting the angle from Antics. What a shot. Gets the clear from Cass. Antics, the shot to the backboard. Perfect setup, perfect execution. Nothing Jobro could have done about that.
I mean, I'm not sure there's much more we can say right now. Bruton Parker just absolutely showing their class in this matchup. Looking like the favorite to win it all 100% right now.
Absolutely, and we thought that UTK was going to be the Titan that shut them down, but Bruton Parker showing otherwise, that they're trying to show the world that they don't have any competition in this QCC tournament. We were talking earlier about how they only dropped 1 or 2 games in groups, and so far in this day 2 bracket, I don't know if they've dropped another game, maybe 1 or 2, but against the reigning champions, they might not drop a single one.
I think we're looking at 2 teams that have dropped 0 to maybe minuscule amounts of games here, and all of a sudden UTK facing down the barrel. I don't know what to say about it. Bruton Parker is just completely outplaying them in almost every aspect of this match.
Absolutely. UTK is going to need to get their stride together if they're going to come back. They are down a goal, so they are going to need to make up that deficit, but 3.5 minutes left to go. I think that should be plenty of time for UTK to figure something out, but as of right now, they're on the ropes, and it doesn't look like they're going to get off of them anytime soon. Redirect by Cass. Luckily, Taibu's third man's there to save it.
UTK has the individual talent to make a difference in this game, but they need to click as a team right now. Bruton Parker, very much well organized in this matchup. That's a bad shot from Taibu in that circumstance. You want a little bit more out of your players with 2.5 minutes coming up here soon in game 4. This is imperative for UTK.
Dangerous situation. As the demo comes out for Bruton Parker. Milk with a little bit of a wide shot. He still has offense. Taibu's going to try to meet him on the backboard. Milk fakes it most of the way. Shaka's there to meet him. This UTK team just doesn't seem to have any answer for Bruton Parker. They're absolutely walking all over them. Only a 1-goal lead, but UTK needs to show some life if they're going to build momentum.
I mean, we're watching almost the same thing in this game 4 match as we have the rest of this series. Bruton Parker dominating possession in the UTK half of the field. UTK not able to get it out of their half for more than a couple seconds at a time. That relentless pressure builds up on the mentality, and UTK is definitely feeling the burn right now. They've got to be tired from defending so much.
Bruton Parker is an absolute joy and pleasure to watch play. It's unbelievable. Their coordination, their ability to play solid offense, good defense, attacking the middle of the field, all that space that's being given to them. And UTK, I think this is probably one of the biggest shocks of the tournament so far.
This is a chance. Oh my, I'm gonna be honest, I feel like Taibu should have done a lot better with that. That was the opportunity right there.
It almost makes you wonder what's going through UTK's mind. What a double save by UTK. Hopefully that gives them some momentum, breathes some life into them.
Really not much going for it though. Milk's still able to keep it in the UTK half. I mean, UTK needs to get out of their half of the field right now, but it's a shot and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Antics said, UTK, I'm sending you to an early retirement.
Absolutely. Antics been all over this UTK defense so far. We thought this was going to go to a game 7, but Bruton Parker showing that they are the only ones to be messed with in this tournament, as they're about to send UTK to lowers unless they can come up with a last-second stand with just over a minute left. And Milk trying to close the door early, but Taibu able to cut him off there. Shaka gonna try and start something on offense here. He takes the angle himself, and that could be what UTK needs. Shaka with the solo play. Cass thought he was gonna try and find a pass, but Shaka was like, no, I'm just gonna put it in your net. We're coming for that title.
UTK breathing a little bit of life back into their game with 54 seconds left in this game 4. They need one more if they're going to at least send this game to overtime and not crash out with a 4-0 loss to Bruton Parker.
Absolutely, and if UTK drops out of the tournament altogether, unless they meet them in the grand finals, I don't know if there's any other team that's going to be able to have any sort of chance against Bruton Parker. So far, I don't think any team has taken more than a game off of these players, and the reigning champions who are expecting to probably three-peat are just, they have no answer for this Bruton Parker team. They got the goal when they needed to, but with 20 seconds left, they need to continue getting their offense on the move. They cannot stay on the defensive part.
That's a good touch.
Shaka trying to do it himself. It's not there. Bruton Parker with a lightning quick counterattack. And Bruton Parker with an unbelievable, unmatched speed. Cass with a great touch, antics with the fake, sends Taibu to the next game. GG, go next. And it's looking like Bruton Parker is going to 4-0 sweep the two-time defending champions.
Bruton Parker told UTK to put their adult diapers on and go back to the retirement home.
And Shaka missed the open net off the sidebar. Bruton Parker 4-0 UTK.
I'm not sure either one of us here at the desk could have expected a blowout victory from Bruton Parker over the two-time defending champions in UTK retirement home. What a shock of a match in the upper bracket.
We knew they were good coming into this tournament. We knew some people said they were probably going to win it. Of course, you have some doubts because UTK is in this land, but to actually see it on the field live as we speak, it's unbelievable to watch them play. I know watching them play yesterday, they weren't playing a stiff competition, so maybe there's some doubts, but there's all the doubts are completely out the window, and they are probably going to walk away with this tournament unless UTK can meet them again in the grand finals.
Yeah, of course, UTK going to the lower bracket, but if I'm UTK, that's got to be a really, really tough loss to handle. A 4-0 sweep on the defending champions. How many times are you able to say that in the LAN?
At QCC, not very many. It's not a position that UTK is familiar with, but, you know, there's always new competition coming out every year. Bruton Parker's not a name I'm super familiar with, but I'm sure the whole world will know it after this tournament. Is they're showing that they don't have any competition in this land. They are going to take the crown themselves.
Yeah, I mean, you can't sing enough praises about Bruton Parker's team right now. They're absolutely dominating this land from front to back, and every team outside right now is definitely afraid of playing them. Everybody's voiced their concerns. They know how good they are as a team, as a unit. UTK, people are going to be looking at them differently now. Those lower bracket teams are going to look at UTK as an opportunity to make it to that grand final now after a 4-0 sweep.
Absolutely, and I'm sure we'll probably see Bruton Parker in the grand finals, but, well, I'm sure UTK is probably going to make a run through lowers. As you can see in the upper bracket, we see that Shawnee State has beat UC Bearcats Red, and they are still in the game for the lower bracket. Bruton Parker will drop UTK retirement home to the grand finals of the lower bracket, and Shawnee State, the team that wasn't even supposed to be here, is beating everything that we throw at them, and all they have to do is win one game and they go against the defending champions.
If I'm the USC Gamecocks right now, I am incredibly worried about playing this underdog team in Shawnee State. I mean, they have made their run through the lower bracket, beating 3 teams to get here. No pushovers either. Obviously beating the fan favorite here at UC, Bearcats Red, wanting them to go through. Cannot stand up to that Shawnee State team. They lost to them yesterday as well. A clean sweep from Shawnee and a 3-0 victory in that series. I gotta say, if Shawnee can keep up the pressure here, they may be able to take it to UTK retirement home after that 4-0 sweep.
Absolutely, and USC is no stranger to lands. They've been very competitive in the past. They do find themselves in lowers at this land, but this is an environment they are very familiar with. They are comfortable with. I got a lot of insight to them last year. They are a good team when they work well together, and they have so much land experience. It'll be interesting to see how they stack up against Shawnee State, and of course, Bruton Parker punching their ticket to the grand finals. I'm interested to see who wins that Shawnee State game. How about you?
That's going to be a wonderful matchup. I'm thinking I'm a little biased here watching an underdog story. I would like to see Shawnee State continue a lower bracket run. That's something we asked for at the beginning of the day, and it looks like it's happening right in front of our eyes.
We'll see if my Cinderella story request starts to go through, but don't go away. We'll be going to the losers semifinals as well as the losers finals, followed by the grand finals of this Queen City Clash tournament. It's looking like it might be Bruton Parker walking away with it. We'll get to those matches in just a few minutes as we take a short break here on Queen City Clash. Welcome back to the Queen City Clash. I am joined at the desk by Bruton Parker's Milk. Bruton Parker coming into this tournament. You guys, I heard some of the other players that you guys might be the favorite to win this entire tournament, and so far, it looks like you guys might be just doing that. You just played UTK, the two-time defending QCC champions. That game might as well have been the grand finals. What were your guys' thoughts going into that game?
We know that they're good and they have CRO results, but they are on low hours right now. They are as a team, and we are also on low hours. So we're just trying to iron out our mistakes and stuff. So the biggest thing was just fixing up the small errors, make sure I don't make any big or drastic errors during the series, because you don't have to hard peak in order to win lands. You just need to be the more consistent team on the day. And so that was basically the talking point of our team, pretty much, for most of the entire event. So
Absolutely. And so far throughout this entire tournament, it's very rare that we've seen just utter domination from a single team in this tournament. You guys only dropped 1 or 2 games in the group stages, and so far, I don't know if you've dropped a single game in day 2. Mm-hmm. How does that feel going against all these other teams with a lot of talent?
It feels good. I know that Og's rank A, and he has his moments of being really good, and Tybe is really good. So you have to be good. You have to just be solid and counter whenever they make a mistake. As soon as they make a mistake or you see anything they're doing wrong, you just call it out and you try to just punish them for it.
Absolutely. And what do you think your guys' secret to being as dominant as you are is? Is it your play style? Is it your chemistry? Is it your communication? Is just what separates you guys from the rest of the crowd?
It's 100% our comms. I won't go into specific details, but if you listen to our comms, you will notice that we're always calling before the play's even happening. We're calling what each other are going to do before we're even going to do it. We're calling it beforehand, and that just allows us to be on the same page, regardless of whether you have good or bad chemistry with your team. If you just calm, they can play around it. So the biggest thing for us is our comms, I think. That's
communication.
Our thing,
I'll take notes for my own team. That's definitely something we can work on. And before I send you back to your team, is there anyone you'd like to shout out? Friends, family, teammates, anybody?
I think they're watching right now, so shout out to my family. I love you. You guys are the GOAT. Thank you for supporting me. And thank you to Bruton Parker for this experience. And thank God.
Absolutely, and we'll be excited to watch you guys play in the winners grand finals as we watch the teams run through lowers, and we'll see that in just a few minutes as we come back to the Queen City Clash. All right, welcome back to Queen City Clash. And this next match in the lower semifinals, we have USC taking on Shawnee State. USC being beaten a decisive 3-0 victory to Bruton Parker, currently sitting in the grand finals, and Shawnee State making a loser bracket run as well as USC. And in this next match, I'm expecting, even though I'm from USC, I'm expecting USC to take this in a decisive. I'll predict 3-1 victory. Shawnee State have been looking really good today, beating Bruton Parker B team in a best-of-5 OT. But we shall see as to who can take this lower semifinals and go all the way to loser finals and get some of that money. Yeah, we're still waiting on people to join the lobby. You know, it'd be college kids. But anyway, USC, AUG, Turnup, and SGT, I know them too well. AUG being a longtime veteran of that team, being a rank A player in six-mans as well, kind of like the heavy lifting of that team. Turnup being the newly made rookie after replacing Katz after he graduated, showing a lot of aggression and physical force, a lot of bumping and demoing as what I've seen in past USC games. And SGT being the common middleman between the two, always just linking up with each other, being that essential second man. You see on a lot of those plays, always doing the heavy lifting as well. Really mechanical player as well, along with AUG and Turnup. But we shall see in this next lower semifinals match. Shawnee State, see what they can say about it. They have to play their A game if you're playing the USC Gamecocks, formerly the number 28 in CRL in the entire United States. Beating the likes of Indiana Tech, going to Game 5 against, pretty sure, Concord and other notable teams. But second in the CRL Open 2 as well. Shawnee State, unheard of, but they're about to make their name known now. Seeing the lower bracket, they beat Purdue, UC Red. That one's got to hurt. Beating in their hometown. And Akron White, all the way from losers. USC Gamecocks beating Central Michigan 3-1. Bruton Parker Orange, pretty sure 3-0. And Kennesaw B 3-0 as well. So both the teams coming off of a hot streak right now. Not playing too shabby, but USC being knocked down to the lower bracket by Bruton Parker. That was especially, I wasn't expecting that, especially a 3-0. I was expecting at least a 3-2, Game 5, but USC, after talking with the guys, said they weren't playing their best, said they're looking to make a lower bracket run of epic proportions. Even AUG called it yesterday. We're going to make it for the content, go all the way down to losers and go and bracket reset in grand finals, but I guess we shall see. Got to first make it past Shawnee State and then go on to UTK retirement home, getting knocked down by the same team, Bruton Parker, a 4-0. Another decisive victory. Bruton Parker are just looking too dominant today. There has to be one team at least to stand up to them, unless they're going to win this Queen City Clash. All right, we're going to go to a break while our players are doing something other than joining the lobby.
All right, going into game 1, USC Gamecocks versus Shawnee State University. Already off the kickoff, SJT is anticipating the left beat. SJT passing and turn up. Can he make that pass? And Og trying to go for the triple. Denied by the Shawnee State defenders. Already in the corner. SJT going to steal the ball. Going to bounce off the sidebar. Taco in the corner has 0 boost. Needs to maintain possession, but Turnup tries to challenge him as well. Og currently waiting for that last touch out of Taco. It will get around on USC. Having to go back to defense. Turnup just waiting on that boost to spawn, and the ball comes right to him. Slayer over 1, and USC Og will take it away. Can he get up that wall for an air dribble? Looking for someone mid. Someone on the backboard on Shawnee to clear it away. SJT waiting for the ball to fall mid. He'll just wait for Turnup. Has a better angle on the ball. SJT will jump. Gets a good 50 down, but Taco will beat Turnup. Og going all the way to the back right corner. Spooky trying to pass to 1. SGT denied, but the 50 bounces off another attacker car. Turnup on 0 boost, having to put this down, but the ball will more than likely get around him, and it does. SGT on the sidewall trying to get around 1, does, but Taco is already there. Both teams are doing so well in second man, playing off the first man challenges, not leaving any space for the defenders to take possession of the ball. A shot at net. USC, Og, and Turnup both commit for it. And nobody's at net right now. Spooky a little late to the party. Turnup on the right side wall. SJT on 0 boost. Just trying to maintain possession of the ball. When you're on that first man on 0 boost, you need to get a close 50 so second man can get a challenge and possibly a goal. But Spooky off the backboard. Great challenge. SJT gonna put it to the side, but it will hand the ball right to another defender. And then USC Og all the way up. Slayer waiting for the ball to come to him. Taco on 0 boost. Grabs one, but off the crossbar. USC starting to ramp up pressure here. Spooky waiting for his teammate. Slayer just bangs it away. Probably could have taken more time with that. Nobody on USC was currently his first man. Everybody was trying to get boost again, but Og puts a great shot at net. Turnup in the corner, putting it for SJT. SJT can't get a second touch, has to rotate back. Turnup a crazy pinch down midfield. Og was not expecting that. Spooky currently facing 2 defenders right now, but Turnup's going to put it onto the corner. Taco putting all the way down to the back right. SJT just gets 1 strong hit. Og trying to reverse this pressure right now, but so far both teams haven't a real good look at net besides USC, besides that 1 flip reset shot from Og. But both teams have had a great chance at looking at the net, but right now it's just 0 boost on first man. This is really just killing the play. But Turnup trying to get a 50. Spooky already there. It's just going to bang it. Nobody's really trying to get an air dribble or any control or any passes right now to their teammates. Right now they're just testing the waters of what each other can do. Turnup will put it down to Spooky. Spooky just takes a shot around the net, but Og is just going to take it away. Og trying to get a quick cut to the mid. Slayer is going to cut it off. SJT on the sideball gets dunked by Slayer. Slayer currently could have lobbed it at net, but chooses to go for the 50. Spooky tries to get a shot on net. Og and Turnup both up for that one. SJT trying to get over 1, but gets bumped. Og going to take it away from him. Spooky makes a great save on the goal line. Turnup misses his touch off the sidewall. Og, great 50. Back to the corner. Tries to get a second touch, but SJT is waiting on the midfield. Taco, it's around him. Someone has to dive off the backboard there. Turnup, put it onto the back right corner. Taco is just going to take it to the midfield. SJT passes it right down to Og. Og up with the air dribble. Can he get a flip reset? No, but he puts it all right in front of the goal, but there's a great save. SJT trying to take another shot. So much pressure coming up from USC. There eventually has to be a goal, and it does. Og takes the top corner. Great shot out of Og. Yeah, just waiting for that sidewall ball to bounce right back, and a great shot. Nobody in goal had any boost. Shawnee need to stay on top of that. USC are so good at sealing your corners and demoing when going out of rotation. And I would know that way too well. I've casted many, many times, and that is their bread and butter. That is how they get you. Shawnee need to stay composed on defense. That's all the advice I can give. Can't give away the trade secrets. But right now, SJT has a high 50 mid. Slayer gonna put it back to the back left corner. Turnup taking it off control. Luckily, a defender on the back ball was able to hit it right back down. Taco trying to get the ball out so their team can breathe a little bit. Og has so much time here. Goes all the way. Will it waterfall down? No, just a standard 50, and he misses. Og, the freest double tap of his life. The pressure is just too much. Perhaps the lights are too bright. SJT in the back left corner, trying to wall dash to get out of there quickly. Slayer trying to put it mid to Taco. Taco just clipped it right back to the backboard. SJT on the backboard gets it right down to Turnip. SJT, can he get it mid to Og? Og patiently waiting. And right now, this game, 0 seconds. Shawnee need to score to stay alive in this game 1. The ball will fall all the way to the back right corner. SJT doesn't want to take it, and Gamecocks take game 1. Only in a 1-0 victory, but 1 goal is all you need. Gamecocks had great defense that game, putting up 4 saves. Shawnee putting up 4 saves, but the shots, you look at comparison, USC had 7 shots. Shawnee only had 4. You got to convert some of those opportunities into goals if you want to stay alive in this series. USC are just too good at the bumps and aggression. That is what they're known for. You got to stay composed, win on defense. And Shawnee State need to go into this game 2 with a new game plan. We need to say, hey, first man, just try and get that 50s close so the second man can challenge or do something other than just give the ball to Og, because giving the ball to Og will result in goals. Right now, SJT just hit it to the back corner, trying to get around 1. Slayer quickly clears it. Og trying to get a 50 and does so. Turn up, full control of this ball right now, and just shoves it right in Shawnee's net. A great pass from Og. Og keeps it close, uses his card to maintain perfect center on that ball, so the ball just drops straight down. Turn up, always expecting the great pass out of Og. A great play out of USC. Shawnee need to have someone challenging a lot quicker. They need to maintain this aggression out of USC. They're not going to die down. And a kickoff goal, oh no, it's a missed shot from SJT, but Og will still find the bottom left corner. A 2-0 in only less than 20 seconds. USC are already ramping up. If you thought they were good game 1, then game 2, they're playing 2 times better. Shawnee need a counterattack. Will they try some sort of kickoff strat? Perhaps a Spanish or a lose, but no, they just go right for USC's bait. USC, Og, taking it all the way to the back. SJT patiently waiting, gets 1. Spooky up, trying to get that challenge. Turn up already there, but a 1v3 right now. Og quickly cuts as third man. Either that or be left in a 1v3, but Og does so. Slayer on 0 boost. SJT easily beats him. Spooky has a little bit of time on this ball, gets over Turnip, but Og quickly cuts him off on the sidewall. Taco just bangs it all the way to the midfield high, and Turnip misses the ball. A little bit of a scary situation there, but SJT and Og were both there, so nothing to be afraid of. Turnip on 0 boost. Takes the back left. Can he go all the way up for an air dribble? Spooky just puts it right down mid. Probably needs to clear that one to his own corner, but I mean, if you just keep giving USC control of the ball, they're just going to keep scoring on you. You need to maintain control of the ball as much as you can. Banging the ball may feel like you're safe, but in reality, it's just going to result in the other team having more and more pressure. Og staying on 0, steals their corner, but gets demoed for it. SJT have a control. Can he beat Slayer? Slayer will pass it right down to Og, and the cycle repeats again. Og, can he get another demo so the goal can be open? He cannot. SJT trying to pass it down to Turnip, and Turnip will find the center top. A top shelf. Great pass at SJT. Puts it right in front of Turnip's lap. And everybody on Shawnee just being in that front post position, unable to save the goal. 3-0, 3 minutes left. Shawnee still have a chance to come back in this series, but it's going to require 100% effort. USC do not get scored on easily. They play perfect Rocket League when they have to. And SJT putting in a round 2. Og causing absolute havoc on the Shawnee goal line. Turnip just going to bang because he has 0 boost. Someone on Shawnee needs to read this. Who's on the backboard? It's Slayer. Slayer, but gets the ball torn off of him. Has 100 boost. Plays it around 1. Pass down to Taco, but Taco can't get the shot, but it does. And finally, Shawnee are able to counterattack. And it comes all off this Turnip miss, Og diving, and then SJT has no chance of getting back to net. Shawnee only 2 goals to neutralize this series. 2:42 on the clock. What can this kickoff bring them? Back right, Taco Gonna take it all the way up to the ceiling. Turnip will just steal it right off of him. Slayer opts to bang the ball. SJT gets a good 50. Spooky just waiting for the ball to come his way, and he does, but it's also torn off him at the same time. Turnip steals the 100 mid, gets an axe pass all the way back. Turnip, can he beat Spooky to the ball? He can't. SJT just gonna hit it to the top of the corner. Taco trying to get a save on the ball. USC Og gets it to Turnip. Turnip, can he get a flip reset? He doesn't. Looks like a leg reset. But SGT from the middle gets 50'd. Shawnee, there's no threat here. Stay composed if you need to score 2 more goals. SGT, let's all go for him. Spooky has control of the ball, gets over 1. But SJT, great challenge. The ball will just rip off the sidewall. SJT just gonna pop it over 1. Has control of the ball. Taco jumps. Ball's now in the hands of Slayer. Slayer opts to bang the ball, but dies in the process. Taco trying to pass it back to Spooky, but SJT is in net. He will deny the goal opportunity. Gets dunked in the process by Slayer. Og misses off the backboard. Taco almost puts a shot on net, but Turnip makes the save. Slayer looking for a bump on Turnip. Now Shawnee is starting to ramp up their pressure as well. SJT putting a shot on net. Og trying to look for that demo on third man, but does not find it. Og going up the corner now. Can he get a pass down to Turnip? Turnip not there. Tries to take it slow. USC can play it safe. They only have less than 1 minute left. Og misses the clear to the corner, but Turnip has got it. Turnip currently harassing the second man. Og put it over, and Slayer is too pushed up. Was not counting on his teammate getting beat there. And a 4-1 for game 2. This is looking bad for Shawnee. They need to ramp up the pressure. 3 goals in 43 seconds is very unlikely, but 2 kickoff goals back-to-back is not unheard of, but can they do it here? The ball will just die mid. Slayer gets a great pinch. The fall in the hands of Turnip. Turnip trying to beat Spooky, opts for the air demo. It's a crazy play coming out of Turnip, but knowing him, and almost a pinch goes right in USC's net, but SJT saves it. Turnip on full boost here on the sidewall. Bangs it away. Slayer tries to get it past, but gets dunked by a USC player in the process. I'm not sure who that was, but they were just flying at the ball. Og, 50 boost to his name. Flips it to the ceiling. Gets it over 1. Taco having to make a hit down. Spooky has control of this ball. And game 2 will go to USC. Shawnee does get another goal in the process off of a pinch. No, Taco just shot that straight on. Too many committed out of USC, but USC just need to not troll this kickoff and just control the ball and just let it die in order to take game 2. And Og will look for a consolation goal for himself. A flip reset, but Taco hits it down. And game 2 goes to USC. Currently series 2-0. And this is looking like Shawnee needing to make a reverse sweep in this best of 5 in order to win losers. Oh, best of 7. I've been told it's a best of 7. So USC not out of the woods yet. Still have 2 more games to go. Shawnee not on death's door yet, but the past 2 games have not looked favorable for them. Game 2, they had a lot of offense coming off the counterattacks. You just need to count on USC making a mistake and stay composed. But otherwise, USC are just going to keep hammering the ball at your net, stealing your corners, bumping and demoing you, kicking you off the backboard. USC just doing what they're doing. They have not been resorted to play a large amount of defense. Shawnee only getting good looks at the neck. When USC are off the counterattack, Shawnee need to stay composed. Seen a lot of banging the ball, but as long as you keep control of the ball and just get good 50s as first man, then second man can just easily clean up any mistakes that you make. But the third man being called out in 1 goal out of Og all the way in the back corner. Slayer was not anticipating the huge bang from USC, but it happened. But a 4-2 victory for USC, and Shawnee looking to make 4 more wins in order to win this series. But USC only 2 away and going into losers finals against UTK Retirement Home. But I think USC is favored in this matchup just based off what I'm seeing and how hot they've been playing all the way from 10 a.m. They've been playing a lot of Rocket League today, but what can Shawnee do against this Titan of the title? USC are not going to back down whatsoever, especially in Game 1, only being a 1-0 victory. You would think Game 2 would be close as well, but USC turned up the heat a little bit, and Shawnee got burned, but what can you do? What can you do? Shawnee, I think personally Shawnee need to make sure that the first man is keeping close control of the ball. As long as you keep close control of the ball, even on 0 boost, you're able to get that 50 off to the second man possibly score a goal or at least do something other than just bang it away. And Shawnee also haven't done a great job at stealing USC's boost or bumping and demoing. I'm not sure if I've seen a deliberate bump or demo out of Shawnee yet, but then again, I need to play closer attention. Into Game 3, USC already wins the kickoff. Turn up, just going to rotate right out. Slayer has full control of the ball. SGT, great 50. Turn up, just going to opt to bang it instead. Spooky has control of the ball. Leaves it. Turn up, great demo on the last man. The ball is just in no man's land right now. Taco in the back left corner takes it up the sidewall. SGT looking to get a 50 on 0, and it does so. Taco does steal all the boost from USC's half, but in the process puts himself out of position. A great 50, and Turn Up puts it bottom left. Shawnee trying to be a little too advantageous there. Slayer putting it around 1, and Og just passing it right down to Turn Up. Taco being out of the play for a little bit. Unfortunate. Probably need to get a bump on third man to at least make it worth your while. That's what USC are so good. If they're out of the play, they will just resort to bumping your third man and causing havoc. And there goes Og again, just bumping the goalie in net. Slayer just trying to get one. Turn Up just going to put it to the back right corner. Og, boost spawns for him. Going to put it down over 1. Taco, the ball will land mid. Turn Up, not very much boost to his name, but can he find the top left? Oh my goodness. What a close goal. It goes right down. USC not going to sweat it though. Only up 1 in this game. Turn Up, flip reset to nowhere. Spooky just going to pop it high, and not a great decision because Og will just find the bottom left of your net. Shawnee not staying composed here. Spooky probably should have just let Slayer gone for him and cleared it to his corner, but results in a bad touch and a just free open net for Og, and he will always take those. Off kickoff. Turn Up gets a great kickoff for SJT, almost putting it in the top left again. Shawnee need to find an answer to all this aggression. Og just waiting patiently in front of the net for the ball to fall in his lap. SJT looks like he called Og off that one, hoping to get a better touch than he actually did. Slayer, the ball will waterfall straight down, but Og will make a great last second save. Spooky just put it into the corner, bounces right out for USC. Slayer gonna take this all the way up the back wall, has 100 boost. Can he get over 1? Second, Og will not let that pass. Og control the ball now. Trying to get over Spooky, flicks it over 1. Slayer having to make an insane save to the crossbar down. Turn Up patiently waiting for the ball. It's off the sidewall over 1, but Slayer on the backboard clears it away easily to mid. SJT going for a sidewall skim. Looking too fancy there, does not work. The Unk needs to let the mechs rest. Spooky gets a flip reset over 1. Og just gonna bang it all the way to the top. Gonna get a pass down to anybody, but both of his teammates just not in the play. Turn Up looking for the double tap. Slayer on the backboard clears it away instantly. SJT gonna take control off of him. Spooky 50s it. Ball into free territory. Turn Up gonna let him hit over 1, but Taco, oh my goodness, a triple commit out of USC. Looked dangerous for a second, but then again, all the pressure was relieved. Spooky puts it right down for Turn Up. Slayer, can he do something? Needs can take control of this ball. Gets it over 1. SGT easily going to challenge. But finally, Shawnee are taking control of each other, using each other as passing lanes. And the ball falls high. Spooky looking for the double tap. Can he get it? Turn Up already in net. SGT off the backboard. We'll just get 1 hit down, and then the 50 to the sidewall on 0 boost right now. He's just looking for someone to take it off, and it does. Turn Up putting it down for Og. Og not able to get there in time. Slayer just going to pop it up mid. Right now, SJT has a bit of time to himself. Not much boost. Just going to play his chances with a 50. Play smart. Gets it. Turnip. Going to try to put it down for Og. Og patiently waiting. And the ball will go all the way to USC's backboard. Turnip just going to put it down to the back right corner. Og on 0 boost right now. Taco needs to get a good 50. Slayer puts it down to Taco. But Turnip will just turn his car around and instantly hit it away. SJT misses a 1v2 scenario. All Shawnee need to do is bump the last net, but they're not able to. SJT trying to put it down to Og. Trying to count his chickens before they hatch. But right now, Shawnee need to score a goal. Only 45 seconds left. And Turnip making another clear to the corner. Slayer putting it down for Taco. Taco gets faked out by SJT. And the ball is cleared again. Spooky will just opt to bang it, but misses second touch. Needs to keep control of the ball. Shawnee have not been able to stay composed this entire series. Spooky puts it over to the corner. 20 seconds left. USC, all they have to do is play defense. Og is going to challenge, wait for the ball to die mid. Just going to be a nuisance, stay on the ball. SJT just waiting for the ball to come his way. Taco has control of the ball. If he scores a goal now, then it could be advantageous for Shawnee. Everybody dives at the ball, just hoping and praying that it will go in, but Turnip will just let it die. And game 3 will go to USC. And now USC are on series point for losers semis. And 10 shots out of USC and only 5 shots out of Shawnee. Again, Shawnee have had opportunities to put the ball in the net, but just have not been able to convert those opportunities into goals. USC's defense is so good, especially when they have Og, the brain surgeon of this team, who is so good at making those tough plays as third man and always making tough plays as first and second man as well. Og does a lot of the heavy lifting on this team, and what can you say else about Og except that he is running Shawnee State out of this tournament, but Shawnee are not done yet. They have one more game to prove that they can take down USC. Even though I'm a USC fan, I would love to see this to go to Game 7. Who doesn't love a Game 7, honestly? Especially in RLCS, love watching Game 7s, but Shawnee need 4 games in a row in order to beat USC. I could see Shawnee taking 1 game, but 3 games after that is a little bit of a tall order to ask for Shawnee, but I believe them. All these teams in this tournament are so good, been playing so long this weekend, so many long days of Rocket League. But of course, playing Rocket League all day is not the worst thing you could be doing on a weekend, especially when you're playing for money in that coveted Queen City Clash trophy. But all the way up here in Cincinnati, Ohio, it is a great day to play some Rocket League. And right now, USC already winning the kickoff again. Taco trying not to get harassed by Turnip. We'll just opt for the bang. SJT leaving it for Og. Og trying to get one more hit down to Turnip. Gets beat by Spooky. SJT just going to clear the ball away. Just going to clear the ball away again. Just wait for Turnip to get more boost. Can't talk. But Turnip with full boost now. We'll just opt for the bang to Og. Og not going to be able to put that one on target. SJT dives as last. It's a free net opportunity for Shawnee State. But they certainly do take their time, not able to convert that into a goal opportunity. USC just got back too fast. Ball in the back left corner. Turnip trying to play it around, get a good 50. Taco wins the 50 on that one. And Turnip another 50. The 50 Magician. Slayer trying to get something going. SJT will just hit the ball right back to Og. USC are so good at using each other to extend the play. Shawnee have not done a great job at using each other to keep the play alive. They need to use each other as passing lanes if you want to take this game 4. But Taco trying to put it on net. SJT on the backboard. Just trying to get any hit on the ball. But let Shawnee have possession. Shawnee, what can they do? Taco looking for the double tap. Gets the double tap, but not on net. SJT trying to look for Og in the midfield, but Turnip will take the ball instead. Just hits it to the back right corner. Turnip trying to get a shot at net right now. Taco, can he get that shot on net? He cannot. And now USC are forced to go on defense. Shawnee have control of the ball. They were not able to do anything with it. Taco putting it to the back right. Turnip stealing boost again. This become mayhem. Turnip is just going on a killing spree in the Shawnee back corner. And Turnip trying to play over one. Tries to get the dunk over Taco. Cannot. SJT just diving out the ball for a hit. Turnip on the wall again. Back with 100 boost. Shawnee are getting smothered on this offense. They need to get a good clear out to not let USC have more pressure. Taco hits it to the sidewall. Slayer beats Og to it, but SGT, can he find the top right? He cannot. Great save out of Taco. Turnip putting it down for Og again. It goes straight down from the crossbar. Everybody is up for this one. Shawnee, a little bit of a triple commit there, but fortunately they do make the save. Taco trying to get a 50. Og puts on net. Another great save out of Shawnee. Og up. No, SJT on the sidewall again, but denied by Shawnee. Shawnee having great defense, staying composed. Maybe this is a revitalized Shawnee. SJT putting it to the corner. Will bounce right in front of net. Slayer gonna clear it out. Can Spooky get to the ball? He flips away. Taco putting it mid. Og trying to get it to Slayer. Slayer denies him the opportunity. Taco needs to stay on the ball here to not let this passing lanes open up. Turnip tries to put it on net. Right now, this is the longest any game in the series has gone 0-0. It's all because Shawnee have been playing great defense. They just need one good counterattack so they can take this game. Turnip putting it all the way on the backboard. Taco just going to bang it away. Og bangs it right back. Waiting for someone to clear it off the backboard for him. Og playing so masterfully. Slayer puts it down to the back right corner. SJT gets a great 50, and Turnip commits as well. This could be an opportunity for Shawnee to go. USC have very little boost. Turnip the only one with boost here. Turnip gonna clear it to the back right corner. SJT waiting for another save, and Turnip makes a crazy mistake on the backboard. Taco just waiting for the ball to hit the corner. Turnip on the backboard. SJT thought Turnip was gonna have, and Shawnee finally have the first lead in this whole series. Can they take game 4 to avoid the sweep? Only 1 minute left. USC are going to be left scrambling to find this equalizer. SJT up for this. Spooky tries to get it away from him, but SJT almost had a flip reset after the 50. Would have been insane. Taco going to clear it off the backboard. Turnip puts it high. Going to get a pass down to USC Og or SJT. But right now, Shawnee on offense, a 1v3. Just need a good 50. SJT biding his time for his teammates. SJT sees Turnips on the left, is going to cut it, and Og finds it instead. It's a bottom right corner. Maybe Shawnee was expecting that Turnip would be the shooter, but no, it's Og. Og pre-flipping into it. An insane play out of USC to equalize. 25 seconds left. USC, are they going to be able to complete the sweep? Shawnee, are they going to be able to reverse sweep? But SJT just finds it in the middle of the net. And it seems like it was an open goal. I'm not sure what happened there. Spooky rotates to the backboard. SJT just calls out the first and second man. Not able to do anything. And now USC are up with 20 seconds left. And this is looking very bad for Shawnee. Og, will he get the save? It's a free open net. Spooky not in the position to score it. That was Shawnee's one opportunity. That was their golden parachute. This is so unfortunate if it ends this way. Taco, can he put it down to someone? But SJT and the ball will hit the ground, and USC Gamecocks will take it 4-0. But a great showing out of Shawnee State. They played so well that game 4. Their defense was insane. 8 saves out of Shawnee. They played, I think that was the best game they played the whole series. Not saying they're bad, but they definitely amped up the pressure. If they were playing like that games 1, 2, and 3, we might have had a game 7. But USC continuing their losers run all the way, being knocked out from Bruton Parker, now in losers finals against UTK Retirement Home. Another best of 7 UTK Retirement Home versus USC. Definitely going to be a greater game in terms of competition than against Shawnee State. Shawnee State played so great the whole tournament. Unfortunate to see them leave, but now there's only 3 teams left. Bruton Parker, UTK Retirement Home, and USC. And someone will be going home every single game. Bruton Parker trying to hang on to their grand finals. And if the grand finals do end up being, if the grand finals, if Bruton Parker loses, then it'll go into a bracket reset, which is another best of 5, not another best of 7. But USC and UTK Retirement Home need to win their games first. But USC, I think, played so well that series, especially Turnup, just creating all those open passing lanes, all just doing what he does best and just creating those goals, especially with the pre-flip from SJT. SJT always does so well at finding his teammates, making sure who's available on those passing lanes, and making sure to keep the aggression forward. USC also good at just keeping bumps and demos. As I've said before, USC are so good at bumps and demos and aggression. But Shawnee had some great opportunities off the counterattacks, especially when Taco was trying to get it past to Spooky. But it was so unfortunate that Spooky wasn't in the right position to try and get that final equalizer goal. But USC had the lead the whole series except for Game 4. Shawnee were able to find one breakaway goal, but weren't able to keep it for long. Shawnee, unfortunately, go out of this tournament. Not sure what place that they go out 4th. Yep. They go out 4th in this tournament. What not a bad showing out of Shawnee State University. They beat Bruton, Parker, Orange team, and beat a lot of other teams as well. But USC, I'm excited to see this USC run all the way from lowers. I know the guys were saying it yesterday after losing to Purdue that they were feeling down. They weren't playing their best. The mental was bad. The mental was chalked. But now going into this day 2, after losing to Bruton Parker, I feel like they've tasted what defeat tastes like. And they don't like it, so they're going to go all the way through losers finals, and they're going to see if they can beat UTK Retirement Home. UTK Retirement Home beating Kennesaw B 3-0, so they're also off to a hot start. Losers will start at 3 p.m., which is approximately 20 minutes from now. In another best of 7 UTK Retirement Home. Pretty sure not sure who's on UTK Retirement. I know Joe Bro is as well, but USC have played UTK in other leagues, NECC and SCL, and USC has plenty of experience against this team. So this will be a game of who can outsmart the other opponent using past experience. But USC have played much stronger opponents before, and not sure if UTK is going to be able to take the heat on this one. USC always so good playing opponents that are better than them too, beating the likes of Indiana Tech all the way back in the second open of CRL. And now I'm being told we are ready to go to break. 20 minutes till losers finals, UTK Retirement Home versus USC Gamecocks. All right, losers finals. We have USC Gamecocks versus UTK Retirement Home, both making a losers runs. I am Axe, joined by
Expendable.
And we are about to play another best of 7 match. USC just beating Shawnee State, so I think they've got some fire in them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we were talking about it earlier, Shawnee State with a Cinderella run through the lower brackets, but didn't really matter in the end. USC coming out on top, and they're going up against a really good team in UTK Retirement Home. We were talking about it earlier, 2-time defending champs of this LAN. They're still looking for a third. They're still in it, but this USC team is formidable. They're going to have a tough opponent today.
Yeah, let's talk about the #1 team at this LAN. That is Bruton Parker.
Yeah.
Got Cass, Milk, and Antics. Yeah, they've been looking really dominant. They beat USC 3-0, which is a little bit of a shocker to me because USC, beforehand, they were saying, this is going to be a close game, but I think we'll take it. But 3-0 USC, I think they've got a game to catch up in its grand finals.
Yeah, and that Bruton Parker team is just so well oiled. What a machine! And we've been watching them throughout this tournament, and it's hard to see many teams beating them at the style they're playing right now.
Yeah, it is a very aggressive and physical gameplay. But hopping into this game 1, USC versus UTK Retirement Home, already putting a shot on it. SJT is going to take it to the back left corner. Taibu putting it right now for SJT. Og trying to get control of this ball. Jobro going to get a 50 right out midfield. Turnip on 0 boost right now. Cool. Can he get the save? He does so. SJT into the top right. Shaka going to put it over on the backboard. Og going to put one, but Taibu will find it. Unfortunate. Turnip could not make the save in net.
Yeah, I mean, look, UTK coming out hot here. A little miscue there by Og, it looks like, but obviously, UTK looking to get on the front foot really early here, about 25 seconds into this match. USC's got to clean it up a little bit if they're going to continue.
Yeah, already UTK showing how good of a team they are. They are not going to be trampled over like Shawnee. They've got some fight to prove. And Turnup going to put it to the backboard. Not able to get a double. Shaka just going to clear it out. Try to relieve some of that pressure. SGT going to put it on midfield. Og going to get the beat on Taibu. Shaka put it right up for Og again. Appreciates that. SGT going to steal the corner on his way out. Turnup waiting for the ball to come his way, and he does. Gets a 50 right in midfield. Shaka going to reset all this way back to USC's half.
Yeah, UTK clearly the team dominating possession the first minute of this game, not giving USC a chance to really reset in their own half and bring the ball forward. USC definitely on the back foot right now, and that's a shot. It's a good save, and they can go the other way here. I mean, that's just an open net. What do you even say about that? Nobody home for UTK on the other end.
And really, it's Shaka who was the one called out. He was just sitting in the corner.
Yeah.
While the last man in UTK just shot it at net, but I felt like he should have kept it close. When you have 3 defenders in net, there's not a high likelihood of scoring that goal. You need to take a close 50 and make it to where the Shaka in the corner can at least get an opportunity. But Og, in all his dominance, just takes it all the way up and scores a double tap over Taibu, just missing off the ceiling.
That's a beautiful play from Og. I mean, look, UTK might have gotten off to a quick start there, but USC immediately turning the tide here, and we still got plenty of game left, but I think now I got to say UTK's got to clean it up a little bit. Clearly, they are a little scrambled there on the back line, a little bit of overcommits. They're going to need something going forward here because this USC team is very well greased as well.
Yeah, UTK just being a little bit too anxious, trying to play a little bit faster than they need to. All you need to do is just slow down the gameplay a little bit, let the ball fall into your lap. But USC is not going to let that happen when they're bumping, demoing you, and stealing all your 100 boosts. And that's what they love to do. More than touch the ball, it would seem.
Yeah.
But Taibu is going to hand it right off to Jobro, and Og cuts it right in front of him. SJT hands it off to Turnup. Does not get the touch out, unfortunately. Og, ball in his possession again, just going to bang it all the way up to UTK's half. Taibu just going to put it to the corner. Turnup misses his touch, but Taibu also misses his as well. And 0 boost tries to get some impact on the ball. Gets dunked, but Turnup all the way into the back right corner. And right now, we're just playing ping pong between both halves.
Yeah, I mean, the ball's barely sitting on the ground in this match so far. And I got to be honest, both teams looking very anxious here to try and get a win. And you got to wonder if that's going to come back and bite one of them. Maybe a little bit of overcommits. That was close right there from Taibu. Good read. You know, we've talked about it a lot over this LAN so far, but a lot of these games have been coming down to small mistakes and the teams being able to capitalize on them. And currently in this match, USC did just that. I mean, we saw the open net play there to get their first goal, and if they can hold on to this lead, they got to feel really good about their chances going forward here in the series.
Yeah, UTK haven't been playing bad this game one. Just a very little common rotation mistakes, but as soon as you just polish those up against USC, I mean, you have a chance. Both of these teams are neck and neck so far in this match, but USC maintaining the lead. UTK just need to get one to equalize it. SJT gonna put it right back to the right corner. Taibu takes it, has 0 boost though. Waits on Jobro to get a cut mid, and he does.
It's a good pass and a shot, and honestly, a great save from Turnip there. I thought that was in.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a goal, but USC defense kind of unparalleled when they're on. Their defense can be something insane.
Oh man.
But SJT, a great 50. Gets it right over. Who was that? Pretty sure that was Jobro.
Jobro.
Yeah. Angled his car too much away from the goal and
Yeah.
just let it slip right past him. And now a 3-1. I'm not sure if UTK can take this back the way USC's been playing defense.
Yeah, I mean, USC looking like the better oiled machine here, clearly. I mean, not letting UTK hold possession in their half at all. They're not really letting them have too much of the ball. They're keeping UTK low on boost here. The starve is clearly their game plan during this game one. We'll see if they continue that, but it's clearly working out for them.
Yeah, when USC is in your head, it's one of the worst things. Is like, oh, I got bumped again. He's still bumping me. Oh, I got demoed off respawn. I have 0 boost.
I mean, even there you saw it. UTK, 0 boost, all 3 players in their defensive half right now. Jobro had to go mid to get boost there.
Yeah, it can be a really tough factor, but right now,
wow.
the 1v2, Jobro puts it in, a great bump out of Taibu, and that is the opportunities that UTK need to make. Turn up on 0 boost, cannot avoid the bump, and has 0 defense. But that was a little bit of misplay out of USC, just leaving their third man isolated like that. They usually are pretty good at cutting for their third man, but UTK were able to find a goal there.
Yeah, we talked about it in the previous series that we casted for USC. They have a stonewall defense, really, and so very uncharacteristic of them to make a mistake like that. UTK able to capitalize. Not a lot of time left in this game, but now they're only 1 goal down. Could lead to an exciting finish here in game 1.
Yeah, only 3-2, but USC, have been trying to make a really close save there.
Good save.
Almost made it 3-3, but yeah, USC, all they need to do is take their time, control the ball, making sure everybody has 100 boosts at all times, and just let the time die down, because when you don't need to score a goal, then you don't need to create those opportunities for the other team to capitalize on your mistakes. And UTK, so far, both of their goals have come off of USC mistakes.
Yeah.
But right now, only 6 seconds left.
Oh, this could be scary.
Jobro is having to take it all the way back to his back wall. Og is going to pre-jump for this, gets beat.
Oh!
But right now, the backboard, Turnip puts it down.
That's a good read from Turnip. That could have been bad for them.
Great backboard defense, as always, out of Turnip, the prime backboard defender.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of game 1 here, you could say this game could have gone either way, really, at the end of the day. A few defensive mistakes from both teams. USC able to capitalize on more of those, obviously, but the statistics there at the end of the game really tell the whole story. That was close.
Yeah, and I think the only 2 goals out of USC was the 50 off of Jobro and the beat over Taibu where they just missed the ball or they had some sort of bad play. But the only other goal was all getting the double tap where he really showed he outplayed the other team and it wasn't just off of mistakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the difference in that game.
Yeah. But right now, UTK need to show they have some sort of firepower, need to show they have some sort of mechanics that can carry them through this game as well, because USC, showing like they're the more mechanical team and the more aggressive team, also need to see UTK get more bumps and demos. I feel like they have incorporated a lot of aggression into their play.
Yeah, absolutely. They're kind of sitting back on their haunches right now, not really putting a lot of effort into the gameplay, and I'm wondering if they're even motivated right now. I mean, a 4-0 defeat in the upper bracket to get sent to lowers, and if I'm UTK, I want at least a game off of this to not feel like I got swept the entire last part of my LAN experience.
Right, but oh my goodness,
wow.
The ball waterfalls and Turnip is just going to collect it and take it to the bank.
Turnip has been playing amazing this whole tournament for USC so far. What a phenomenal player.
And you wouldn't think it. He is the one that says whenever any goal is scored, he says that's my fault. He always takes the blame, and it shows how he has so much mental fortitude when he's able to lock in and always take mistake for his own actions, and it really makes you a better player. But Shaka just puts it over everybody, and already this game is neutralized 1-1.
Wow, I mean, We barely have time to talk in between goals here.
I know.
Turnip
Just a little bit of a misread. Did not think the ball was going to go. Probably thought he was going to go backboard, but was able to find the slot above him.
Yeah, and UTK scrapping back a goal here, bring it level, but obviously we mentioned it earlier. They're going to have to ramp up the pressure a little bit if they're going to take a win off of this USC team. Very, very solid defensively.
And already,
wow,
Shaka bumped the person who had the ball. I'm pretty sure it was SJT. SJT was on the ball. Shaka is just bumping him, and that's the aggression that UTK need to make. Og on zero boost, and Jobro just able to find it.
Yeah, I mean, savable ball potentially for sure. Good shot from Jobro, but he could have put it anywhere else on net and it would have been easier.
Yep. But that's the kind of aggression that UTK need to incorporate.
Absolutely.
If they want to take this series back.
Absolutely.
And they're taking a page out of USC's book, but Turnip just finds it right back.
Yeah.
The top right corner is not going to let this game go down so easily. A pass from SJT. SJT is so good at finding his teammates. He is the team captain of the RL team, and he makes it known in this game, always finding where his teammates are at all times.
Yeah, beautiful pass, beautiful shot, slap top corner. I mean, you're getting your money's worth with this game so far. We're barely a minute into this match, and we've already got a 2-2 tie. And that's another shot, but a save from Shaka. I mean, the ball's just everywhere on the field right now.
Yeah. Og tried to drill that one into net. We're now SJT on zero boost. So good at staying on the ball. A great pass to Og, but Taibu, can he get a flip reset? Cannot, but Turnip is faked out. Has to make a bad touch towards mid. Jobro just going to bang it to the top right corner. Looks like he could have had more time on the ball, but does get possession again.
Yeah, I almost feel like there's a bit of nerves from both teams here. I mean, they are definitely aware of the fact that they're in the lower bracket final right now, and I'm sure that's playing a big deal in the mental of their gameplay right now.
Yeah, playing in your own room and then playing on land are two completely different environments. Like, the nerves are 10 times, and SJT can't get back. The nerves are certainly getting to him.
Yeah, just a massive clear from UTK from their side of the field. All three players for USC pushed up into the other half. From a USC team this well oiled on defense, it's uncanny to see these kind of mistakes from them.
Yeah, just pushed too far up his third man. Did not think that Taibu was going to get that huge clear all the way back.
Absolutely, but
already,
follow-up.
Turnip just finding another goal.
Every time UTK has taken the lead in this game, USC has had an answer, and I think that speaks volumes to their mentality here.
Yeah, SJT just causing havoc in net. Og puts it right in front of Turnip. Turnip just drills it in, and already it's a 6-goal game, and already we're not even 2 minutes in, and I'm sure there's even more shots on target. Can Shaka find this? He cannot. What a great double attempt, though. USC on the counterattack now. Jobro kind of put it to the right corner. Turnip has plenty of time and boost. Needs to take his time here, but Shaka immediately challenges. When a team of this speed lets you have control of the ball, they don't let you have it long.
That's a good pass from Turnip. Oh,
great block out of USC. They need to cut off those passing lanes. Taibu just going to take it to the sidewall. Turnip gets beat, but gets a touch right over one.
This could be an opportunity here for Shaka.
Sidewall corner skin, but not able to find it. All going to leave it for SJT. SJT gets it over one and bumps Jobro in the process. He's going to be out for a little bit as zero boost getting down from the air.
Yeah, a little awkward there from Shaka trying to approach Taibu on that shot, or on that 50, but Taibu wanted to keep the ball, and now you see they're back in their defensive half. They're going to have to clean up these small mistakes that they're making, because against teams like this that are this competitive, you cannot be making small mistakes like that. They will capitalize.
It's the death of 1,000 paper cuts is what this game is. But right now, we're dead even. We might see an overtime in game 2, and I wouldn't put it past both these teams. Turnip a little awkward. Has to make a really close save. Og running back to the net to help his teammate.
That's a wonderful recovery from Og. As soon as he realized Turnip was in trouble there, he was able to get back to the play.
Yeah, he was the medic on the scene. Had to quickly clean that one up. Og going to try and play it to himself. Turnip, backboard defense. Shaka is not able to find the goal there. Jobro just flying at SJT.
UTK turning up the pressure right now. I mean, another shot. Turnip with the save. UTK is dialing up the pressure on USC right now.
Yeah, they're taking lots of shots at net. SJT just flying, trying to fake them out. Does so in the process, makes someone waste their boost. And in this game, boost is everything. Having 100 boosts on offense, oh my goodness. Oh no. That is so, was that, I'm not sure if that was an own goal. It looked.
I'm not sure.
Jobro gets a bad 50, gets dunked by Turnip.
It looks
Taibu,
like,
yeah. Taibu looks like he did not get his touch. That's unfortunate in a series, in a game this close.
Yeah,
it was only 3-3. It's been 3-3 for at least a minute.
And I feel that if Taibu had just communicated to Shaka that he didn't really have a chance there, Shaka was right there on the line to take that save.
Yeah, that shot was a cupcake, as we call it in USC. It was not had a lot of oomph behind it.
Yeah, absolutely.
He definitely had some time on that ball to save it, but it's just unfortunate when you're in a game this close. The nerves definitely get to you.
Yeah, 100%. But USC up again. I mean, late in this game, they were able to hold out last time against UTK. Let's see if they can do it again here in game 2.
Yeah, you don't need to score if you don't have to.
No.
But Aug put it all the way to the backboard. Shaka on 0 boost. Aug's looking for a demo and finds one. And already you're down a player for at least a couple seconds, and it's just so devastating when you need to score.
Oh
my goodness.
Wow.
A save out of Taibu, but on the wrong net.
A pull shot into the save. I don't think it was intentional, obviously.
And
an open net going the other way.
And the ball's going to die right in front of UTK's half. They need to get it out. Taibu puts it to the backboard again, but it has 0 boost. Turn up.
Jobo with a follow-up in the double. Off the crossbar. A chance to tie it at the end of the game for UTK, but USC holds strong, and they will take a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 series.
Yeah, that was it. To own goal and then to save the goal to neutralize the series is probably the worst mental state that you could possibly be in a Game 7.
Absolutely, and you got to think 2 games down now, especially with all of the mistakes that they're making right now. UTK's got to be really hard on themselves about that.
Yeah, it takes a strong team to take a mental reset and just say it is what it is. Let's go to Game 3.
Absolutely.
And we are right now. USC up 2, only need 2 more to go to grand finals. And they are the 2-time defending champs. I mean, it's got to be a lot of pressure to be a 2-time defending champ and have all this happen again. But Turnip is just going to find the pass and just put it right in the net.
It looks like UTK might be starting to crumble under the pressure a little bit here. I'm wondering if they need a timeout or something to try and reset themselves.
Yeah.
If this game goes badly for them, they need a mental reset, and they need it bad.
Because timeouts are available in this series.
They are. They're not openly advertised. We haven't really talked much about it because no teams have really wanted the opportunity to take one timeout, but we did have one today. There are teams that need one, especially in these best-of-7 series. They're a little bit longer. You need time to recuperate after a tough loss like that last game.
Yep. And I even know from one of my old Rocket League friend, Katz, a member of the USC team, the former captain, that after you take a timeout, you're 75% more likely to win the next game because it resets you, it resets the other team and ices them.
Yeah.
And it allows you to go back into the next game with more firepower. But UTK, not out of the woods yet. I mean, they still have 4 minutes.
Yeah.
They need to make something happen here.
I mean, USC right now just looking so solid as a team. It's hard to see UTK coming back from this, even with 4 minutes on the clock, just because they're not really creating the chances right now. They're on their heels.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of banging the ball, a lot of boosting around the field, looking for demos, but not really getting them. And it's just leading to their downfall. They need to stay composed. Composure is one of the hardest things because you can't teach it. You have to live it. You have to experience it.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering, I've seen the same play from UTK multiple times across these matches where they just send Taibo as the first man every single time into an air dribble and somebody just tries to follow up. And I'm wondering if they just need a new strategy now.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard because USC does not allow you to have space on the ball. And that's what a lot of top teams do. When you're playing a slower team, they let you have a lot of space. But right now, Shaka trying to get the pass, but SJT always the defender in net, clears it away, and Turnip tries to look at opportunity. Shaka, can he get the double down to his teammate? But Taibu is not able to be there because he has 0 boost. Turnip looking for a demo on his way out. Who's he going to find? Harassing everybody on UTK's half. Turnip just ratting in their corner, stealing all their boosts. And I'm sure it has to be painful to have Turnip just constantly going after you game after game.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm UTK, I'm starting to get exhausted at this point. They need something positive going forward here.
Yeah, Shaka, unfortunately, has to give it back to Taibu. And then Joe Burrow cuts from him as well, but the ball is just being given into USC's lap. I mean, UTK aren't able to do much with the ball if they constantly just bang it away. USC trying to put it down to SJT, trying to do something fancy here. I'd love to see it.
I mean, there's just not much pressure right now from UTK, is there? It just doesn't seem like there's any urgency going forward.
Yep, Jobro and Taibu have 0 boost. The only boost right now is between Shaka. Jobro finally finds 100 boost after a couple seconds of being on 0.
Oh.
And right now, can he get it over to Taibu? Is going to have to clear all the way around, but by the time he gets there, he's not going to have any boost to work with, and we'll have to bang it away again.
And, you know, and it really looks like the nerves are getting to UTK here. They're making mistakes that I haven't really seen them make so far in this LAN.
Yeah, and Og is just taking his time, you know, driving around, has control of the ball, gets a 50, takes another 100. They're not going, because they're 1-up in the series. They are fine with winning with 1-0 because you only need 1 goal to win, and they would kick them all the way to game 4. And USC just want to get this one quickly done and over with. Don't want to leave nothing to chance.
Oh.
And a little bit of a rule 1 there was broken. Not sure if entirely set in, but another rule 1, and it was also broken.
Come on, people. We can't be doing this on stream. You got to respect the rules.
Maybe a little bit of bad luck will happen because of it. But SJT going all the way, and Taibu gets a shot on net, but Og's going to get there before Jobro. Turn up right now. Everybody's having to run back to net. Taibu is the only one defender in net right now. Turn up. He's going to leave it for Og. Og, can he go for the double tap? Shaka gets bumped.
Oh
SJT
my gosh, off the post.
Misses it. Turn up going to harass Taibu on the way out.
Look, I mean, only 45 seconds left in this match, but USC had a chance to put the game to bed right there, and I really hope it doesn't come back to bite them here. UTK really doesn't have much of a foothold in this match, but they just need 1.
Yeah, what they're doing right now is perfect because they're wasting time. The more time that takes down, the more likelihood they are of winning. Because if they're down 1-0, then it's just so hard for UTK to come back and turn up. Might have put the nail on the coffin there with the top right slot.
I do think, I mean, it's not the first time I've seen Turnip slot at top corner in this competition so far.
Well, it's so funny, SJT just comes out of Shaka's view, puts the ball right in front of Turnip, and Turnip just takes it all the way to the top right corner. Did not think Shaka was expecting SJT to go again, but that's what USC are so good at doing. They're good at staying in the play. And UTK need to have some sort of that factor of staying in the play at all times, staying on the ball, if they want to take this series back. Because they got 10 seconds. They need to score now if they have a chance at getting a kickoff goal.
Yeah, and it really doesn't look like it's about to happen here. SJT with the save. I believe that's going to put the nail in the coffin here in Game 3. USC Gamecocks taking Game 3 in this best-of-7 series. I mean, both very good teams, but I'll be honest with you, partner. I'm not sure I expected a 3-0 sweep here at the beginning of the series.
No, I didn't expect it either. I was told by SJT this is going to be a lot closer game, but it's looking the exact same as Shawnee State. We're at 3-0. UTK are on death's door, going eliminated from the tournament as the 2-time defending champ.
Yeah.
You cannot let that happen. You need to have some sort of representation.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, if I'm UTK, you better be taking a timeout to regather your mental here because they're letting it slip away from them. If they lose this next game and crash out of the tournament after 8 losses in a row without gathering a single win on a series, that's got to hurt your self-esteem after being a 2-time defending champ.
Yeah, but it looks like UTK will not take the timeout.
Wow.
USC and UTK are just going to right into this Game 4. And it's got to be chalked for the mental, but they just need to slowly grind their way back in this series.
I'll be honest
with
you. It surprises me that they did not take a timeout there.
Yeah.
It really does.
Yeah. You don't even have to communicate anything during you can just talk, but you just need to reset the mental. You need to ice out the other team. A shot by Shaka, but SJT easily clears it away.
Yeah,
the goalie in net.
Even with no boost right now, USC does not look bothered.
Yeah.
They don't.
Because they're so good at playing on 0 boost, because that's what they do. When you get so good as a team, you get so comfortable playing in high stress scenarios.
Right.
And USC just feel like there's no threat out of UTK.
Oh,
but the ball is going to go all the way back right corner. Jobro is going to collect it and just hits it away. I feel like you could have taken him for an air dribble or something.
I mean, just some questionable decisions from UTK so far in this series. I mean,
but Taibu's going to put it on his own net. That could have been very bad.
And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, UTK just does not look comfortable in this situation right now.
Yeah. It just does not look like a good day for UTK, but it's still 0-0. There's still plenty of opportunity to score.
Absolutely.
And I think this is the longest we've gone in a series without having a goal scored out of either team. I mean, game 2 was a slugfest.
Oh,
but
and that's just an open net for Joe, bro.
a breakaway goal.
Yeah.
Out of UTK, SJT has 0 boosts, tries to get in front of it, but yeah,
Just
a
not able to get the
miscalculation.
50, yeah.
Yep.
SJT not able to get back in time. I mean, I'm sure that stings a little bit for USC, but I mean, they've proven in this series so far that they're able to handle the deficit and come back from that. So
Yeah, but already another
wow.
shot from Jobro, and finally UTK have some life in them.
yeah, back from the dead. I mean, if they're able to hold on to this lead, maybe that is the spark that generates their comeback. But
Yep.
they need a lot more going forward still. Even if they win this game, they're still 3 down on the series.
Yeah, it's going to take a monumental comeback in order to take this series against USC. That's looking like they're in prime form. Taibu having to hit that all the way back to Shaka, but Og is just going to destroy Shaka in the process.
Yeah, a good demo there, but nothing really comes from it.
But right now,
Oh,
a great
what a
save and a
save.
second touch. Definitely not intentional, but still, it's insane. It just pops out really high mid.
Yeah, a beautiful save from Og there. The second touch might not have been intentional, but it was enough to push it away from danger.
Yeah, nobody could have reached it in time. Allowed Og's teammates to get plenty of boost.
It's a good 50 in the midfield, too.
Yeah, another demo out of USC. Turn up and collect 100. Looking for his teammates, and Taibu gets a really bad touch all the way back to his backboard.
Ooh.
All looking for a shot there. SJT patiently waiting for Taibu to give the ball away. Forces high for the person on backboard, but currently nobody backboard. A little bit of a team bump, and
Oh.
Shaka will find the 3rd goal.
Yeah.
USC making a little bit of too many mistakes here.
Yeah, I mean, UTK completely came alive in this game, and very uncharacteristic of this USC team in this series specifically to make this many mistakes in one game, but maybe this is just a little reset for them. Maybe they just needed to take a breather.
Yeah, I know USC, and they were definitely probably chuckling to each other after that one.
Yeah.
They definitely have a lot of competitive spirit, but they also, you know, when you team bump each other on a goal, it's just kind of funny.
Right. Absolutely. I mean, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah. When you give your teammate a big smooch, it is pretty entertaining for the crowd as well.
Absolutely. I mean, look, at the end of the day, even if USC can't make a comeback in this game 4, they're still up 2 games on the series if this goes to 3-1 now, and I'd still feel really good about my chances in taking it in game 5. So.
I mean, we said that it was going to go to at least game 5 or game 6.
Yeah.
And UTK are making it true here. I mean, UTK are a good enough team that they can take a game or 2 off UFC, but they really need to play their best if they want to go all the way to grand finals, and it's going to be a tall order. But in this game 4, it's looking like they have all the pressure here. USC, not much of a response.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know if I'm UTK, I want that rematch against Bruton Parker, but USC is making their case right now. Still, I mean, they may be down in this game, but they are not down in the series.
No.
So.
No, it's going to be very tough. And another goal out of UTK. USC are definitely going to take this game as to reset themselves and just say, we just need to take a couple seconds, just reset the mental. Just a couple mistakes coming out of USC, but UTK is 4 up, a minute 17 left. Even if USC were to get a goal or 2, would they even have enough time to get the rest?
I think at this caliber of competition, that's a tall order for any team.
Yeah, but already, okay, a breakaway opportunity, but it's not going to be
wide.
on. Can all get it down? He does not get a hit. Turn up is trying to get it for SJT. SJT just diving for glory here, just trying to get any sort of opportunity. Taibu just clear all the way. Wasting time here is really good for UTK, but Turnip is just going to clear it right back. A miss out of the defender out of UTK. I'm not sure who that was, but miss in the air. Had to force another to go. UTK trying to make as many saves as they can. Turnip put it
Jobo
down,
with a miss. I mean,
but finds a save in the process.
Yeah.
Could have been a goal opportunity. 30 seconds. Looks like game 4 will go to UTK. This is something I don't think any team, no matter how good you are, could come back from.
Absolutely. I mean, UTK with a big confidence boost here in game 4. I mean, this is going to feel really good for them. Maybe sparks a little bit more momentum going their way, but I think if USC just goes back to the gameplay that they had in those first 3 games that they won, it's an easy win for them. They have...
And a 5th goal out of Taibu finds the top corner, but at this point, when you go into a high-scoring game, you're already getting scored on. It seems like you're less likely to play at your best because you already know it's kind of over, so you're just kind of like driving around waiting for the game to end. But I feel like this game 5 is really going to be competitive because both teams are looking to either start their comeback or get this game over with.
Yeah, and you know, to that point, game 5, USC, I feel, really needs to come away with the win there and close out this series, because if they give UTK a second game in hand, you're asking for a lot coming from a mental standpoint. I mean, UTK gets a little bit momentum. We know how good that team is when they are shooting at their best, and that game was their best so far.
Yeah, 13 shots out of UTK and only 7 shots out of USC. I mean, they had plenty of opportunities to score goals. They just weren't capitalizing on them. But UTK, I feel like there were a lot of breakaway goals, a lot of one-off goals where they were just able to find a defender by themselves. And I know a lot SAT didn't get in front of the ball and just let the ball fly right past them. And then Joe Bro gets 2 goals where it's just unfortunate angle. They're not able to get back to it. But I feel like it's a lot of UTK capitalizing on mistakes versus UTK making those like passing play opportunities. Because USC, you see those opportunities, SAT and Turnip linking up so many times, but UTK not able to find that teammate reliability. But I feel like they need to find it in order this game 5 if they want to try and take back this series.
Yeah, it almost felt like USC just kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit there in game 4. But we want to see them ramp up the pressure again here because, in my opinion, this is a must-win game for USC here. You don't want to let UTK get more momentum going forward.
And already a ball went off their sidebar. So lucky out of UTK that it wasn't in because nobody was in net. But thankfully they were able to get back to it before USC put it in. Gets dunked. Turnip. Great fake there. Shaka not expecting the Turnip to fake, but is that just an open net?
Yeah, and a good demo.
Just finds it.
That's a beautiful solo play from Turnip there. Nothing Joe Bro could have done about it, and a beautiful follow-up demo there. I'm not sure how much he knew about it, but it worked in the end.
Yeah, if you're in those 1v1 scenarios, you need to force high for the offense so that they can force it to the backboard so that you can have your defender on the backboard, then save it, because that is what you need to do in order to not get scored on. Because if you let the offender have possession and get it low on you, then they can literally put it anywhere.
Yeah,
and that's what happened.
We saw this in UTK's previous series that they got swept in. UTK was very, very docile with their backboard defending, usually staying on ground, and that has come back to bite them multiple times.
Yeah. All you need to do is just bang it to the backboard, and it's just a free double tap.
Yeah.
And these teams are more than capable of putting a double in,
Absolutely.
as we've seen in previous games in this series as well.
Absolutely. And something we've talked about a lot over this LAN is the fact that solo plays really haven't been available because there has been such good defending.
And an open net. Oh my
Wow.
goodness. Taibu finds the save, but Turdup going to put it down. Can he find SJT?
There
He
it is.
does. Turdup and SJT have linked up so many times in this series. They've looked so good.
Yeah, I mean, definitely USC's 2 standout players from this series so far.
Yeah.
Turnip has been very solid all tournament, but obviously SJT, the captain, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
but
the captain, yep.
He is clearly the glue on this team right now.
He is. He's definitely the one who is sitting in the middle, fist bumping. He's the one that keeps the momentum going. He's the one that you need to sit in the middle, because I think Turnip and Og both are unable to fit that role. I mean, I love him, but SJT is just that leader type, is able to get his team back together.
Yeah.
If they're down in a series, he's the one that motivates them. They say, let's go. We can beat them. We are better. We know this. And I feel like he fills that role very well, especially in game 2, always finding each other. And you wouldn't think it. Og is the highest level player on this team, but you see him sitting 3rd man a lot. I mean, he's rank A in 6-mans. He's been top 32 in RLCS multiple times. I mean, he is a very good player, but not in the way you would think. He's not a super mechanical, Daniel type player. He's a very solid game sense type player, and he takes it very well, sitting 3rd man a lot. But right now, Joe Bro,
just an open net.
Just an open net. Not sure what happened in the USC half, but
Me neither.
I mean, it's a great goal for UTK to stay alive in this series. Looks like Turnup and Og were both pushed up as last there, but
back to your point about Og, though, a phenomenal player, but he doesn't need to be the one point of contact right now for this team. They're playing so well as a machine that they don't need the solo ability that Og can provide.
Yeah, and when you look at a team like NRG, you see the most mechanical player, Daniel. He's always in that perma third man role, and he only capitalizes when the goal is either open or he can score.
Yeah.
He only capitalizes when he needs to, and that's the role that Og fills. He sees you see him get the double tap. You see him get the free nets, the free passes.
Yeah.
And that's the role he fills
But
when
that's
he needs to be.
just as important as anybody else on the team,
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to be the man to sit back and let your teammates do the flashy stuff.
Yeah. When SJT and Turnup are linking up, you just want to let that momentum ride, and Og does so well.
I mean, it's fun to watch too. I'm sure he's loving every second of it.
Yeah, and he's just a super chill, monotone, just doing my thing, really.
Ooh.
And Og just making another great save.
Yeah, USC doing a really good job of game management here. I mean, 1 minute and 40 seconds left, but that shot will go in from Shaka.
That's a great shot.
It was a great shot. We have a tie game now here in game 5. USC up 2 goals. Slipping away from them a little bit here. It's a little worrisome, but we also know that they're able to clean up their act pretty fast.
Yeah, I think it was just another misplay out of USC.
Yeah.
It's just an open net. SJT just in the goal with 0 booze, having to go for a squishy save there, and Og and Turnup in the back left corner, not able to do anything, but Og easily going to clear this one away.
Yeah.
So good at reading the ball off the backboard, and you have to be when you're in this level of gameplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've already mentioned this about UTK, but they've got some phenomenal solo players on this team. Their teamwork during the series specifically has been a little left for answers.
Yeah.
But it might not matter. Og almost with the solo play there. Turn up with the follow-up shot, and that will go in.
See, Og leaves it, goes high. It gets saved high, and then Og is looking for another bump. Og and SJT are both in the net.
Yeah, beautiful.
That shows how much reliance they have on Turnup to score that, because if that gets saved, it's just a goal, and USC are down 3-2.
Absolutely. I mean, a risky play there from USC, but it paid off. UTK not able to capitalize on an open net going the other way. If Shaka had got any touch on that coming off the backboard, it could have gone the other way, but that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about USC being up 3-2 now in this game 5 with a chance to take the whole series in 50 seconds.
And I think if I'm Bruton Parker right now seeing this USC team, I'm a little bit scared, because USC going off an insane losers run. If they take this game, we'll just have so much momentum that even I would be a little scared. And SJT, an insane redirect.
Yeah.
Holy speed.
And I think it's important to mention that Bruton Parker hasn't played a game in a little bit now. They're probably a little cold. They're going to want to get warm, because this USC team is hot right now.
Yeah. And USC having to make a quick save there, about 20 seconds left. UTK have to do so. They have to get a goal here if they want to stay alive in this series and just in this game in general.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire here now. We got 10 seconds left in this match. If UTK is going to get something, they need to do it, and do it now.
SJT does not get a second touch.
Oh, and that's awkward.
And it goes in. Shaka scores. SJT is not able to get a good touch.
Wow. I mean, just when we thought USC was going to wrap it up all nice with a bow, it's just a good 50 there from Shaka, it looks like, on the goal line, able to overpower the defender.
Yeah, it goes all the way bottom left. Og I think he was anticipating it hitting the ceiling, but it just goes hitting the backboard at least, but it just goes straight in. And 1 second left. USC need to get up.
Oh!
Okay, it'll go to the back. Joe Bird not able to get a good touch. Okay, Shaka will put it down. That was very scary, but I knew as soon as it went off to the sidebar, there was very little chance of it going in.
That's a good kickoff from UTK to start.
Right now,
this is an imperative overtime for both teams right now.
This is do or die scenario. And Turnup right now going for the aerial bump.
Oh.
But a huge clear. Og gonna have to get a good clear off the backboard, and he does so. Turnup tries to get SJT. Jober gonna intercept on that passing lane. It'll fall in the hands of Og again. Turnup
that's a
just
good
gonna
shot.
bang it.
Oh,
And
just
Taibu
off.
doesn't get a touch. The ball's just floating in midair. A huge clear. Taibu on the backboard. SJT gets a great demo on the person in net. Hit over one. Shaka is a little awkward. Gets it to the back left corner. Turnup in the midfield. Nobody's there. Taibu just going to opt to bang away. Try to feel safe. Og going to clear all the way around. Can he get a redirect skim off the sidewall? He can.
USC looking like the better team in this overtime
SJT
so
puts
far.
it over one. Jover's going to hit it. He has 0 boost. This is looking really bad if you're UTK.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is all on their half right now. UTK needs to get a reset here to make something happen. Right now, USC controlling this overtime.
And a double commit out of UTK. This is bad. Yeah, USC have full pressure right now.
Yeah, and I'm wondering
A double
if
commit.
the nerves are getting to UTK here.
A solo play. Not able to get anything out of it. SJT trying to get, not sure who, Turnup or Og is not available, but
The nerves for both teams in this overtime so far. And that's a good shot from Shaka. Anybody there to follow up? Taibu there to follow up off the post.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. I mean, good goal line defense from USC there.
And SJT takes it over one. Shaka on the backboard, puts it right down the Turnup. We go all the way to the back left corner. Can Og read this? He does, but it falls in the hands of Taibu. SGT needs to make a really good save, and he does so. Turnup will pop the ball up all the way mid. Og, can he beat the last one? He cannot. Shaka gets to the ball before him. Og puts it down. SGT, can he finish? He cannot. Right now, USC have a lot of pressure right now. It's looking very scary. SJT trying to get it done for his team. The one-time captain, this is his first year captaining this team. Can he get a win for the USC clan? What can they do? Turnup gets a great 50 and gets another touch.
That's a good pass out wide. Taibu able to get there just in time, but Og keeping it in this UTK retirement home half. I mean, UTK has not been able to get out of their own half once in this overtime.
And Turnup puts off the backboard. Shaka gets over
my
two.
gosh.
It's an open net. Why do you leave it?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, Joe Bro was there.
I mean, there was so much time in between that, though.
Yeah.
Anybody could have had that.
I'm not. He drove away from it, but I was fearing that was a misplay or something. But Joe Bro was right behind him. Couldn't see him out of the camera view. But UTK take Game 5 in a very close fashion. Almost over 2 minute OT. That was a great counterattack, and it's just another misplay out of USC that have more life into UTK.
Yeah, and we were talking about this right before this match specifically. I mean, you don't want to give UTK any motivation here because they are a team that is capable of performing at the top level, and USC up 3 games on the series, relinquishing 2 back to UTK. I mean, I'm sure it's in their head a little bit, but they got to hold strong here.
Yeah, Game 6. This is the game that makes or breaks you.
100%.
Are you going to go to Game 7, or are you going to let it die? USC take it 4-2. This is going to be a tough matchup. The musty double, but Joe Bro finds it. A great shot at net.
Yeah.
Joe Bro just collecting that one.
I mean, Taibu with a musty off the wall there, able to redirect it back to Joe Bro, center of the net. Nobody at home to save that. I mean, what a pass.
Yeah, misplay out of turn. He just drives out of net. I feel like he should have just waited a little bit longer.
Yeah, maybe a little impatient for sure.
Yeah. It's definitely coming down to nerves and experience. Who has more experience on land? Playing in a land scenario for the first time is a very tough environment because you're playing on equipment that you're unfamiliar with. You're playing in places where it's just not your own home. It can be very weird to play on a setup you've never played on before. But UTK look like they've made this setup their own, and right now are leading in Game 6.
Yeah.
Possibly a Game 7 coming up.
Yeah, and if I'm USC, I do not want this to go to a Game 7.
No.
A reverse sweep is what you'd be looking at from UTK at that point, and they have all of the motivation going forward now.
Yep. But SJT hits the crossbar there. Unfortunate. But Og probably going to look for a pass mid. Taibu is going to read that one well. SJT going to put it to the corner.
Yeah, Turnup with a good shot, though.
Puts it right on Shaka's head. Og going to hit it high. Can SJT or Turnup follow up on this? Ball is just going to die high mid again. Og puts a great shot on and a great bump out of SJT.
Yeah, that was a beautiful bump. I mean, that's perfect team play right there. Understanding that the net is not open, but if you can get that one bump, only person there to save it's Taibu, and he's a little awkward with no boost.
Yeah. The person that you want to bump is the one in the back post, because the person on the backboard is not going to be able to save a ball that's going all the way to the bottom right corner, which it went.
Yeah, absolutely. And it was just a well-placed shot as well.
Just great game sense at SJT.
USC clawing back here. Got a tie game now. Plenty of time left on the clock as well.
Yeah, we haven't really seen a blowout since game 4.
Yeah, I mean,
when UTK scored 5, it's been a close series the entire time since.
Yeah, and I think that speaks volumes about this USC team and how well commanded they are. They're very organized, and they're not really letting the pressure get the most of them right now, and I respect that a lot. They were down 1 goal in this game, and
a skim.
Wow. Oh,
almost had it.
That's a good save. USC definitely finding their footing here in this game, and gotta say, UTK is looking like they're back on their heels again. This happens quite often for them, and USC is usually able to capitalize. I'm wondering if UTK is taking their foot off the gas a little too early here.
Yeah, USC have had such success with the passing plays, especially when it incorporates a bump or a demo, that they usually almost always score off of it. You know, UTK haven't been making a lot of mistakes recently, but USC has just have so much pressure on offense that they're just able to capitalize off of each other, and that's what UTK needs to incorporate if they want to. I mean, they've incorporated the last game as well. They were playing off bumps and demos as well and off the first man challenges, but really in this game 6, you really need to play your prime if you want to take it all the way to game 7.
Absolutely. Shaka with a shot on net there. Good save from Turnip. Og's able to clear away from net. Let's see if this can go the other way for USC here.
And Taibu is looking for a bump in net as well. I mean,
yeah, and that goes under.
Taking a page out of USC's book. But, close. SJT almost had the 50.
Oh.
And no. Goes all the way to the back right corner. Thought it was in, but very, very close. SJT going to put this all the way to the back right. Turnip. Going to collect it. Going to try to get a pass mid to Og. Og patiently waiting underneath the ball. Gets a great dunk. SJT going to take it up the sidewall off the ceiling. He's going to get double tap. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
goodness.
word. What a shot from SJT.
SJT, you know you're in a land right now. You can't be doing this.
I mean,
he's playing with his food. There's 3 defenders in net. You have other teammates.
Look, right when his team needs him the most, the captain steps up with a solo play from the heavens to make this game 2-1 with 1:30 left on the clock.
He takes it from the ceiling, sends it to the earth, and then takes it right back again. SJT showing he's not the only one that can score in this series. He has some firepower of his own.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about how SJT is the glue for this team, and right when he was needed, answers the call for this USC team. And now UTK on their heels.
Yep. And funny enough, I'm the content chair for the USC Esports Club, and probably gonna have to make that into a clip as soon as I get home.
Absolutely.
They don't make me have a lot of breaks. They surely do put me to work. But USC, I mean, 2-1. You got 45 seconds left. I mean, every time that UTK's needed to score so far in these past 2 games, they've scored.
Yeah, I mean, this could still go either way, and we're seeing it right there. The solo ability of these players is monstrous. Yeah. Anything could happen with 30 seconds left here, but UTK needs to get it together and clean up, because they do need a goal here to stay in this tournament.
Oh my goodness, great touch out of Turnip. You know, he's kind of been lying low these past couple of games, but you'll see him as he is always rotating out of the play, getting those bumps and demos, but he's really the one player you want to look out for when he's first man, because as soon as he's done with the ball, he immediately goes for the bump and demo.
Yeah, absolutely, and time expiring here. Ball's going to hit the ground. USC will send UTK to an early retirement.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they banged the ball away so late in the game. I feel like they should have taken their time as much as possible, try to keep it up. But USC with a great solo play at SJT. SJT was the one that sent UTK home.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've seen a lot of amazing goals at this tournament so far, but that SJT goal right there at the end was gorgeous. I mean, I put that up there, top 3 goals of the tournament so far. That was a beautiful play, able to seal the game for the Gamecocks and send UTK packing.
Yeah, and it's also because there was 3 defenders in net, and SJT was able to outplay every single one of them, taking it all the way up from the ceiling, putting it down to the ground, and then doubling it again.
Yeah, absolutely. Very reminiscent of some RLCS masterclass performances we've seen as well. I mean, what do you say about USC at this point? Just a well-oiled machine. Yeah. And if I'm Bruton Parker, I'm looking at this a little worried, especially after being so cold coming off of their last series was probably over an hour ago now.
Yeah.
And you got to wonder if USC is going to take this momentum that they've had all day so far going through the lowers and just carry that through to the grand finals.
Yeah. USC have played, I think, 5 or 6 series so far. Just straight wins all the way through. And the hardest opponent they've played is UTK. So will they get a little bit of a wake-up call when they play Bruton Parker for the second time, 3-0ing them in winners finals in the first round? They thought it was going to be a closer match, but they lost, go all the way down to losers. And then now they're going to have to play not even a grand final, a bracket reset grand final.
Yeah, I mean, Look, if I'm USC, there's a lot of work to do still, obviously. And Bruton Parker is no pushover, obviously. Still the favorites in many people's eyes here at the tournament to win the whole thing. But again, how much does momentum take a play here? Bruton Parker really cold right now. Haven't played a match in a little bit. USC, I mean, they definitely got to be feeling themselves right now. Beating the 2-time defending champs. Pretty clear-cut win there in the series. Didn't really go to a game. We didn't have to go to a game 7.
No.
They cleaned up really nice. UTK made a lot of mistakes, sure, but USC was able to capitalize on every single one of those.
And if this goes all the way, there will be a total of 12 games played, and not even including overtimes.
Yeah.
That's an hour of gameplay without anyone scoring at all. Incorporating the goals, this will go so long if USC are able to bracket reset and go to every game.
Absolutely, and just as a clarifier for those of you that may not know about the bracket reset, Bruton Parker has not left the upper bracket yet. So if they do lose their best of 7 series first off against USC, that is where the bracket reset takes place, and you'll go to a best of 5 series to finish it off.
Yeah, and it'll probably be the greatest match that Queen City Clash has ever seen if it goes all the way to a best of 7, then all the way to another best of 5.
A bracket reset is everything the drama from this weekend of QCC could ever accumulate to. We've had a wonderful weekend here at this event, and I can think of no better way to cap it off than a bracket reset.
Yeah, it shows the story of who's able to stay hot long enough and who doesn't have the gas in them to keep driving forward.
Absolutely, and that speaks volumes to mentality. Obviously, both of these teams very, very talented. But I got to say, if we're taking picks here already, I'm favoring USC in the first best of 7.
Yeah.
I'm aiming for them to get that bracket reset. They're coming off really hot right now. They got to be feeling themselves. Bruton Parker's cold, and that plays a big part in momentum.
Yeah. When you're playing against a team that is hot and ready and already played so many games, and their mental is so high up that when you're playing, they might win the first 2 games, and then your mental is sort of chalk because how is this team playing so good now? They weren't playing this good earlier when we 3-0 them, But we were playing good earlier. But now I feel like it's tough to say, but USC are definitely looking a lot better than when they played their match this morning at 10 a.m. They might be a little bit groggy and had some bedhead, but I feel like now they're warmed up after beating UTK. They might be able to take this all the way.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think we're in for a real treat here for the final matchup of the day, and thank you guys for sticking with us throughout this whole tournament. It's been a pleasure. We've had some amazing matches going forward, but we're coming up to the capstone on this whole thing here soon. And, man, I hope you guys stick around because it's going to be a nail-biter for our final.
Yeah, USC, Bruton Parker. I couldn't think of a better way to end the series. And I was talking to SGT earlier. He was like, who do you think is going to end up in the grand finals with you? And I said grand finals with you because, I expect you at least to make the grand finals, how good you are. And he said, UTK, Bruton Parker, they beat UTK. They've lost to Bruton Parker once. So I feel like they're going to have a little bit of a better read on this one, knowing what they're going to anticipate going into that second best of 7.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if I'm Bruton Parker right now, you want to take a big amount of time here to make sure you're mentally ready for this. And honestly, I wouldn't even be looking in the USC players' directions. I don't want any eye contact. You got to stay locked in this situation. I mean, this all comes down to mental. You're right. Coming to a LAN outside of your hometown, unfamiliar environment, unfamiliar PCs, equipment. A lot of things could go wrong and a lot of things could go right. And it all comes down to team glue, team play, and communication. And both of these teams have plenty of that available.
Yeah, Milkcast and Antics are all great players. And
phenomenal.
I expect this matchup is at least 50-50, if not a little bit more skewed in one team's favor. But right now, it's definitely skewed in USC's favor because when you have such momentum behind you, when you have a new gust of wind leading you on to the grand finals, it's hard to eliminate that team that has so much to play for and so much to live for.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I'll be honest. I didn't expect UTK to crash out with only 2 wins in their last 2 series of the day, but props to them for making it back to the lower bracket final and making it to their final day here at QCC again. They may not be able to be 3P champions this time, but props to them. They played well.
Yeah, going out third place is not a shabby task at all because, seeing all the teams that played here. I mean, Shawnee made an insane lower bracket run, looking so good, but really, it's just been everybody's playing so good all this weekend. Day one was electric, seeing USC lose to Purdue.
Oh, yeah.
In their first series. Was not expecting that. Talking to the guys after, they were so down in the dumps to saying we know we're a good team. Not saying Purdue is bad, but we're definitely favored in that matchup. It's definitely hard to look at that day one and then go into game day two, losing to Bruton Parker. But this time, I feel like they're not down because we've been here before and they have so much momentum now that they're in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you watching at home, we hope you stick around. We're going to go ahead and take a short break before we get into our grand final. But make sure you stick around for the action. It's bound to be an amazing one. We're going to have some good casters back in the booth for it, and we're going to have a wonderful matchup for you ahead. So make sure you stick around, and we'll see you guys in a little bit. Thanks for watching Queen City Clash.
All right, we're back at Queen City Clash, and we are here with the loser finals interview with SJT team captain. How did that go?
I think it went pretty well. We got a little sidetracked in the last few games, but as long as we got the win, that's all that matters.
Yeah, I saw games 4 and 5 were definitely, especially games 4, like y'all lost 5-0, and were y'all down at all, or you're just like, it is what it is, we're just go next?
Yeah, we kind of said go next. We let off the gas a bit. Our comms got pretty bad, but we just had to talk through it.
Yeah, I know. Turnup is a big proprietor of getting in his own head. So was he feeling all right after that loss? What was he feeling?
It's an insane call out, by the way, but no, I think he was pretty confident. I mean, he was by far probably the best player in the series. He was putting up 700 points a game.
Yeah, he was
going
playing really good. Yeah.
I didn't see that within him.
Whoa.
No. I meant that series. I didn't see him getting in his head.
Oh, okay.
He was full of confidence.
Oh, okay,
he was playing some of his best Rocket League.
Yeah. He was playing. He was doing so good at getting so many aggressive plays as first man. Like when he rotated out of the play, he was able to either steal corner or bump their third man. And you and Turnup were linking up so many passing plays, like back and forth. Like how do you think that's gonna play out against Bruton Parker? Because the first series of the day, y'all lost 3-0, and I know y'all were talking about it as we weren't playing our best, but they were also playing really good. So now that you're off a hot streak, how do you think that's gonna fare out?
Yeah, Bruton Parker's a really good team. We definitely at the beginning of the day weren't playing our best Rocket League. If we're gonna continue this streak into the grand finals, it's all about keeping the mental up, no matter like how bad we get beaten in one game. As long as we bounce back the next, we just got to keep pushing and playing our game.
Right. And especially you're gonna have to play a best of 7, win the best of 7, and play a bracket reset best of 5 and win the best of 5. Is that something that you're looking at as daunting, or are you ready?
I think I'm ready. We're kind of just going game by game. We played a lot of Rocket League today, but we just got to keep our head up.
Yeah, we've been playing. I mean, over 6 hours worth, and it's insane. But I don't want to hold you up too much because I know you want to keep fresh. But appreciate SJT taking some time, team captain for the USC Gamecocks, to take this interview. And I'm at a loss for words out of this losers run. I mean, Alex said it earlier. We're either gonna go all the way through uppers, or we're gonna make an insane losers run for content. But here we are.
Yeah.
All right, we're back. Queen City Clash, Grand Finals, Bruton Parker versus USC. USC just coming off of a hot streak, an insane losers run. They end up in the Grand Finals again, beating UTK Retirement Home 4-2. I'm Axe, joined by
Real Shuriken.
And what'd you think of that losers finals?
Honestly, it was kind of a bit of a surprise to me. I mean, UTK has been really strong the last few years. Of course, they are two-time back-to-back champions, and I thought they might have gone for a three-peat this year, and I wasn't sure about this USC team because I hadn't seen them play a whole lot, but it seems like they were really competent. They kind of kept the flow of the game, and ultimately, they came out on top.
Yeah, I know the USC guys, and they're definitely fired up about this one. They had never won the Queen City Clash before, even with the old captain Cats, Solar, and Og have been here many times, but they've never been able to take it home. But this is going to be a long day if we go all the way to the best of 7 and the best of 5. 12 games if we go all the way. It's going to be insane. But hopping into this game 1, SJT already looking for the double tap. Could not find it. Antics trying to look down for Cass. Cass on 0 boost right now. Milk trying to get a play on the ball. Turn up pre-jumping from insane distance. SJT on 0 boost now. Antics beats him to the ball. Milk finds the bump on the last in net.
You know, this Bruton Parker team only dropped 2 games this entire LAN, and already they're striking first after 20 seconds of play. I think if USC wants to win this game, they're going to have to play fast, and they're going to have to outplay them at every chance they get.
Yeah. Bruton Parker and USC are very physical, very aggression-heavy teams. They are very bump demo, steal your boost, and then thank you, see you later. They do not spare any blows when it comes to especially grand finals. Both of these teams are in prime form right now, but will USC momentum be able to carry them all the way through this grand finals and the bracket reset? We'll have to see. Turn up, putting it right in front of the net, and Og taking back the first one in the series. I know USC lost 3-0 earlier to Bruton Parker, but now they are looking like a revitalized team, a team born again. It's insane to see.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an unbelievable start for USC as well. Of course, this Bruton Parker team is going to be the most fierce competition they've probably faced all day. I mean, this is the grand finals. No punches are going to be pulled. Both of these teams are going to be throwing absolutely everything they have at this game. So exciting to see both teams getting started here.
Yeah, already Antics up for the ball. Cass pre-jumping him as well, it seems like, but all going to make a great save. Turn up tries to put it in the hands of SJT. SJT going to take a shot all the way at the backboard. Turn up jumps for that one, but flips away. Not liking it. Antics gets a great dunk on Og. Turn up. Going to clear all the way down to SJT. Cass does not get a great shot, and Og will take the missed double off the wall. And Bruton Parker are down in the series for the first time. It seems like today they've been down in a series. They've been playing so good, but now USC are 2-1 right now.
Bruton Parker down in the series is not a sentence I have heard said very much this entire LAN. They've been lights out all day against everybody. They 4-0'd UTK in the winter semifinal. Not something I think anybody saw coming, but USC showing that they deserve to be here and they can contend with the very best.
Yeah, and it's one player in this game from last series when USC was playing against UTK. It was Turnup, who had an average 500 points every game. Turnup was playing insane. Og was looking at his stats earlier on ball chasing. He had a 1600 speed. I mean, if you're not into the ball chasing but don't know it's insane statistics. And USC Og scores again. We're 3-1 against Bruton Parker. What is going on?
You know, Og is, I think that what USC has been able to do really well this LAN is enabling Og to just kind of go off, do him, because so far in this tournament, I think Og has been the big playmaker for this USC team, getting a lot of goals, getting a lot of opportunities, and right now, I think they're doing a really good job of letting him just kind of play his game, get touches on the ball, and it's working out for them.
Yeah, Og, I know, has so much fire, and Turnup finds a fourth one. Bruton Parker are down 4-1. There's still 3 minutes left.
This is very uncharacteristic of this Bruton Parker team. Normally, they're doing this to other teams, getting the bumps, getting the demos, super quick offense right off the kickoff, but USC taking a page out of their book, and they're up 4-1.
And I don't want to count your game chickens. Funny. Game chickens before you hatch, but, I mean, Bruton Parker, they're still, all right, 4, and then 3, there's still 7 games left. I mean, USC would have to win 7 games in a row, and Bruton Parker have an opportunity in all of those games. And then Bruton Parker could win 7 games in a row. I mean, there's still opportunity to turn this game around, but looking at USC's offense, it seems very unlikely. Only in this game 1, I mean, Bruton Parker are not able to keep up with this this USC Gamecocks that are just so hot. I mean, the Garnet burns so brightly for this team. They have so much to prove. They have to prove with this new roster, Turnup being the rookie this year, they have to prove, are they able to finally take that Queen City Clash trophy home? They have to prove that they are worthy of being top 30 in CRL. They have so much going with them. And in this game one, it's looking like it's going their way. They're playing really great. Bruton Parker are not looking like they're in prime form right now.
Absolutely, and we talked a little bit last year about how USC is no stranger to LAN environments. They're comfortable in it, they're good in it. A lot of teams can sometimes struggle under the pressure of being in a LAN environment, especially if they're not familiar with the format, but USC is a team that has veteran status, I would say, at these LAN tournaments, and so far, they seem to be staying calm, cool, and collected. And Turnup,
1v2, Turnup just scores an open net. I mean, as you were saying, what were you going to say? My fault.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good bump play. These USC Gamecocks are bumping Bruton Parker at any chance they get, and Bruton Parker doesn't seem to have an answer for it. They're like, this is how we're supposed to play, and another team's doing this to us. Like, how do we beat ourselves in a sense?
I mean, dare I say that USC... Oh my goodness, Cass finally finds one, but I was about to say, dare I see USC score a Brazil on Bruton Parker in game one? For those who don't know, Brazil is a 7-1 scoreline, harking back all the way to win Germany 7-1 Brazil in a FIFA World Cup. It was quite insane, but not today. USC only with a 5-2 goal lead. I mean, tough for USC, I guess, but they still have 1 minute and 30 seconds left. 3 goals is very unlikely, especially when it took them 3 minutes or 2 minutes to score the second goal out of Bruton Parker. I mean, out of a team like USC that they're playing in such good form right now, it's so hard to be able to take them all the way to 3 more goals, especially with their defense. Their defense is so good. SJT looking at that prime defender role right there, but right now Cass finds a third in the bottom left.
Very characteristic of Cass. He definitely sometimes can be the playmaker of this Bruton Parker team, and you can see amazing read off the back wall, just barely beats Og to it. Nobody was home to save the shot. Bruton Parker will cut the deficit to 2 goals, but I think hopefully if USC can stay calm, cool, and collected, stay locked in, they should be able to run away with game on.
Yeah, I think they're looking right now. Oh no, is this another open net? Oh my goodness, they missed! They missed the wide open net! That would have been the 4th goal of Bruton Parker. They're falling apart at the seams. Turnup gets a great save. Already, everybody has shaken all of their winnings off today. This is a brand new slate for both teams. It's like we're playing all over again.
That goal would have put Bruton Parker right back into the game, but a USC player trying to get the save at the last second, and Turnup is going to double the lead once again. 40 seconds left. And now, if it looked a little bit scary at first, I think USC is probably punching their ticket to game 2 with the dub.
Yeah. Turnup, again, has proven how much of a valued member of this team. He has been leading every team. He's been leading every game on this team to great victories. I mean, against UTK, he has been so good, and right now he's playing in prime form again. When Turnup's playing good, you know you're in trouble.
Absolutely, and of course, very uncharacteristic from Bruton Parker. Again, they do these things to other teams, and USC definitely coming out at full force as another shot goes out the crossbar, but they seem very in their element. They're not panicking. They're making good plays. They're making smart plays even, and they're taking some notes from the other team, and I think if they keep this up, this is going to be a very interesting match. We might see a bracket reset.
Yeah, we might as well, but game 1 will go to USC, taking a decisive 6-3 victory unless someone scores a consolation goal. Bruton Parker trying to get one for the road, but USC going to let it die. USC take game 1, 6-3. I mean, it's just, I was expecting a overtime, really close game 1. It goes either way, but a 6-3. It was an absolute shootout out of game 1.
Absolutely. And I said earlier today that I love Cinderella stories. I love underdog stories. I love to see a run through the lower bracket. And so far, USC making that run. And of course, Bruton Parker being the juggernaut of this QCC LAN. USC has a lot of ground to make up to beat this Bruton Parker team and reset the bracket. But ultimately, I think so far, they're looking in tip-top shape.
Yeah. I mean, 6-3 is no small feat against a team of Bruton Parker's status. I mean, Bruton Parker 3-0'd USC earlier today. And I was talking to the guys. They were a little beat up over it. It could have been a game 5. We could have played better, but Bruton Parker were also playing really good. But right now, it seems like it's the complete opposite. Bruton Parker is making mistakes, and USC are playing in prime form, coming all the way from a loser's run. Turnup makes a great save to the right, Antics is there, but has 0 boost, can't really capitalize. And Og is destroying him for it. It's a wide open net. Cass able to find the first goal in game 2. A misplay out of USC. A little unfortunate. Og gets put out of the position going for that demo.
Yeah, and again, I said it earlier, Cass is that offensive playmaker for this Bruton Parker team. You cannot give him the ball or he will somehow find a way to put it in their net. And Bruton Parker, early goal after about 10 seconds. Still plenty of time for USC to collect themselves, but it's looking good for Bruton Parker off the start.
Yeah. USC have plenty of time. I mean, they scored 6 goals last game. What can they do? What can they do this game? I'm sure Bruton Parker probably, especially in the last minute or two, probably knew we're probably not going to win this game, so we're just going to chill off for now, take a mental reset. And that can be very important when you lose a game so bad, but then Milk scores a great top or a bottom left slot to push it up back to 2-0.
It's what this team is known for. We saw it a lot more yesterday than we have today against these better teams, but yesterday, Bruton Parker was absolutely abusing that strong chemistry team passing plays. They love to have a man downfield going for bumps, going for demos, ready for the strong clear to redirect it into the net. And we just saw it firsthand at that play right there.
Yeah, Og clears that one away. Antics on the sidewall. Turnip is going to meet him midway. Milk already up for this one again. She's going to bang it and double it. USC need to not fall for those plays where Bruton Parker have no opportunity of scoring. They do a great job of wasting your boost by scaring you into making you jump for things that you don't need to jump for, that have very little opportunity to get scored on. But Milk definitely needed to jump for that one, as that one was on net. SGT makes a great save. Cass going to take that one, but gets Demo does well, and Bruton Parker are too pushed up. It seems what you were saying just a second ago, that they always love to have a man upfield. That time it was Antics all the way in their corner. And then they just get punished for it with a double demo.
We've seen a lot of other teams go for those bump and demo plays. At this level of Rocket League, it's extremely important when you get those. You take a defender out of the play and it leaves the net wide open. You get a lot more space to get offense. And USC using that game strategy once again like they did in game 1. So far, it's still working for them.
Finds a second goal right off kickoff. It's already neutralized. This is I feel like this is going to be an absolute slugfest the entire series. Both teams are just scoring on each other left and right.
Instantly going down 2 goals, and now they're tied 2-2 after just under a minute of play has gone by for them, and after Bruton Parker scored those first 2. If USC wants to keep it up, as Og has now 1v1.
Oh, a great bump out of Og. The awareness to see there is only one person in net. They don't have a lot of boosts because they just went for kickoff. No, Antics had 100 boosts, and he still gets bumped. That just shows how good Og is at reading the play, and SGT, it's an open net. What can you say about that?
I mean, Dare I repeat myself, bumps and demos. He had a one-on-one opportunity. He could have ripped a shot, but very smart play. He knew it was the last one back, had his teammate behind him, went for the bump, took him out of the play, and slots the open net. Great play by USC.
Yeah, USC have been doing so good, especially at dodging bumps and demos as well, because they're familiar to it as they incorporate it in their strategy as well. A great save out of Turnip. Always just showing how good he is. Such a great player this entire tournament. He was, after yesterday, after losing to Purdue, he was in his own head so much. He said, I just played so bad. I'm just saying, I'm not playing good. It's my fault that we lost. But then going into day 2, he's the best player on this field. You can't tell me otherwise. He is just, it's not even the mechanical aspect. He's doing so much for the team to get them to score. He's playing that third man when he needs to. He's playing that first man when he needs to. And Og, a free read off the corner. Nobody was able to get back in time.
Yeah, USC getting everybody involved in this play. It's not like one player is shining above the rest. They're getting all 3 members involved, everyone getting a chance to contribute to the play. Unbelievable passing play by USC. And just when it seemed like this might have gone Bruton Parker's way, USC has scored 4 unnamed goals.
Yeah, and guess who was the assist on that goal? It was Turnip. And if there was an MVP for this tournament, Turnip is making a pretty good name for himself right now. I mean, you can't say other than he is just playing perfect Rocket League right now. It's just so great to see. It's so great to see competition this fierce. A great save out of USC, but Cass is able to find the left-hand side of the goal. Finally, Bruton Parker are able to score one in response.
Yeah, it looked like he had the save at first, but wasn't able to get the follow-up. Og just barely got beat to that ball. SGT with no boost. Good play by Bruton Parker, but they still have a 1-goal deficit to make up, but just under half the game remaining. I think anything can happen for either of these teams.
Yeah, the way both of these teams are playing, they're playing with such ferocity and such competitiveness that it is probably one of the best series I've seen in a long time. You know, even rivaling RLCS, just the storylines of it. You know, a loser finals run all the way down after losing to the same team you're facing in grand finals, and then going and scoring 6-3 in the first game. But right now, Antics trying to make a goal, trying to make it 4-4. Turn up on 0 boost, gets 100. The star player of this USC roster right now gets denied of his second goal of the game, I'm pretty sure. But right now, oh, bar down from Og. Where was the defenders? They make it 5-3. Is it going to be the same? Again, is going to be another 6-3 out of USC?
From the group stage to the bracket today, it looked like Bruton Parker was just an unstoppable team, wasn't going to go down a single game, and USC showing very much that the impossible is possible, and that, you know, even if your opponent may seem unstoppable, that they are still human, and right now, they're playing an unbelievable game of Rocket League. I wouldn't be surprised if USC can still maintain their lead.
Yeah, and right now, Bruton Parker, oh, great save at SJT. They committed so many resources right now. They have very little boost. Cass is just going to hit it mid. Turn up will not fall the fake. USC Og. Game tag. Will go right down the middle. Antics trying to get a pass down mid. Milk has a backflip the other way. Cass going to put it to his own corner. Turn up waiting so patiently. Antics just going to bang it to his teammate. But it falls in the hand of Og, and it's a wide open net. It's another 6-3. We're only in the second game. Trying to stretch out the goals a little bit. We need more entertainment for the people. We can't have a 6-3 every series. It has to be somewhat close.
USC is the David to this team's Goliath. Again, we know how good Bruton Parker is. It's very rare we see a moment where they kind of slip up like this, make some mistakes, and USC is capitalizing on absolutely everything they're being given.
Yeah. I mean, someone tell USC to read the script, make it a little closer. I know I'm a USC supporter, but this is just sheer dominance. Out of USC, I mean, they're doing everything right. They're playing perfect. What can I say? They're just playing great Rocket League right now. Turn up, great block. Bruton Parker has like no boost right now, and they need to grab a couple pads. But right now, Turn up, is there a flip reset? Can he get a dunk? He cannot. It looks so good. And Og finds another, a 7-3. USC have scored 13 goals in the past 2 games. If you have the under-over for 12 goals, you just hit.
The bumps, the demos, the passing plays, it almost seems like USC can do no wrong. They went down 2 goals super early, and since then, Bruton Parker has only managed to find the net 1 time, and USC 7 goals within the last 4 minutes of this game. Bruton Parker just no answer for this USC offense.
And USC, might I say, USC beat Bruton Parker when they were playing their NECC LAN match, because they rescheduled their NECC LAN match, which is another league, for LAN, and they won that best of 7 4-2. So what can you say about this? Will we see another 4-2 out of just playing a best of 7 recently, or will we see a 4-0? I mean, USC, we're going to game 3 right now for 2-0, but not Bruton Parker 2-0. It's USC 2-0.
Absolutely. I don't know if anybody saw this coming considering Bruton Parker's dominance for the rest of this LAN, but right now USC, they started out in lowers from the group stage yesterday, and so far, it looks like they probably started in the winners bracket. If you didn't tell me that they started in losers, I would absolutely be like, how does a team who's being this dominant against the absolute juggernaut, who's the favorite to win it all, how are they doing so well against this team?
And if you look at the stats after that game, Bruton Parker had 1 save. That means that there was no defenders in net for any other shots that went in for USC. That means USC are playing such good Rocket League, they are only scoring when Bruton Parker is overcommitted and there is nobody home.
Absolutely, and it's very rare to see Bruton Parker make mistakes like this, or maybe we've been seeing these mistakes all along and teams just haven't been able to capitalize on it. Whatever it is, USC seems to have found the secret sauce, and we're going into Game 3, and USC has a 2-0 lead in the series.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane. A great bump out of Og on the first man. SJT, is that, oh my goodness, already the pressure is just ramping up. I think I've seen it all, but already USC are just doing things I've never thought you could do in this game, but I am, peak 1400, so what can I say? But USC already doing so good in this game 1, keeping such good pressure, keeping control of the ball. I feel like Bruton Parker haven't had much time on the ball. They've really just been banging away because they've had so many problems with USC's offense. I I don't think I've seen them have a single solo play since maybe game 1. But other than that, they're just scoring off of mistakes. You know, they've had a couple 1v2s where they've got a goal off a bump, but it doesn't really count as a real solo play where you take it up, you know, go for a flip reset, you know, musty double or something crazy like that. I'm excited to see what USC and Bruton Parker have in store, but right now it's been all USC show. But right now, Antics just takes it right out of SJT's lap. SJT just missed the shot. That's gotta feel bad. Is that a mental chalking moment? SJT just misses the ball a little bit, probably like 2 inches in front of his car. That's gotta feel bad.
I think it might have been a little bit of a simple mental lapse, but at the same time, it was a bit of an awkward position for both USC players on the defense. Very rare to see a mistake from this team after those first 2 games, so maybe it's just a little bit of a slip up because they've been lights out so far.
Yeah, great save out of USC. Already Og is waiting in the corner, trying to get a bump. SJT waiting in the midfield. Not gonna commit just yet. Waits for the ball to be given away. So smart. Og puts on the backboard. Cass is already there. Antics will take the back right corner. Turn up, trying to get back. Cass is already there. He's gonna steal the corner from him. Will he get a pass? He does not. Milk not gonna dive on this one just yet. Finally bites. Nobody on backboard to defend from this and gets a free double. The backboard defense was not there this time.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't there for the first goal either. You can see Og gets beaten. No one else on the backboard. I think Og was trying to cover the high, just got beat a little bit. And Bruton Parker once again with a 2-0 lead at the start. But we've been here before. We've seen how USC performs under this situation.
I don't think USC are worried at all. They have so much momentum riding on them. And great avoiding the bump there. That could have been very bad. But they have such momentum. You know, we just scored 6 goals. No, we just scored 7 goals last series or last game, and then scored 6 goals before that. 13 goals overall in 2 games. But right now they haven't scored any, but they're not worried because they have such momentum riding behind them that they're just playing it chill. You know, if we drop a game, you know, we're fine. We have plenty of offensive pressure. We have plenty of counterattacks. We're not really scared to see what Bruton Parker has to offer because we've seen it and we've quite destroyed it in these past 2 games. Og in their corner trying to cause havoc. Someone from USC needs to be midfield waiting for that turn up. The star player so far gets beat by Cass. Another player, Bruton Parker, trying to get a redirect or something on that. SJT off the backboard, great touch, turn up. Can he get a free open net? He has a solo opportunity, gets beat by Antics. Og tries to put it down mid. Turn up, pops it up high for SJT. SJT plays it over one. Og has a small shot and he missed. But Cass is there to recover. SJT leaning it for turn up, misses completely. Is that a wide open net? Antics puts it on. Og not able to get back in time. That's unfortunate.
Unfortunate situation. USC had Bruton Parker on the back foot on defense for that entire possession. You could see Bruton Parker, a little bit of a slip up, some miscues and some panic almost in front of the net. But, you know, sometimes these quick counterattacks are what win games because if you can get that counterattack after all the overcommits on offense, you can get the easy goal and it brings them up 3-0.
Yeah, USC have done so good at keeping momentum that now they have to focus on how do they get that momentum back. Down 3-0 in this game 3. I mean, it's not entirely impossible to come back from a 3-0 deficit, especially how good they've been playing recently. But you know, Bruton Parker is still a great team. They're still coming from winners finals. You know, they've beaten a lot of great teams, including USC, in the first round to be here. They need to make something happen. Turn up. Thought that shot was gonna be on net. Og clears it away, saves them from that one. Antics tries to get another touchdown, but has 0 boost. Milk will get it for him. Og, can he get this mid? And Cass was able to get there in time. Turn up, finally scores a goal for his team. He's always the player there when they need him to be.
Absolutely. What an angle by Turnip. Cass was awkward in the net and nobody else was back to defend. This could be the momentum that USC needs to start clawing their way back into this game. There is still 1:17 left on the clock. 2-goal deficit, surely, but we've seen them come back from worse.
Yeah, it's been an absolute shootout the entire series. I mean, what can you say except that both of these teams are just playing great Rocket League. SJT trying to put it down middle, puts it in the hands of Cass instead. Unfortunately, Turnip tries to get the possession of the ball. Antics tries to avoid the bump out of Turnup. SGT clears it away. Turnup puts it down for Og, but Og has 0 boost. Cass is going to find it instead. SGT takes it to the back left corner, puts it around 1. Can he get around 2? Cannot. Turnup on the backboard again. Flips down to Og. Og has free control of this ball. He has so much time to work with. A shot denied out of Bruton Parker. Milk will take this one high. Just trying to waste time at this point. Less than 30 seconds left. Bruton Parker have a lead. They just need to secure it. Don't need to score if you don't have to. A 2-goal lead is a good cushion for only 15 seconds left. But USC, known for making comebacks, they've been doing so the entire tournament. Can they get a goal right now? They would need to have any chance off kickoff. Looks like game 3 will go to Bruton Parker to make this series 2-1. I mean, it was a great showing out of Bruton Parker, but at the end, you could start to see USC regain control of that game. They just didn't have enough time to get enough goals back.
Of course, in USC, utter domination the first 2 games. Bruton Parker getting one back. I think we're in for a bit of a shootout between these two teams because, you know, going into the game, maybe Bruton Parker was the favorite to win this series, but USC doubling Bruton Parker's total games dropped this entire LAN match and in the grand finals. Yeah. If they need to do that at any point, it needs to be right here and right now.
Yeah. USC, I feel like they made a couple of mistakes, you know, a couple goals that really weren't, you know, opportunities that Bruton Parker made. They were more mistakes USC forced upon themselves and Bruton Parker capitalized. I haven't really seen a good passing play out of Bruton Parker yet. Where, in the terms of USC are just so good at creating those opportunities, especially Turnup and SJT. They're so good at finding each other on the field. So many goals have come out of that duo. They're definitely the duo of this tournament. In this 3-man tournament, Og is just sitting as 3rd man, collecting all the free wins. No, but Og has done a lot of heavy lifting himself. Even scored a double tap in the last game. But right now, 0-0 in 30 seconds, a little unheard of, considering the past 3 games, been everybody just shooting everything. SGT has his time in his corner, gets milk for the 50. Og waiting patiently on his left for the air bump. Turnup has to make a save. Makes it to his corner. The corner, always the safest place to put the ball because the enemy team usually has no shot of scoring it. But when I say usually, I mean your average player, and these are not your average players. These are elite professionals that are well trained in their craft.
At this level of Rocky League, you never know when that ball is going to bounce off the corner if they have the angle or not. We've seen some pretty insane angles from this LAN, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see that at any point during the series.
Oh, a great 3-man pass play. Turnup was so good because he faked it for Og out of the pass of SJT. Even if it didn't go in, it just shows how good USC are using all 3 players on their team. And Bruton Parker have not had that same look where they're able to use everybody on their team. And Milk scores a free double out of nowhere. Where is USC's defense? They just allowed for Milk to have free control of the ball. Cass passes to Milk and a double dive out of SJT and Og. Unfortunate, Turnup was not able to get back in time. Only 1 goal, a minute and a half in. This might be the lowest scoring game we've had all series.
Absolutely, and it's a little bit uncharacteristic of Bruton Parker. They haven't done a whole lot of passing goals throughout the series. It's what they're known for, and it's what's allowed them to beat all the other teams in this LAN so far, and we see one there, but that's the first time we've seen that in a hot minute. I wonder if maybe USC has them nervous, kind of on the back foot.
Yeah, and a great shot at SJT. Almost finds it. A double would have been insane out of Turnup, but a sidewall skim. SJT finds it to the corner. Cass makes a really bad save. SJT gonna look for the demo on the way out. Og getting a great dunk on his way out as well. Ball is gonna die in the corner, but Og is gonna go again. Falls again, and SJT, a great play off of his teammate. SJT is so good on that 2nd-man roll, staying in the play, letting his teammate go as 1st man. Milk is just in front of the ball, cannot get to it. SJT has a free open net.
I've been saying it for some of the other matches throughout this LAN. If you throw enough shots at the net, one's bound to go in, and USC doing that to perfection, just keep shooting the ball at the net over and over, and eventually the defense wears out.
And it's open net again. What Bruton Parker are now crumbling. If you let USC go on another 2-game winning streak, scoring 13 goals, you're going to go to a bracket reset and then a best of 5. If it was a best of 5 right now, Bruton Parker would be on game point. Just to put that in perspective, Bruton Parker would be playing for their lives in the bracket reset. And I'm not sure if I like that chance, being on series point for another 2 games against USC that are playing so hot, have so much fire in their bellies. And especially as this youngster right here is Turnup, the pharmacy major. Did he cook up some sort of concoction Did he boost his own stats? We have yet to see, but right now, it looks like another goal opportunity. Almost finds the net, but Milk saves it just in right time. Antics on 0 boost. Goal will go all the way to the back left. Turnip is just going to take his time, goes up the backboard, goes for a full field air dribble. Antics going to meet him in the air, but gets it over 1, gets it over 2. Milk had to make a great save to the corner there. A great pass from Milk to Og. Milk would have appreciated that if Og did not score that, which he did not. Looks like everybody's passing to everybody. Everybody's booming the ball. A little bit of nerves there. It's off. SJT puts it to the corner. Milk trying to get a bump on the way out, but SJT does so as well. Turnip biding his time, calculating his plan. Og gonna put it on the backboard. Gets 1. Milk cannot get the second. Opts for the fake, and Cass scores it to the top left. USC were not ready for that fake. A great play out of Bruton Parker. Finally, they get one back and neutralize this game.
Absolutely, and USC, from what we've seen, is not a team that you can give the momentum to. Once they score 1 goal, they just seem to keep coming. And Bruton Parker finally, hopefully trying to ice that momentum, get one back, and now we're tied up with just over a minute and a half left. We'll see what they can make out of this, but so far, it seems like USC has been mostly in control.
Yeah, USC have had a lot of pressure. It's just those one-off goals where it's just a little bit of defensive mistakes. Cass not able to find that one. Had plenty of biz to work with, but just could not get his car to the correct position. A great dunk out of Og. SJT gonna lead on that one, has 0 boost. Just gonna play it to himself, keep it close. Tries to get a good 50, which he does. Turnip dunks 1. Og is waiting in the wing for the 100 boost. Curve gonna take it back again. Antics is just demoing. Just trying to go for that demo there. Just trying to do anything he can to get to that ball. Cass gonna intercept in the air. SJT all the way down mid. Milk gets a bad touch, puts it right in USC's hands again. And USC have complete control right now. They're just dunking every player on Bruton Parker, and Bruton Parker are trying to bump and demo. But I feel like recently they haven't been bumping and demoing as much as they've been put into a shoot fest. Just insane to see. I mean, what can you say? Oh my goodness. Milk, last one back, has to get a good clear. And Og was not expecting for that to happen, but Og scores instead. Okay, the misplay, it might have been the greatest fake of all time, but Og was not expecting Milk to just whiff the ball there. Has to backflip, but still gets the goal anyway.
Both of these teams' offense is so fast and electric. It's coming down to the defensive side of the ball. Of course, USC gave up that last game with a few defensive miscues, and this time it's Bruton Parker who's missing and not in a good spot.
Almost, but SJT, he puts it to the crossbar. Where's Turnip when you need him? And he just rolls it right in. What a cupcake of a goal, but it's 4-2 now. We're about to go to series point in this best of 7. This is looking really bad for Bruton Parker. I'm not gonna lie. That I thought they were gonna have go back and forth. After losing the first game 6-3, have a little bit of okay. We were trolling a little bit. We thought USC weren't gonna play this good. We're just gonna go back. Let's run it back. We'll just win this real quick, claim a trophy while we're at it. But USC are 4-2 in the series. A great save out of Turnip. You can't count him out. The kid, Milk, gonna put this one down. We are going into game number 5.
You said, where is Turnip before that last goal, and you said his name, and he appeared at the right time, slotting the easy net for the USC Gamecocks. And so far, Bruton Parker has got to be getting nervous. They cannot allow a bracket reset, because just as you said, if any of these games were a best of 5, USC would be taking this pretty handily.
Yeah, if this were a bracket reset, USC would have just won a 3-1 victory. I mean, if this were the first series of the day, it would have been USC in the winners finals. But Bruton Parker 3-0'd USC, but right now the foot's on the other cat or something of that nature, and now it's 3-1.
Absolutely. And of course, we've seen USC, their offense not wavering even for a second. We see sometimes if you're up a few goals, some teams kind of dial it back and play a bit different. That allows some goals to get scored on you. But USC, they're playing a if it ain't broke, don't fix it play style. Right. They're just continuing to shower this net with goals. And we'll see if they do it again here in game number 5.
And it could be a thing of Bruton Parker still don't know how to play against this new USC team. It could be they're still looking for answers. They're still soul searching, as you may, but they're not able to find anything. USC are just so good at what they're doing right now that it seems like a completely new team compared to even yesterday and today. A new team compared to even last series. They weren't scoring these many goals against UTK, who, no shame to UTK, but they're not as good as Bruton Parker. And Turnip finds the first goal of the series, first goal of this game, excuse me. Probably his like 10th goal of the series, but at this point. But the kid strikes again.
Little bit of an overcommit by the Bruton Parker offense. He saw two people upfield, leaving Antics back as third man to defend against a 1v2. And of course, a 1v2 at this level of Rocket League is almost certainly going to be a goal, and USC takes advantage.
Yeah, especially against these teams. When you're playing teams that when you're in 1v2, it's like, okay, go bump. And then it's just an open net, because these teams almost never miss their bumps or demos. I mean, all of these players are SSLs, 0.001% of the game player base. And almost find another one there. Turnip, gonna backflip. SHT puts it down. Milk puts it in. It was a little bit uncharacteristic, but Bruton Parker are finally able to get one in this series. In this fifth game, excuse me. But Og on 0 boost could not get there in time. Milk just scores an open net.
You can see again, they're utilizing that player in the backfield, Milk, going for the demo and then staying at the other end of the field, trusting Cass with his life. And he finds the pass to Milk and he slots the easy open net, and they've tied it up.
Yeah, great catch by SJT on that backboard. Cass gonna put it right into SJT. I don't think he understands what he's doing. He's just putting it right back into the hands of his opponent. I think Bruton Parker needs to slow down a little bit. They've been hitting the gas a little way too much. They've just been doing go, go, go this whole tournament, and now when you play a team that can play at your level, they're just struggling to find any friction that they can hang on to. But now I think Bruton Parker need to buy their time with a lot of these 50s, a lot of these controlled touches, let their teammates play for them, not play for your teammates. Especially Bruton Parker, I think you need to be a little bit selfish here, try to have as much time on the ball as you can. But USC have been all teamwork so far. They've just been letting each other play for each other. Especially Turnip. He's been generating so much offense, and a great 50 out of Turnip almost leads to a goal. Turnip's so good at getting those 50s and just appearing out of nowhere and just transitions into goals.
Absolutely. And of course, both these teams currently tied right now, just over half the game left. But, I think Bruton Parker might be a little bit frazzled by this USC team. They probably thought it was going to be an easier game because they had to make the run through lowers. But so far, they just don't have an answer for this USC team, and they seem a little bit nervous.
Touch. Yeah. Sorry, but that was just a great read off the backboard out of Og.
It was.
Even the saves are impressive when you're playing a game this good. I mean, it just gets better and better. I mean, if I were paying a subscription for the Queen City Clash streaming service, I would be getting my money's worth. It's just great to see a game go this far, and Cass sitting all the way. It does not opt for the skim, but it said, I'm pretty sure Bruton Parker just missed open net, or at least a shot opportunity, just puts it all the way to the sidebar. Not sure what they're doing there. Og gonna back up for this one to collect the boost. It's gonna pop up off the backboard. Has his time. Cass out 50s him. SGT is gonna bang it right back from Og. Trying to find Turnip there, but Turnip's on the right wall. A great clear out of Turnip. That's the type of clear you see in RLCS, just banging it the entire length of the field, not touching the ceiling. And Antics has control of the ball now. Finally, Bruton Parker have some sort of control on this ball, but USC Og will cut it for them. Cass taking it to the sidewall. Turnip reading the ever-living, I'm going to say that on stream, but ever-living crap out of that play. SJT put it into the corner, back into the hands of Og. Milk trying to do something, and he misses. Not a goal opportunity out of USC, but so far I would say that USC have had control of this game, but Antics takes a wide shot at net. USC have looked so dominant this game. I mean, do you agree?
Absolutely. And again, USC's been in this position almost every single game except for that first one where they're down a goal, and we see them go down early and then they come back and score 5 goals on you or whatever. So I would not count them down and out just yet, but you're starting to see some of the mental differences between the team. Bruton Parker looking frazzled and panicked, and USC still playing their calm, cool, and collected play style that they've been playing all tournament.
Yeah, and even after USC lost the game, they went back the next game and then won that. So I'm definitely not concerned for the mental, but USC, he just scores wide open net. Where are the defenders? Are they not home?
And it's just like I said, and no, they said knock, knock, is anybody there? And nobody answered, so they said, all right, I'm just gonna walk right in.
Antics a little bit of a head scratcher there as I'm scratching my head. Just drives up slow to it, not realizing that both of his teammates are out of the play, and Og just has a free shot at net. This could be the game that sends us to a bracket reset. I mean, I hate to say it, but I would love to see a more competitive first series, but it's been an insane game out of USC to show their dominance in this best of 7.
It almost seems like USC performs better when they are under the pressure of losing the game down on goals, because as we just said, they've been in those positions before, and then of course they score the quick kickoff goal, and now it's tied again.
Oh no, it's a breakaway goal. Bruton Parker has a free goal and Cass scores. What happened here? Og dove, but gets bumped by Antics.
He missed the 50.
Yeah.
Antics missed the 50, and instead of just going back to net rotating, he goes for the bump, and it works in their favor as Og was the last man back. 6 seconds left. We'll see if USC can equalize.
Yeah, I would not count them out before the ball touches the ground. USC have scored 0 seconds goal before, but Milk will put it down. Only a 3-2 right now. Right now, Bruton Parker still has to win 2 more series, but I mean, when you're playing USC that's playing so hot like this, it's hard. Even if you're getting those lucky goals where it's just, you know, breakaway goals, 50 out of nowhere, or someone misses the ball. Even after USC lost the 4th game, they weren't concerned at all. They went and won the 5th game, and they're up 3-1, but they're gonna lose the 6th game. Though they lost the 5th game, and they're going to the 6th game, and they might win that one as well.
Absolutely, and I think we definitely have a ball game as of right now. It almost seemed like USC was probably going to walk away with it and reset the bracket, and Bruton Parker saying, we're not down and out of the count just yet. We've been dominating all LAN, and we want to cement our legacy as the winners of this QCC, but USC looking for their first Queen City Clash title, and honestly, after watching them play for a little bit, I think they might just do it.
Yeah, I think they deserve it too. They've been playing so good all up to today. Had an insane losers bracket run. And right now, they are 1 game away from a bracket reset. And dare I say, SAT, a crazy double tap. He says, let me do it for you, folks. Put that on the big screen. Only $7 a ticket. SAT puts it over Antics. SAT does it again. I mean, the captain of the team taking control of this game, he's not going to let anybody have the glory except for himself.
He beats the first man. He gets over the second one, and then he dunks the third one on the backboard. A 1v3 play, amazing play, and that'll put USC up 1-0, although there is still a lot of time left on that clock.
Yeah, and dare I say, they're currently right now, including this game, USC are 4 games away from winning Queen City Clash, including the bracket reset. It's just insane. USC have had such high momentum. Their cortisol levels are at an all-time low. They are not stressed at all. Their bones and their veins are filled with ice. That's another shot from USC. Pretty sure that was Turnip. But right now the ball will fall in the hands of Milk, who has 0 boost. Fine and collects 100. A great 50 out of SJT. Og try to get a play on the ball. Antics will spawn back. SJT putting it down to the mid. Turnip is there. Can he get the double tap? He's going to opt for the leave. Gets a save. Great save out of Bruton Parker. Cass and Milk both in net there. But still scary, even if you have 2 defenders on net. If I'm on Bruton Parker, I'm still worrying if there's someone with the ball out of USC.
Yeah, and I'm definitely can understand that fear as USC has dropped over 10 goals in the first 2 games combined against this Bruton Parker team, and we've seen that they've been able to put high goal numbers. They're not just going to beat you, they're going to absolutely dominate you, and Bruton Parker kind of figuring it out, but so far seems kind of evenly matched, but USC does retain the lead.
Yeah, right now a great pinch out of USC to get it all the way down the field. Turnip is going to get beat, but he knows there's no threat in this play. He's just going to clear it off his own backboard. But right now Turnip is going to make a save. Og going to clear the ball away from his net. Turnip, great shot. Steals the boost in the corner. Og, great demo, relieves a lot of that pressure. Turnip takes the boost rather. Antics steals the corner out of USC, but right now, not much is happening on the ball. Both teams are just kind of fighting over boost at this point. You can only have so much boost on the field at a time. Both of these teams use so much boost that the gas prices are going to skyrocket, and a great flick out of Cass beats 2 in net. I mean, Cass has definitely looked the best on Bruton Parker, scoring a lot of solo plays, just one-off opportunities, and right now they need him at his full prime capacity in order to even have a chance to get this USC where all 3 of the USC players are capable of creating those opportunities on their own.
Absolutely, and it was a smart delayed flick by Cass. It's the second solo play that we've seen in this game number 5, or game number 6 rather. You know, a lot more solo plays coming out. These players showing their individual talent, that they're good as a team, but when one specific player gets the ball, they can make something happen with it, and we're about to see it again as USC is on the attack.
And right now, USC having to scramble back on defense. Og gonna get a great 50 on this, but it'll fall in the hands of Milk. Turn up on the backboard right now. Cass trying to beat SJT to the ball. It will fall into the hands of Antics again. Turn up trying to avoid the bump from Cass. And a great hit out of USC. I'm pretty sure Og was passing it back to Turn up, but right now, a missed double. Antics has plenty of time right now. No need to panic. Turn up will pop it up for himself. 50 will die midfield, but SJT is trying to get it to one of his teammates. Cass does not take the shot. Opts for a solo play instead. Turn up gets a great save. And USC have so much momentum right now. Can they get a goal out of this, please? They need to get the bracket reset. All of this cannot be for naught. It'd be such a mental chalk to have all this momentum and then fall so short at the finish line. But right now, SJT passed it down. Is Og able to intercept? He is not. Milk on the backboard. Finds one, hits it down in front of his own net. Og, full boost, and has possession of the ball. 2 words that you do not want to be hearing if you're Bruton Parker right now. Arguably the most mechanical player on USC, but does not show it. Cass right now put it on the backboard. Milk tries to make a shot, but a great save out of USC. Milk puts it right in front of SJT. SJT is going to take that save. SJT right now has full control of the ball, but he has 0 boost. And Turn Up makes a breakaway goal. Less than 30 seconds left. USC in game 6. This is bracket reset territory. All they need to do is hold on. Take no risk. Bruton Parker really need USC to make a ton of risk.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable fake by SJT. He had 0 boost, so a fake was inevitable, but Bruton Parker was not aware of that, and it beat 2 guys on the other side, and a bracket reset looks inevitable. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see out of this USC team.
And I'm getting chills right now, even thinking about it. But right now, Antics is in a 1v1, and he puts it over Turn Up. Turn Up is so unfortunately out of position, but he just makes a simple error. He just drove up a little too far. He's on backboard. He's facing away from the ball. He has so much playing against him. But still, I expected the save out of Turn Up, just how hot he's been playing recently. 2-2. Game 6. To send this to Game 7 would be insane. Especially since that it's been decisive victories for Bruton Parker all day. USC have looked so good. The ball is in USC's hands right now. Turn Up gets a hit away. Milk tries to find Cass, but the ball will die. Or will it? Floats in front of USC's net, but no threat. Cass, full boost right now. Tries to hit it down, and the ball will die in the back left corner. Overtime for Game 6. This is either a bracket reset or a Game 7. Both mean more Rocket League. SJT for a solo play. Backflips out of it. Don't know if he liked it or not. But SJT to Turn Up. And to Turn Up, he finds the net! USC are going for a bracket reset. It is now a best of 5. USC only need 3 games to take the Queen City Clash. It is a breakaway goal. Cass was out in no man's territory. An insane shot out of Turn Up, the youngster, the rookie, the new player on the team, the pharmacist major, seems to have pumped himself full of the medicine he needs to win this series.
I said it at the beginning. I love Cinderella stories. I love underdog stories, and my wish is coming true. We're going to a bracket reset, best of 5. USC fully in control of most of these games, just slipping only 2, and arguably they could have won those games if they just fixed the defensive mistakes.
Yeah, and funny enough, this is the same scoreline as the NECC match they played last night on LAN, a 4-2 victory for USC. And if this were a best of 5, USC would have won 2 games ago. It's just insane as to how well USC is playing. I'm sure they're all fired up. If you're Bruton Parker, you want to ice USC out as much as possible, saying, hey, let's just go outside. Just go for a walk. Let's look at the trees. Notice the fresh air. USC are just so hot that I feel like going outside might turn up the temperature a little too much. USC are just playing so good right now, and not even as a USC supporter, trying to be completely unbiased as a caster, but USC, 4-2 against Bruton Parker. They 3-0'd them earlier in the upper bracket. It's just insane.
Same to me. Of course, I need to remain unbiased, but of course, I love underdogs. I love Cinderellas, and USC showing that they are that team. They are the team that's going to make the run through lowers and potentially beat the team that everybody thought was completely unstoppable. 2 games dropped coming into day 2 of this LAN, all the way to the grand finals. Did not drop a single game today in day 2 in the bracket format. And now here they are getting absolutely blown out by the losers bracket run that is USC. I think we're in for an unbelievable story here.
And it's the same thing I said at the beginning of the series. It's Turnip being there when it matters most. Turnip, he's one of my friends. I talk to him all the time. He is when he's in his own head, he questions himself. He's a little bit antsy. He's nervous. But when he's playing hot, when he's playing perfect, he is one of the scariest players that can be on a Rocket League field that you've ever seen.
Absolutely. And of course, SJT and Og, very familiar faces coming back at this LAN. I think Turnip has been a great addition to this team, not slowing down a beat. It almost looks like as if they've been playing together for several years now. Yeah. It's just another characteristic of this USC team. Of course, it's their history shows that their chemistry is just simply on another level compared to all these other teams.
Yeah. And the previous roster, where it was Cats, SJT, and Og, Cats is not a bad player by any standard. They're all SSL, have won tournaments, all the time, lands. But Turnip, it's just I would say it's the vibe change. He's definitely a goofy little guy. He just gets those bumps and demos, steals your boost, and high fives you on your way out. But it's just a completely different scenario when you put Turnip instead of Cats. Cats is more of a third man type of player, but Turnip is just a first man who is just completely destroying your front line and then destroys your third man as well. It's just open net. In that overtime, Turnip was the one who scored the deciding goal to send to the bracket reset.
And you say these people are full of joy and usually in a good mood. And I was talking to Jobro from UTK yesterday, and I said, what's your guys' secret to how you're so successful in winning all your games? And he said, we just have fun, and we just have fun with doing it. And, we're always smiles and happy and joyful. And if USC is doing that right now, I think they probably have a really good chance in this best of 5 against Bruton Parker. I don't think this is a result that anybody was expecting. And I love to see it. Sometimes when you got teams that are just absolutely dominating, you want somebody to step up and maybe knock them down a peg. And right now, USC is doing just that, and we'll wait a few more minutes for them to get into lobby. But tell me a little bit more about this USC team.
SJT, Og have been on the roster for so long. Og is a longtime veteran the roster, going all the way back to when he was with Solar, Cats, and Og. They played so many tournaments and so many lands together. But when SJT was on the B team, USC's B team was in the same tournaments as USC's A team. They were beating other people's A teams as the B team.
Wow.
Because they were just so aggressive and so, they were just so hungry to be on the A team. But SJT, Og, and Turnip, top 28 CRL in the entire nation, have beat Indiana Tech, have taken, top 10 teams to Game 5. They're just so good. But right now, we're going to take a 10-minute break to go to this bracket reset. Let everybody reset for a couple minutes, especially Bruton Parker. Thankfully, need to ice out USC a little bit. They are looking so hot. All right, we're back after a tech pause. One of the Bruton Parker's PCs shut down after all of that amazing gameplay, but we are back in bracket reset. It is now a best of 5, USC or Bruton Parker. They each have 1 life now. Bruton Parker being knocked out of the grand finals all the way down into bracket reset. This is the game of the year.
Absolutely. And of course, coming into this match, everyone thought Bruton Parker was going to walk away with it. And USC showing that they're here for the title. They want it. They've wanted it for several years. They've had great performances in the last couple of QCCs. And this is their time. We got a best of 5 here. USC versus Bruton Parker.
Yeah, already USC looking hot off the kickoff. They're not falling for anything. Antics takes it up the sidewall. Turn up, trying to play smart, waiting for him to get his last touch. And USC, I feel like they've done a lot better job at Bruton Parker, just letting Bruton Parker have the ball when they're making those meaningless touches and just patiently waiting for them to give the ball away for them. But USC, as I was told by someone, they were playing so chill. After every goal, they're just calmly fist bumping. And Turn Up scores again, the first game of the bracket reset. This is, dare I say, Rocket League.
Dare you say it, and I would have said the same thing. Couldn't have said it better myself. And you know, USC, again, coming out swinging like they have the last series that we saw versus Bruton Parker. And yeah, just like we heard earlier, they are absolutely lights out, ice in their veins. They're not screaming. They're not shouting. They're just calm, cool, collected, playing their game.
Yeah, and what can you say? Because, you know, some teams like Bruton Parker, they're getting fired up after every goal. But I feel like that kind of works against you when it's the other way around, when you're used to, you know, getting so heated up after every goal and then you're getting scored on so much. It kind of feels like a bummer because, like, you know, I made all this noise and now I'm just, you know, getting scored on, you know, 13 goals in the first 2 games and just 2 back-to-back demos. USC are taking no holds barred in this first game. Someone let them know that the script doesn't say they have to go this hard.
Absolutely. And of course, USC with their really fast offense, we've been seeing it all series and we're seeing it already right now. Bruton Parker has not really had to be on the back foot for the entire tournament, but now after the bracket reset, they got to be shaking in their boots.
Yeah, it's quite literally insane how USC have had a complete turnaround from their first series of the day. At 10 a.m. we've been here for over 7 hours. It's quite literally insane. We're going to be here even longer. If this best of 5 goes all the way to 5 games, which I have no doubt in my mind that it could possibly go to. But Cass will find the goal right over the last USC defender. No boost in net. SJT was hoping that would get cleared away on the backboard, but had to use his last remaining boost to jump for the crossbar. And I feel like that would have been a better scenario if it had just gone top shelf, so SJT could have gotten the save. But I think it was a little bit unfortunate that it went crossbar. But USC not playing any games here. They're just gonna take it how it comes. But they're telling me, SJT was telling me earlier, the captain of the team, we're just playing it 1 game at a time. We're not worried about the bracket reset or the game count. We're just taking it 1 game at a time. And I think that's a good mentality to have when you're playing against a team of this caliber. Just take it 1 game at a time. And that's how USC been doing in this bracket reset. It's already 1-1. Antics trying to get the bump on last, but it does find the bottom right corner. And Bruton Parker looking like they could take game 1 in this bracket reset.
Yeah, it's a smart play by Antics. He fakes out the 1 defender and then instead of trying to make something happen, go for a flick or something, just goes for the bump, removes the last defender because there's only 1 in net. Throughout most of the QCC land, we've seen a lot of one-on-one opportunities, but surprisingly enough, not a lot of them have actually turned into goals. Been a lot of great one-on-one defense from these players.
Yeah, USC have such good defense that usually even if it's a 1v1, they usually don't concede a goal. But right now, a huge whiff out of SJT, and Milk is going to score it. And it makes the first game of the series a 3-1. I mean, Milk just completely faked out the last defender there. It's unfortunate out of USC, but I still, no doubt in my mind, they can make a comeback in this first game.
Little bit of an uncharacteristic whiff by SJT, whether he got faked out or missed input or whatever. He kind of missed an open ball that he had a clear touch on. So hopefully you're seeing that USC is getting some of their mistakes out of the way, getting some of the frizzles out or whatnot, and trying to see if they can claw their way back. We've seen them do it the entire series. I've said it multiple times, and every time they deliver, so don't count them out just yet.
Yeah, the game chickens have come home to roost. And right now is Turnip taking a shot at net. Can Og find the double? He can't. Cass on the ball now, has 0 boost. Turnip will take it instead. Cass tries to get down to Milk. Milk cannot get it, and Antics is caught out. That is a very bad goal to concede with 1.5 minutes left.
Of course, but it's kind of hard to blame Antics a little bit. You don't expect that ball to pinch into your net at 100 kilometers an hour. Maybe could have sat a little bit further back, but great play by USC. And just like that, I literally mentioned it less than 20 seconds ago, and they're already starting the comeback.
Yeah, USC, only 1.5 minutes left, and already they have pressure again. Antics needs to make the save off the backboard, and he does so. SJT going to put it down midfield. Og going to take a shot at net. Milk, who cleared up high, probably wants to get that to his corner. Og tries to get it down to the mid. Cannot do so. Cass going to put it down midfield. SJT going to pop it up high. Can he get a flip reset? He can. Buys his time. Wait for Antics to go. Puts it over one. Antics not able to do much. Has 0 boost. Og beats him to the punch. Turnip puts it down midfield. It's anybody up out of USC. It's wide. Oh my goodness. Turnip misses a really great passing opportunity. It was so close. I'm not sure if that was SJT or Turnip, but it was so close of a passing opportunity. The net was wide open, but I feel like he was just getting a little bit antsy there. Not sure if that's nerves. I mean, I don't know how you can't have nerves in this bracket reset. It's so close the entire time, but now Bruton Parker 3-2. 3-2. But right now, I thought we were about to get another goal, but Antics trying to let it die in the midfield. Bruton Parker need to waste as much time as possible. And right now it's an open net, and they miss a wide open net, and Cass misses his shot. USC have had a great save. Antics scores in the top shelf. Now it's 4-2 for the first game. Bruton Parker finally have a comfortable cushion in this series.
Yeah, it seems like the first time they've had a fairly comfortable lead playing USC. USC has been putting the pressure on them all series. 15 seconds, we'll see if they can get a quick kickoff goal, but if not, the first game might go in the favor of Bruton Parker.
Yeah, and I wouldn't put it past a kickoff goal, a bad backflip out of USC in the corner there. Loses back left, but gets another hit high, and Og is just not ready for it. But even after they lose this first game, USC have just a great time of mentally resetting, especially after they lose a game in the best of 7 to Bruton Parker. They just went back and win the next one.
Absolutely, and of course, Bruton Parker will take the first game, but USC, if they stay calm and cool like they have all series, I think, GG, go next. Forget what happened in the original game. Yeah. It doesn't matter. They can score 3 more goals on us. We're still going to go next, and we're going to come out swinging.
Yeah, and it's been lights out for USC so far, but right now, game 1 will go to Bruton Parker in this best of 5, and this best of 5 is a lot more difficult because you don't have as many games to work with as opposed to a best of 7. The first 1 to 3 wins, and right now, Bruton Parker are 2 games away from winning Queen City Clash. But USC, I mean, it's not out the realm of impossibility. They've been playing so hot so far, and I think we're about to witness a really close game 2 after a complete shootout of a game 1. I mean, the first game of the best of 7 was a complete shootout, 9 goals scored overall, and then the next game was 10 scored overall. I mean, 19 goals in 2 games out of both teams, just insane. But I feel like this game 2 is either going to be a complete stonewall out of either team, or we're about to see a repeat out of the first series, and it's going to be another shootout.
And we kind of see Bruton Parker doing what USC has done to them for most of last series. And of course, USC hopefully able to bounce back in this game number 2.
Yeah, and SGT off the kickoff. SGT will win. Turnip already diving into their corner, being a rat as he does do. And right now the ball floats mid. SJT needs to get back because he's going to get demoed, but does a great job at defending. Milk is going to go a little bit farther on that one than he probably should have. And right now, there's no third man back. Milk is the only one that is back, but he's pushing up really far into this corner. Cass rotating back on 0 boost. USC have a chance for a counterattack, but they themselves are a very low boost. SJT off the sidewall. Cass is going to meet him halfway. Cass has an opportunity to score, and he gets a flip reset. Insane out of Bruton Parker. I mean, it's just a bad opportunity out of USC. Cass just finds it when he needs to. Cass has been the only player on Bruton Parker that has been those decider goals.
Absolutely, and we haven't seen a whole lot of mechanics from this entire LAN, as most of the threes comes down to your chemistry and fundamentals. Can you hit the ball? Can you make the clutch saves? But Cass showing a little bit of mechanical prowess with a flip reset off the ceiling.
Right now, SJT, can he score this solo goal? Right now, turn up on 0 boost. Cass hits it on net, but not with a lot of power. SJT will cut. SJT has plenty of time to himself. Antics up already. Can he get the double tap? Almost. Denied by Bruton Parker. Og in the corner. Tries to get it past one of his teammates. Cass has complete control of this ball. The one person on Bruton Parker, you do not want to have control of that ball. USC trying to make some sort of offense here. Need to get a goal back. A lot of the momentum has been dying recently. They're not that usual team in the first series that is just complete shootout, just scoring everything they can. But a best of 5 bracket reset definitely does spike your cortisol. There has to be some stress out of both teams. Cass has 0 boost on this ball. Og will just 50 it right back into the corner. SJT clears it away. Milk is going to collect this one into the corner. Gets a bad hit, misses. Antics is going to have to hit it for him instead. Milk going to try to put this one on net. USC Og puts it all the way downfield. SJT with an insane pre-jump out of SJT. I don't know what he was thinking, but suddenly he just became a mad scientist. He engineered that one into will.
You know, I've talked about chemistry before, and this USC team, when you talk chemistry, you can't talk it without seeing USC. You look up chemistry in the dictionary, and it's USC's team with SJT, Og, and Turnip. It's an unbelievable play. A good slot by SJT, too, taking advantage of the open opportunity.
And almost another goal out of SJT. He almost dunks the last defender in net. And SJT, it has been SJT and Cass that has been in these decider one-off goals, these solo play goals, that when they get them, they're the ones that score them. And they've been so good at doing so. And SJT, the captain of the team, wants to take this home to Columbia for the win. He wants to lead his boys to victory. And all trying to make something to do that as well. SJT trying to get another goal. USC have so much offense right now that it's hard to turn them down. I mean, Og gets a great dunk. SJT's waiting in the wing. Instead, doesn't go for the ball, goes for the bump. Og on 0 boost right now. Antics going to take a hook shot at net. Puts it around 1. Og jumped too early. So unfortunate out of Bruton Parker, but they are able to get one. Antics on 0 boost. Og knew what he was going to go for. Probably needs to sit back further on the back post, but USC are not going to let one goal define them. They're just going to go score another.
It was almost an identical shot to what we saw from Cass and Neo Tokyo, taking that delayed flick, taking the angle on the opponent. It's a lot harder to hide from your opponent behind the ball if you're at an angle, so they take advantage of those smart plays, and Bryn Parker gets another goal off of it. There's still 2 minutes left to go, though. Do not count USC out of this game.
It was a wide open net. SJT was trying to put it to the bottom left, but hit it way too soon. It was a wide open net. SJT has to be feeling like he wants that one back. It was so close. But USC, they have plenty of time. A little under 2 minutes left. Og trying to hit this to our double tap. Backboard. Leaves it for one of his teammates. SJT tries to put it down there, but Turnip is going to collect all the way back into the back right corner. Gets over 1. Antics trying to get a double. Cannot. Og has free will. SJT gets dunked by Cass, even though he had complete control of the ball. Hate to see that happen, but right now USC, very little boost. SJT, only one that has around 50 boost, but can't do anything with it. Cass is going to boom it all the way downfield. And if I'm USC, this is going to be pretty scary if you go to game 3. Going to have to reverse sweep and bracket reset. I mean, this has got to be the most stressful series that you've ever played in your career. I mean, what can you say? Oh my goodness. SJT almost gets off the backboard.
For sure, after making a run through lowers, and now you're playing the juggernaut of Bruton Parker. You know, USC maybe having a little bit of pressure, but if we've seen how they've played throughout most of their games, they tend to just stay calm, cool, and collected. They don't let their nerves get to them.
Yeah, and right now USC have so much pressure. Og needs to make this touch to keep it in. Gets a flip reset over 1. Cass just going to clear it away. Cass has been such a great player at carrying this Bruton Parker team, has had so many solo plays and had so many passing plays to his teammates that he's always been there as third man. He's definitely the one that's stepping up to the plate. But can USC do something right now. 10 seconds left. USC need to score to just neutralize this game. SJT will fake it over one, but Cass will take it all the way back to the corner. Turn up, puts it high. Og can't do anything right now. This is looking scary. Turn up needs to keep this up. Has control of the ball. Flicks it away, but Antics will spike it right down. We're now going to game 3. Bruton Parker need one more game to win this bracket reset. And USC need to reverse sweep in order to win. It's a storyline of epic proportions.
I think USC's still in this.
Yeah,
from seeing how they've played before, every single time they're down, that's when they become unlocked, and we'll see how they go into game 3, how they start off the kickoff. But I think they're definitely still in this.
Yeah, I think they are as well. I would not count them out. The game chickens, I've looked so confident, even when they were losing, they were still playing so good. They were still playing such good defense. But Bruton Parker, I mean, they're up 2-0 in the series. But I feel like a lot of their goals are mistakes out of USC more than good plays out of Bruton Parker.
Absolutely, and USC has to find those mistakes. They did miss an open net in the last game, and that could have equalized it. So a little bit of a missed opportunity, but if they can capitalize on that, I think Bruton Parker will be the one on the back foot.
And right now, Bruton Parker is sending all of their players upfield to try and get this series over and done with. SJT has 0 boost on the ball. Gets a bump, tries to get a bump over one, but Turnup gonna put it down. Gets a pinch. Antics gonna put it to the backboard. Og will take and collect this one into the back right corner. Bruton Parker gets counterattacked. Antics has to make the save on the backboard. Og tries to fake for a pass mid, but Turnup will get his touchdown to SJT. SJT fakes 2. Full control of him right now. Og tries to put it down for Turnup. Turnup gets it over one. Milk has full control of the ball, takes a shot at net. A great save out of USC. SJT, ball floating. Turnup just gonna bang to the corner. Can he get the read? Cannot. But Og will try to get a flip reset. Not sure can he get it.
Seeing the physicality coming out from these two teams. Lots of bumps, lots of demos, both trying to find an opening on that defense.
SJT just lobbing it at the net. USC are so good at just peppering the goal with shots and just making you panic, and that's what USC does. They're so good at making you force so many bad touches that you don't want to have. If you make an opponent have a bad save and second man can easily follow up for a goal, that's one of USC's game plan, and they have an entire game book to work off of, including being super aggressive on every play. And Turnup just takes it right out of Bruton Parker's hands. SJT takes a shot at net. Milk makes another bad clear to where neither of his teammates could get possession. And that's really the name of the game, enabling your teammates to see who can score the most goals. Who's the best enabler? Is it going to be USC or Bruton Parker? USC have looked a lot better at creating those passing opportunities, but right now Cass gonna put it all the way down midfield. Turnup gonna collect it. Boost spawns from. Luckily enough, gonna try to put it down for Og. Og takes a shot, goes to the side. Cass misses the ball completely, but Milk on 0 boost will put it in front of his own net. A little bit of a scary situation there. SJT pops up high to himself, but cannot get a second touch. Turnup beats Milk to it and leaves it in the hand of Og. Og tries to get this 50 and does so. Turnup in the corner now. He's plenty of opportunities, but Cash is going to take it off. Cass has done so good on defense at carrying this Bruton Parker defensive team, especially against USC's super mega offensive plays that they just do these insane shots, especially SJT. But Turnup finds a goal out of nowhere. I feel like someone should have been up for that.
Absolutely, and it was a good pass from, I think it was SJT, yeah, off the ceiling right down to Turnup, right into the arms of their rookie player, who's just showing how doesn't matter if there's another player open spot on the team, he is gonna fit right into that team with established players.
Yeah, and it's just showing how the young gun can be so iced out in this bracket reset. He's performing so good against UTK, and now he's performing so good against Bruton Parker. But a 1v1, Og versus Cass. Cass is going to be able to clear that one away. Og took a quick shot, trying to keep momentum up. Turnup will beat one. Milk, the only defender left in net. And Og thought he was be able to get there in time, but the ball doesn't even find over the crossbar. Thought the ball was going to fall faster. But now Og has complete time. Can he get a double cap? I'm smoke screen for a second. Couldn't see anything. But I would assume that someone would have followed up on it. But I think everybody might have been smoke screen in that scenario. But right now, USC, I feel like they've reclaimed this series so far. They're up 1-0. I feel like they need another goal to be able to sit comfortably in this game 3. They do not want to leave anything to chance. A breakaway goal is still in the realm of possibility. Antics up, gets a flip reset. But SJT always so good on defense. Cass gonna hit it to the corner. Og takes it. Hits it away again. SJT gets a great 50. Turn up all the way to the backboard. Milk gonna have to read this one. Puts it down to the right. Cass already there. And a whiff out of USC. It's now 1-1 game 3. This is looking bad for USC.
He tried to turn and go for the aerial, but the turn stopped his momentum just enough. It's a little bit of an awkward spot where you're directly underneath the ball. Do you tap brake? Do you turn? Do you keep accelerating? A little bit awkward for Og, and that goal is going to equalize it with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, this is very awkward, and Cass gets a demo on one of the USC defenders. Turnup's the only one in net right now. I bet their cortisol is spiking through the roof. Right now, Cass is up. Someone needs to make contact with this ball. Og gets bumped by Cass. The ball will float out mid. Right now, Turnup on the ball. Antics has free will. Someone needs to get on him. Don't let anybody have possession of the ball for free. Hits it down, a dunk. Antics almost puts in the net. Right now, I would say keep your chances on kickoff. But right now, USC have some momentum. At least keep the ball alive while you can. We'll turn up. Find the double tap. He'll clear it away. USC will opt to keep it up. Antics. Cass will hit it down. We are game 3 overtime. As a USC supporter, I am scared right now. This kickoff could mean everything. But right now, Turnup on full boost. Backflips off of it. Passes it to SJT or passes it to Og. Turnup goes for the bump. SJT waiting us third there in the middle, in the wing. The captain of this team wants to lead his boys to the victory. Og gets one. Turnup looks for the shot. SJT in the corner. Can he do something to win this first game? Still 2 more games to go after this, if they're even to win this. Cass bumps Og. SJT gets a cupcake hit, and Turnup finds the shot. SJT puts it away. Og can't do much anything about this. He just has to wait for the ball to fall in his direction. Turnup puts to the sidewall. Og gonna get a touch mid. SJT gonna get banged away. Someone needs to get back on defense. Antics tries to get the ball out. Cass up on this. Turnup on the sidewall in their corner. Puts it around 1. Milk tries to get around 2. SJT, the last on defense, gets it around, but he's not gonna be able to double tap. He went too far. And right now, USC have like no boost. And right now, and Antics scores! And 3-0, Bruton Parker take this 3-0. So unfortunate, Antics just scores a goal out of nowhere, and it just falls right middle. So unfortunate out of USC. They were looking so hot, but it's just those breakaway one-off goals that were the dagger in their back. A great showing out of USC. They played so well this entire series.
Absolutely, and you thought they probably had a chance there after that first series, just utter domination from that, but credit to Bruton Parker. I definitely think they deserved. They played an unbelievable group stage in day 2. Up until they played USC, they were absolutely lights out. No games dropped. And USC, they put up the fight of their lives. They reset the bracket against this Bruton Parker team. And I think all 3 games within only a few goals, if even less than 1. And, you know, ultimately, Bruton Parker, they got the overtime goal. Good shot by Antics. And but also credit to USC. They had to make that run all the way through lowers, and they beat everybody that stood in their way. And you could argue they did beat Bruton Parker in a best of 7. Unfortunately, the bracket reset rules that we have will give Bruton Parker the win. But so much credit to USC. I'm very happy to see that they made these grand finals.
Yeah. Yeah, as a Gamecock supporter, it was a great showing out of USC. I mean, we definitely showed that we showed up even after losing. You know, even after being down, we showed up. We put up a great performance, and second place at a Queen City Clash. I mean, not a bad performance out of USC, taking some money home as well.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, we'll see that the QCC champions will be Bruton Parker. Congratulations to them. Ultimately, probably one of the most dominating performances we've seen in Queen City Clash history. UTK with back-to-back wins, probably looking for their third, but Bruton Parker 4-0ing them in the winners semifinal bracket. And then, of course, USC with an unbelievable losers bracket run, beating everybody in their path. Nobody from the winners bracket who lost made it to the grand finals. They all got beat, and USC contributed to some of that. But congratulations to Bruton Parker.
Yeah, Bruton Parker played great in that second bracket reset. They were just icing USC out. They were just taking those one-off goals and just playing great defense and, playing that turtle defense, not really trying to play any risk, and it's a smart strategy, I have to say.
Unbelievable. And you have to look at that Bruton Parker 4-0ing UTK retirement home, and USC only beating UTK 4-2. So going into that grand final, you probably assume that Bruton Parker has the upper hand, and USC proving that they are here to play and that they are not just going to walk and take the trophy. Of course, they did end up falling short, but I cannot understate the amount of fight that those players put up, and I hope to see some of the stuff they do in the future for sure.
Yeah, they will come back hungrier as ever, and I'm sure they'll give another great show next time.
Absolutely. And of course, Bruton Parker, Cass Antics, unbelievable players. You saw a lot of the play style, especially from the group stage, the downfield passes, the bumps, the demos, played unbelievably, did not lose a single series except for the winners finals bracket reset. Every other team they absolutely rolled over. Unbelievable performance by Bruton Parker. I definitely think they deserved it on this one.
Yeah, and it's definitely the two teams that you would think would go into the grand finals. Either Bruton Parker, UTK, or USC were all tournament bound for the grand finals. I mean, those are definitely the top three of the entire tournament.
Absolutely, and I even thought for a second that the Bruton Parker UTK retirement home was probably going to be the grand finals match. I thought UTK was going to have it against USC, as their history has shown they've won this tournament twice in a row. I thought they were going to win it a third time. I thought they had that drive going into this match, but Bruton Parker shutting them down, and then, of course, losing out to USC. And I do want to go ahead and shout out one more team. Shawnee State wasn't even supposed to make day 2, fell short of the group stage. They did find a slot open because one team, unfortunately, had a problem. They couldn't make it back, and making it all the way to the loser semifinals, and of course falling short to the well-known USC Gamecocks, who ultimately, in my heart, they are winners in my heart, and I think they are winners in many others' hearts, making that amazing run through lowers. What an unbelievable QCC we've had this year.
Yeah, it's my first QCC, but I'm glad to be here. It was definitely the most exciting one yet, and definitely put up a good show.
Absolutely, and I want to go ahead and sign this off. Thank you to all of our production team and executives for UC Rocket League who made this entire event possible. We couldn't have done it without all of them. Thank you to all of the players, teams, staff, everybody who came down, especially Axe with those USC Gamecocks. Thank you to all those players. They all played amazing, and they really gave us a show this year. And thank you to everybody at home who stuck through, watched all the games, supported their teams. We saw you rooting in the Twitch chat. Don't worry, we saw it all. Parents, families, everybody. Thank you to everybody who made this Queen City Clash possible. Hopefully, we'll be back again in the fall. That is something we are attempting to do, is to potentially have 2 QCCs each school year. So hopefully we'll see you guys in the fall. I've been Real Shuriken.
And I've been Axe, and appreciate everybody stopping by.
Absolutely. We'll see you next time here at the 1819 Innovation Hub on the Queen City Clash. We'll see you next time.